Front-facing baby chicken emoji, front-facing baby chicken emoji, front-facing baby chicken emoji, front-facing baby chicken emoji. Hi, ad hoc, hi, hardcore gamer. Hello, hello, everyone. Hi, Lissetto. Hello, hello. We will be doing roll call for coaching in about 20 minutes. I'm going to give people a chance to come in, especially because we're starting a little bit early. Hi, Zay Brooks. Hello, hello. Once again, and I'm being very generous on this because this is the last coaching that we're going to do until May. If you're in here and you're like, holy shit, I want coaching, and you haven't submitted your Tekken ID in Discord, you better fucking do it. Remy!
Tap, tap, tap.
Tap, tap, tap. Thank you for the 5 Australian. Thank you so much for that. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you, thank you. I'll give another one just for you. Thank you. Hi, Chomanji. I submitted mine. You did. I do remember you did. Yep, I'm seeing it right here. You submitted yours on January 18th at 8:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hi, Ali. Hi, Gabe. Drop my ID where? In the thread in Discord. Under events, public coaching number 19. You better put it in there because it will be closed in 20 minutes. So you better do it. Did you review mine yet? No, we just started the stream. We just started the stream. Thank you, Lissetto. Normally, I would have closed the thread already, but because season 2's right around the corner, and I know a lot of you are like, I want to make the final push to get my highest rank before season 3 comes out, and we won't be doing this for another 3 months. I'm giving a little bit of leeway. So yeah, anyone coming in right now that's like, I want coaching, you better put it in right now, goddammit, because after we do roll call, I am not opening it again. I'm not taking anyone that's late. I'm already not going to be able to get through everyone today, so you better fucking put your Tekken ID in there, or I swear to Christ, I'm going to strangle you. Ashay, how does coaching work? 1 second. Let me... Ugh. I still gotta set up all my stuff, so give me a second. Alright, the way coaching works is in our Discord, which is in the description on YouTube. Under the events channel, there's a thread called Public Coaching Number 19. You plop your Tekken ID in there, and then boom. After you do that, I'm going to just look at one of your games that you've played that's on your Tekken account or whatever, and I'll give coaching on it. If you have a specific game you want me to look at, you tell me. If you don't, I just pick one. That's it. That's how it works. Simple as that. Completely free, open to anyone, you just have to be in Discord. But also important to know is that I go through everyone who is present in the stream when I call everyone's name, and I go in order from the date you submitted. So if you are submitting now, chances are I'm not going to be able to get to you for about 2 to 3 hours. So it's gonna be a while because there are so many people. That's generally how it goes. If you're at the bottom of the list at the beginning of roll call, it's probably gonna take about 2 hours before I get to you. But I will. Please strangle me. No. Again. Jam World early? I am early. I feel the stars. Oh man, 3 hours. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many people that that submit their stuff for coaching. Now that's how long it takes.
Hi, I'm alive.
Hi, Aaron.
Just had to reverse sweep Zafina after she was just trying to knowledge check all game.
Well, you beat their ass, and that's good to see. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you. I did that one a little bit louder because my microphone is farther away. Hi, Till. Obligatory lurk message. Hello, welcome in. I still don't even have my green screen set up. Oh, Christ. Okay. You know when you just look at something and you're like, this is going to require about 2 minutes of effort, and I really just don't want to do it? This is why I need to be rich, so I can hire someone to set up my green screen for me. That'd be nice. That'd be great. Ugh. Okay. How many games are you gonna watch per request? One. I wouldn't have time for more than one. I already don't have enough time for one. So with Miyato, even though I keep feeling very blah with her, she's the only character I can efficiently play now because focusing on her causes everyone else to suffer. Yeah, that's how it goes, you know? I focus on one character for the same reason. It can be frustrating. All right, here we go. Webcam up. Everything set up. Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hope you're all well. I'm here now. My webcam is all messed up. So, nothing before we get into this. You have probably seen that I have changed the quality on YouTube back to 1440p. Because there's not going to be a whole lot going on in terms of gameplay and stuff, because we're going to be doing coaching. If the stream ends up stuttering and freezing, it is not going to be a big deal. So I'm using the opportunity while I have it to test and make sure that everything's gonna go fine. I've done a couple of things to try fixing the issue that it was having. I have changed my stream key, because apparently if you have an old stream key on YouTube, that can cause some things to get fucky. I've changed the server on YouTube to the backup server and the secure stream server, because apparently there's a secure encrypted one, there's a not secure one, and I was streaming on the not secure one because it defaults that for some reason. And I changed around a couple of settings, but I changed the bitrate and everything back to normal. So it's back to 1440p, 15 megabytes per second. So again, let me know if it starts stuttering. If it does, there's not a whole lot I can do to fix it. But when I looked back at the stream VOD yesterday when it was in 1080p, even when it was at its highest bitrate setting, it wasn't freezing. So I think that Joshua and Tez, who both said something was going on their end. I got one guide. Or it was just happening during the stream and it didn't happen during the VOD for some reason. Either way, it was fine yesterday. So if it ends up not working today, then I'll just stick to 1080p. And then we should be good. But yeah. Hopefully everything's fine now, though. Again, I changed around a bunch of settings. Everything should go well, fingers crossed. But if it doesn't, please, again, let me know. I know that a lot of you don't think it's a big deal, but I want it to be fixed. If I didn't think it was a big deal, then I wouldn't be bringing it up, and I'm going to look through the VOD anyway, so I swear to God, if no one tells me and it starts fucking up, then I'm going to be pissed. So, yeah, if you could please let me know, guys, I'd appreciate it. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Hi, Minx. I just want you to look at replay where if I lose, if that's okay. Yeah, that's generally what I do. I will usually look at games where you lose because it's most of the time more instructive than games that you win. So, One thing I am going to do, though, for this one is I'm going to try to stick with games where you lose either 3-0 or 3-1 just for the sake of time. If I pick a bunch of games where they go 3-2, then it takes significantly longer. So I'm going to try for everyone. Did it say my headphones were off? Damn it! Thank you for the 9 months, God damn. Thank you. It's good to see you. Hello. I hope you're doing well. I don't even know what game I want you to watch. There's a lot to pick because I've been losing a lot recently. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's no big deal. You can let me know when we get to you. You have time. My day one VR was horrible. I'm bad at learning characters. Mine was too. Don't even get me started. I was pissed. I've not really got great games, but as long as I've got at least one round, that'd be great. Well, it's up to you. If you want to wait, because I'm not going to get through everyone today. I'm not. It's impossible. There's how many people in here right now? There is 22. There's 27 people. It's a new record. It is actually unbelievable. I'm not going to be able to get through everyone today. It's just not possible. I might not even be able to get, I mean, I will do my best to get through everyone that's here initially, but I might not be able to get to everyone that's here, like, after the initial roll call, depending on how it is. It's actually ridiculous how many people have submitted their ID for coaching. So, if you want, and I'm not saying you have to, right? I'm not trying to incentivize you to or anything like that. I'm not trying to say, oh, woe is me, please take the fall. I'm not saying that. If you want me to do it today, I will. But if you want me to wait until later, and you have a game later after the update you want me to look at, and you let me know, I can do that and record it and send it to you. I don't mind doing that. It's up to you. I'm like number 2. I don't have a ton of time. You are. I mean, if you want me to pass you, then I can. I don't mind. Also, Seth Bouquet. Oh! I'm only 4th in the queue, so it's going to be a quick one, hopefully. It should be, yeah. We all need the coaching. Well, hey, you know, the good part is, even if you're not the one being coached, you can still learn. Hi, Bad Gorilla. Hello, welcome in. The ritual has been completed. The side quest is done. All right, give me a second here. Let me... over here. Thank you, Lissetto, again for making the Google Doc to compile all of this. You are lovely, and I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. GOD2 Lily side quest is halfway done. Hell yeah, dude. Also, Shay, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you. Pick one of the characters I've been bouncing around and pick a game I lost. I don't care. All right, fair enough. I'll double check with you before I pick one, but yeah. Hopefully there's a narrator play that needs coaching. There usually is. Skim through some games. Last few I played with me just trolling half the time, so I'll try to find one and let you know. Gotcha. Sounds good. I will let you guys know too, by the way. Completely off topic for coaching, but I'm gonna stall for like 5 minutes. My new vocal stem. Thank you. I'm gonna stall for like 5 minutes here. Leading up to season 3, I'm going to hold back a little bit on playing Tekken. Hi, Jester. Because I don't want to get burned out. So, what I'm going to be doing the next, like, month or so up until season 3 comes out is I will be playing... I'll still be streaming and playing Tekken, of course. I mean, I have to. I have no choice. But I'll also be playing Neo 3. I've been very excited about that game. I've played all of the Neo games. I love them. And Neo 3 just came out, yesterday, I think? So I will be streaming Neo 3 along with Tekken on Twitch and on the Variety channel on YouTube. I won't be doing it on the main channel. I won't be doing it on the channel, like, right now. because it's bad for the algorithm and stuff. Unfortunately, that's just how YouTube works, so it is what it is. But I think the link to the variety channel is in the description. It might be. I don't remember if I updated the YouTube live or not. But whatever the case, I plan on starting that next week. Well, towards the end of the week, because there's the new patch and everything that's coming out on Tuesday, so I probably want to just stream Tekken on that day. And I'll be streaming Tekken and then going into Neo, and what I'll do for you guys on YouTube is I will, if you want to stick around for that when I do that, I will just raid the variety channel so that I'll continue to stream on Twitch, but then I'll go, like, end the stream on the main channel on YouTube for Tekken, and then raid the variety channel. So if any of you want to stick around, then it should hopefully work out. But yeah, that's the plan I got going up until season 3. I also do plan on playing ranked and getting Miari the GOD 1. And I'm bouncing around the idea of playing Elisa and Yoshi the GOD as well, but we'll see. Speaking of rituals, I sent you an invite for Deadlock. It's sent to your Steam email within 1 or 2 days. Oh, thank you for that. Let me take a look at Steam, actually. I haven't looked. Oh! I do see it. Gorilla, thank you for that. Thank you. Shit, man. Appreciate that. I will accept that, and I will... It's not letting me accept. Let me try refreshing. Maybe it accepted and it's just... Try it again. Yay, it's in there. Thank you for that. I will install it and I will play it at some point when I have some time, and I will let you know how I feel. Thank you. Appreciate it a ton, man. I kind of forgot the game existed, to be honest. I brought this up before, but I never played it or bothered with it because the way that you actually are able to get into and play the game, I think, was really stupid. And I didn't have anyone on my friends list that had the game themselves. So I just never bothered with it and kind of forgot about it. But now that I have it, I'll give it a try and let you know. Thank you so much. Also, whenever anyone asked me if I wanted, I always told them no, because I was like... I was very against the system for getting into the game. But hey, if you just go in and give me the invite, I'm not going to say no, thank you. What's the case with Dota in 2012? It's a Valve thing, and it's stupid. I'm still playing Mortal Kombat 1, so I need life coaching to make better choices. I don't know if I'm good with that. Especially if you're playing Mortal Kombat. My brother and I Platinum Neo 1 and Platinum 2 multiple times. We're playing 3 now as well. It is in the description. Thank you, Remy. Yeah, Neo's great. I love Neo. I played 1 and 2 on stream. I don't know if the VOD for Neo 1 still exists. The VOD for Neo 2 does, I think, on the VOD's channel that I don't use anymore. Neo 1, I had the stream of that saved on Twitch, but then Twitch incorporated the, like, 100-hour VOD limit or whatever, and I had about 2,500 hours of VODs. So I tried to save all of them and put them on the VOD's channel or something, or maybe I downloaded them. I don't know if I think I might download them and then never upload them. I don't know. I've been thinking about getting Nier Automata because 2B is my main, Soul Calibur 6 is my secondary, and Grand Blue. 2P, not 2. Oh, okay. You know what? You got me. I really recommend, as someone that played Nier Automata first and didn't like it because I couldn't follow what was going on, play Nier Replicant first. Nier Replicant was fantastic. It was amazing. I loved it. And I would have loved Nier Automata if I played Replicant first. So please, I beg you. So many people tell me that you don't need Replicant before playing Automata. I think they're a bunch of goddamn morons and they're wrong. Please. Play Nier Replicant first before you play Nier Automata. It is so important for the story of Automata that you understand Replicant. People say that you don't need to know it. Trust me, The Nier Automata was ruined for me because of those people telling me that. Would love to see Yoshi gameplay. Not gonna lie, after watching Sesujin in Tekken Mode 2, I'm thinking of picking him up. It's, you know, and it's been a while since I played Yoshi, so not only is my Yoshi going to be very primitive, but it's gonna be old man Yoshi, because I'm gonna be doing Tekken 7 things, which might be fun. I don't know. Hi, Momo Jojo. Hope y'all been good and are having a marvelous day. Oh, I hope you are too. Thank you. It's good to see you. Welcome in. That's how you say it. I've always said it like you would say automaton. It might be. I don't know. That's how I say it. Hi, Zachiel. I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, if you can do... See, nitrous oxide is with me. If you can do replicant first, do it. There's 27 people on the list. I will die. But it's fine. Have you played Lies of P? I have not. That's a game I've seen and looks kind of interesting, but I keep forgetting about it. And before Replicant, Drakengard 1 through 4, yeah, I'm kind of like, unfortunately, I'm playing Nier games in the opposite order of how I should be playing them, but Drakengard does look neat, and I do want to play it at some point, but I also kind of want to wait to see if they make a remake of it and then put it, like, on PC. I don't think that they will, but I hope that they do. I won my local for the first time yesterday. Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Good shit. I'm doing great. I'll do a bunch of customs for Elisa. Hell yeah. The Nier Alliance raids in Final Fantasy XIV also made me want to get the Nier games. I did end up playing Nier because of Soul Calibur 6. And again, I kind of wish I didn't. I played Nier Automata. I played it for about 10 hours. I was like, this game is shit. And then I dropped it. And then I picked it up again. I played it. I finished it. And I was like... and at the end of it, I was still like, this game sucks. The story was incoherent. It was bad. The characters were unlikable and garbage. I hated it. Like, I hated everything about Nier Automata. And then I played Nier Replicant, and I was like, holy shit, this game's fucking amazing. And then I thought back on, like, Nier Automata while things were happening in Nier Replicant. I'm like, holy shit, everything makes so much fucking more sense now. Why the... Because I'm sitting there going through Automata, and I'm making all of these assumptions about, like, the characters and the world and the games that just aren't true. But you have to have the background knowledge on the series and the world in order to understand, like, what is going on with the story, or it's an incoherent mess in Automata. And it's, I don't know, man. I got ruined by people that were saying online that Nier Automata is a standalone game and you don't need to know anything else to understand the story. They're wrong, and I'm convinced that they are part of the very large group of people who cannot comprehend stories that don't repeat the plot to the viewer 24 times within the space of 5 minutes. So it's frustrating, man. But yeah, Replicant and Automata are great. You just gotta play them in order. If there's some sort of check-in for the review outside the game, I'd ID back then. If you mean that there's like some sort of check-in before we do coaching, yes, and we're going to be doing it now. I'm actually 4 minutes over time. I apologize. Where are you from? You sound like American in Europe. I'm from Michigan, which is basically Canada. I just offended all of the Canadians, but then I've also made some Canadians go, yeah, he's not wrong. All I'm saying is Mortal Kombat 1 2 XKO and Neo 3. Just waiting for Tekken 8 Season 3. To see if I want to return. And if you do return, that's going to be a lot on your plate. Massive fan of Nier and highly recommend playing at least Drakengard 3, either before or after Replicant. I agree, yeah. Based on what I know of Drakengard, it is pretty important. I love using her dash kick because she just wails on you with the gauntlets and you can hold forward and do it over and over again or mix them. It is a very funny move, yeah. I'm visiting Michigan in 2024 for a skate event. I'm so sorry. You play Tekken 8 in Europe rank, or am I wrong? Nope. I do not. Yoko Taro, the director, is probably one of the biggest trolls in gaming history, and we'll literally never know what he does next. That is true. All right, everyone. We're going to be doing check-in now for coaching. So, I know there are a lot of you here that have signed up. The names that are on this spreadsheet from Lisetto are the Discord names, so I might not know your Discord name corresponding to your YouTube or Twitch name. Also, why the fuck can't I copy this? Why can't I? God damn it. Am I not signed into an account on here? I might not be signed into any Google account on here. Oh, I've come very prepared. No, I am. Why can't I make a copy of this? This? Oh, it's because I didn't have... Yeah, okay. All right, I'm going to make a copy of this. Again, thank you so much, Lisetto. Lisetto makes spreadsheets of everyone's name and the games they won and does everything in order and makes stuff so much easier for me. So big thank you to her for doing that. All right, I am going to close the thread now. If you did not submit your Tekken ID for coaching, you are shit out of luck. I am not opening it. There are too many people. I'm not going to be able to get through everyone. This was a mistake. This is a new record for the amount of people that have submitted for coaching. If you did not submit your Tekken ID in time, you had a whole last month to do it. You are shit out of luck, and I don't feel bad about it. I even gave you an extra 20 minutes after we start stream, which I don't do. The thread at this point, and I gave you this point of exposition as well, so that you could scramble, get your Tekken ID, and throw it in there. I've given you an extra 2 minutes. I've given you 7 minutes after I said I was going to do roll call. At this point, if you ask, can I get in coaching? I'm going to tell you the fuck off, and I'm not going to feel bad about it. Okay, I'm going to feel a little bit bad if I tell you the fuck off. I'm just going to tell you no. But the thread is going to get locked. Oh, never mind. Lisetto locked the thread. Thank you, Lisetto. Damn, I didn't even have to do it. Shit. Give them an extra 5 seconds. Nope, I didn't even lock it. It's Lisetto. Thank you, thank you. Will you play Cooney when she drops? I'm going to main her. All right. We're going to do roll call. So, I got the thing up. I'm going to call everyone's name in order. If you are here, please let me know. Because if you don't let me know when I call you that you're here, then you're going to have to wait for everyone that does call they're here in this instance for me to go through them. And that means you're going to be waiting a very, very, very long time. So, first, Devil. Is Devil here? I haven't seen Devil in the chat, so I don't think Devil is here. Arvin is here. I see them in chat. Arvin, you are going to be first. Jester. I did see Jester. I do remember seeing Jester in chat. Fuck. Do you want me to bump you down? I can. I don't mind. Enza. Is Enza here? Remy is here. Hold on a second. All right, Remy, I got you. And then Arthur, you're Enza. Okay, I got you. Mort, I haven't seen Mort. Zay the Goat. Let me find you real quick. Yep, you are at the bottom. I got you. I haven't seen Mort. Ad Hoc, I've seen. I got you. Field of Stars, I saw you. I got you. Bad Gorilla, I saw you. You sent me the deadlock thing. I got you. Ryo de Soul. Is Ryo de Soul here? Chomanji, you're here. I got you. Hi, Kubat. I hope you're doing well. I hope you are too. Thank you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Shay, you're here. Gabe Hart's here too because he just submitted, so I'll just mark all 4 of you as being here. I don't see Ryo. Hollow. I don't see Hollow. Love. I don't see Love. Yes, Buff Marduk. All right, someone ban him. I haven't seen Hiru. Is Hiru here? TRC, I've seen you. I have you marked. Zenaris. I saw Zenaris in Discord, but I didn't I haven't seen them in chat yet. Is Zenaris here? Zenaris, hello. Zenaris is dead. The fourth Ben. Is the fourth Ben around? Hello. Ben number 4. Nope, okay. Pri, I saw you in the chat. I got you. Mazino. Mazino, are you around? Mazino. Mazino. No Mazino. Harmonize. Harmonize is probably like staring at Lydia's abs or something. Squiddy. I haven't seen Squiddy. Hollow. I haven't seen Hollow. Haru. Haru's not here. And Cheese Connoisseur. All right. I think we got everyone. So we got about half of you guys. We have a total of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people that are listed as here. So Aaron's going to be first. Jester is on deck. And then, well, let me just tell you the order real quick. So it's Aaron, Jester, Enza, Ad Hoc, Field of Stars, Bad Gorilla, TRC, Pri, Remy, Gabe, Chomanji, Zay, and Shea. That's the order. So, again, we go in order, for those of you who are new, from the date that you submitted. So, the earlier you submitted, the earlier you go. Oh, Lawful Good, you're Ryo de Sol. Perfect. All right, so you are after Bad Gorilla then. So, to give you an approximate amount of time, and this is approximate, of how long it's going to take, because there are a lot of people here. Again, I'm going to try to go fast. I'm going to aim for it to be about 10 to 15 minutes per person so we can actually get through this shit. But realistically, because we have to also, I'm going to have to take breaks, we're going to have to find games, etc., it's probably going to take about 15 to 20 minutes per person. So, Ad Hoc, you're probably going to be after about an hour. Ryo, you're probably going to be after about 2 hours. Remy, you're gonna be after about 3 hours, and then Shay, you should be in like, you'll be the last one in roll call. It's probably gonna realistically be around like 3.5 to 4 hours before we get to the bottom of the list. If any of you have to go, by the way, and you are not here, especially because it's going to take so goddamn long to get to you guys who are in the middle or at the end, if you guys leave or whatever, you do not have to stick around. If I get to you and I pass your name because you're not here and you come back later, if you have to do something, go do that thing. If you want to fuck off for a couple hours, fuck off for a couple of hours. It's fine. I do not mind. If you leave and we pass you and you come back, you will be on deck. That's how we do it. If you leave, I pass you, and you come back, your turn will not be skipped. You will be on deck. You will go after the person who I'm doing it for when you come back. So don't worry about leaving. Don't worry about having to get up and do something. You do not have to be here for 4 hours in order to get your coaching done. You will not be passed. Yeah, it's like Zachio said. It's first come, first serve. If you want to get here, go soon, you gotta hack the Oz and delete the Oz existence. That is not how it works. Where do we have to send our ID? You missed the 1 month and 30-minute window. It's done. You can't submit your ID anymore. There are too many people here. I gave the chance. I'm sorry you came in late, but the submissions are closed. All right. So I'm gonna do one last call for anyone that was on the list that didn't say they were here, just to be doubly sure. And after I start the game, then anyone, if you're in the chat, you're lurking, and you're here and you don't say anything, get fucked. All right. Devil, Mort, Hollow, Love, Hiru, Zenaris, Fourth Ben, Mazino, or Bam, Harmonize, Squiddy, Hollow, Haru, and Cheese Connoisseur. Everyone I just called out, I do not have marked as being here. So if you are here, let me know now, or you're getting skipped. So who's ready to see my hard stuck blue ass on screen? On the big screen for everyone to see. All right. I'm not seeing anyone saying anything, so we're starting it up. And probably laugh at how bad I am. I do not laugh at people. That is not a thing that I do. Hello, Rhea. Welcome in. Hello, hello. All right. Let's get the show on the road. It's my green screen fine. Can the game pop? Thank you. Yeah, green screen's fine. No issues. Okay, cool. All right. I think I've just been using recolors and one custom. Hey, that's all right. We get to see the custom, the most important part. All right, let's do it. I gotta type this in manually because I have on my other computer. I think I have a game. Yeah, go for it. Let me know. Let me know. And again, if I pick one, I'm going to try picking one where you lose, where it's like either 3-0 or 3-1 just for the sake of time. I'm going to be trying to still give, like, information that's worth your time being here and watching it, but I'm also going to try to go quick. I'm just being sure. Yeah, you're good. Take your time, man. Fashion, the true boss of Tekken. It's true. Nothing more real has ever been said in YouTube chat. By the way, for you guys on YouTube, have there been any problems with the stream? Has there been any stuttering, any lagging? Has anything weird been going on, or has it been smooth? I haven't seen anyone say anything, so I assume it's been smooth. And if that's the case, I'm going to breathe a huge sigh of relief. None all good? Hell yes. All right, I did like 7 different things, but I'm glad it fixed it. I have a custom I adore. I'm excited to see it. Oh, while you're doing that, I need to turn on names as well. It's smooth. It's smooth. Good to hear. I've been keeping it up just so I can tell you at the end if there are any problems. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Trying to find the game I use it. Yeah, no worries. Again, if you think it's going to take a while and you want me to do Jester first, and if you want to be on deck, I'm fine with that too. I don't mind. Whatever you want to do, man. It's screen settings, right? Yeah. Smooth. Hell yeah. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm glad it's fixed. Thank Christ for that. I gotta get off Miari's ass before it's too late. I have to type in the damn Tekken ID again. Damn it. Sorry, I can't. What the fuck? I'm not even typing it in the damn text box. So I don't know about you, but I cannot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Type and talk at the same time. Smooth. I appreciate the letter choice there. I found the game I'm happy with. Good, good, good. I also have... I wanted to submit for public coaching, but my match is embarrassing. I feel I'm worst one here. If I get better, I might get an idea for a question about the matches. Hey, it's no worries, man. We don't judge anyone here. We don't make fun of people here, and anyone that does make fun of anyone here gets berated and gets their ass banned. So you don't have to worry about it. Anyone here who points fingers and laughs at people are like, you're playing a scrub character, you're carried, or says any dumb shit, gets called a dumbass and then gets shot. You don't have to worry about it, man. I'm here. Hi, Hero. All right. And you know what? I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna mark you as here, even though we've done roll call, because we haven't started with Aaron's game yet. Yeah. It's number 6603 against an AK called Dime Dash. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Got it. Wait, no, this is this one. Yeah. This one. Okay. A whole bouquet. Hi, Raiden Haven. Well, if I'm playing a scrub character and I get carried, your opponents are carrying you, not you. Your opponents. Damn, this is a nice outfit. Your opponents being dumbasses that don't lab is what's carrying you. It's not your character. Like, I'm telling you, man, whenever someone says that a character or someone is carried by their character, or they're playing a scrub character, or they don't deserve their rank, whatever, it's just a self-report. Because all you're saying is, I am too dumb and too inexperienced to play against this character. I cannot perform against this character because I am incapable of learning defense against this character. And if anything, that doesn't speak towards the player that's playing that character that they're carried. If anything, that's saying that you're carried because you're getting to that rank without being able to understand and execute on defense against certain characters in the game. You are unable to learn matchups in this game. So if anything, it means that you're a scrub and you're carried when you say that. It's the biggest self-report. That's why I think it's very funny how people say, like, you're carried as an insult, because all you're doing when you say that is you're self-reporting. I don't care if you're a pro. I don't care if you're GOD2. You're just self-reporting every time someone says that. And then when they try making up excuses as well, they're like, oh, but this character is so much harder to defend against than they are to play. One, no, they're not. Two, go into the lab. Hard the game, bitch. Crazy Twitch thumbnail right now. The custom does look very nice. Why don't you look at my match with Oscar? It's number 7. Okay, hold on, let me write that down real quick. Oscar 7. All right, I got it written down. I think just remember how to spell a move without me thinking, so I can do whatever and still type fast. That's just touch typing, right? All my years in matches in February are ass. I quit the game for a week and everything just went away. Hey, and you know, that's all right. We can look at games from January. It doesn't matter. The Aho Bouquet in the chat keeps telling me that I'm carried and I'm stuck at this game. I'm in no favor of banning people, but this is too much. Can you ban him? His name is Sesujin. Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotcha. All right. Time to get the ban hammer with Sesujin. All right. Hi, I'm Sesujin number 2. I'm sorry. The transfer process is a little bit rough on the body, but just takes a little bit, and I'm good. Mine would be number 35. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, Lusetto, by the way, I've made a copy of this, so if you're writing these down, I appreciate it, but I cannot see it if you're doing that. Okay, anyone else that's telling me what games they want me to look at, please wait until I get to you, because otherwise I'm going to be stopping like all day. Sesujin number 2 is my childhood hero. It's so hyped to see him back. Remember that pose that Sesujin number 2 did? The one where he goes like this? I'm still gonna write down in case you missed one. All right, thank you, listen. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's do it. High statty. While rising 1, down forward 1, down forward 1, 1. Lot of small Tekken. So, all right. So there are a couple of things here that I just think are important to like think about what we're doing when we're starting out here, right? So there's a lot of like take our turn, take our turn, take our turn, right? That's a big thing that's going on right now. And the important thing here that I see a lot is that when we take our turn, how are we taking our turn? How are we taking our turn? And the way that we're taking our turn is we're hitting buttons, right? And this goes for both of you. This goes for you and the Armor King player, right? You are constantly back and forth, like, I block something, I hit a button. I block something, I hit a button, right? And so what ends up happening here is that nothing happens, right? While rising 1, down forward 1, down forward 1, 1, jab, as a mid, we ducked, we got hit by it, we were trying to backdash, mid, like, and what we need to be doing instead is it's very important here to think about movement, right? So if we do like while rising 1, this, we move, right? Because now we can, if they do something stupid like this, and it's hard to do because of the replay, then we can try running in, and I actually need to hold my controller properly so I can do this, right? But if we move around, they whiff something stupid, then we can try punishing them, we can try launching them, right? Like, look how much stuff whiffs if we're just backdashing away and we're just moving around. But this doesn't just have to be backdashing too, right? This can also be like sidestepping. So if we block this, we can sidestep, we can try moving around, try sidestepping around the thing, and there I got hit because I'm dumb. But you see how, like, and I'll actually do this after this. So after the jab here, jab, sidestep. And that unfortunately tracks sidestep right. So let me try this again. We'll sidestep left. But see, look, we sidestep to the left. We do a little step guard. And then we end up being able to go around this and punish this because this Armor King player keeps playing with that timing, right? They keep like, oh, it's my turn, I'm going to hit a button. And that's one of the benefits of sidestepping, you know? It's like, a lot of people say with sidestepping that you have to like know exactly when they're gonna hit a button and like what button they're going to hit and sidestep the right direction and all that stuff. And it's not even necessarily true. Like if we go back here, right, and we go here to this, and this move tracks sidestep right? We just saw that. But if we step block, look, we just block it. So we can get that extra movement, put this Armor King's back to the like balcony break, and still block this, and if they finish the string, then we punish them. And look, even here as well, right? This down forward 1-1, immediate timing. Oh, they jab, sidestep in the launcher or something. Look, now they're at the wall, right? And we get full combos. So that's something that we have to think about as we like play this game. And you know, the other thing is as well, right, when it comes to neutral guarding. So the reason why we get here, it seems to me, is because we were neutral guarding. I don't think that we get hit here because we were holding forward. I think this happens on neutral guard frames. It's hard to tell. But, you know, in the same vein, when we're trying to, like, move around, we're trying to backdash, it's important sometimes to just be holding the back button. And you see, like, this is the third time now we've been hit by a mid. Second time because we've been crouching. So we're hard ducking here. He does a mid, and then we end up eating this whole thing. We get hit by that, and now we're just in a terrible situation, burning knuckle, and then that's just the end of the round, right? And so how could we avoid the situation? Why, and you know, the first question we have to ask here when we go back to here is why are we even ducking in the first place, right? And the reason why we're ducking is if Armor King doesn't do this mid on wake up, but he does like this, right? That's why we're trying to block it. But what does this do? It leaves him +6. Big whoop. You know, it does a bit of damage. It does like 20 damage. It leaves him +6. He does 2-1. Big whoop. Who cares? That's not going to cost us the game. But if Armor King wakes up and then does this, that costs us the game, right? So we shouldn't be taking that risk. It's fine to eat some of these lows and let Armor King get that pressure going, even though we're in the corner, to avoid just dying to these mids, right? And so let's look at another example. If we tech roll here and we just block, right? And I actually have to tech roll the other way here. See, it's minus 11. Sorry, my bad. I forgot this recovers crouching. Minus 11. So boom, we block that. We go here. And now we're out of the corner, right? Just because we held the back button and we blocked the mid. But the other thing is as well, when we wake up here, which is important, is that we roll in a direction that puts us our back to the corner, right? And we need to be paying attention to that. It's not just on the ground, but it's in general when we're sidestepping as well. So look, if I sidestep a little bit here, oh, now his back's to the wall all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right? And so that's something we need to be paying attention to both on the ground and when we're standing. But then the other thing to think about as well here is, what if we just stay on the ground, right? Okay, sure, that hits, but now after he does that last hit, we wake up and we're able to punish him. You see? When he finishes this, that's a punish. And then again, we get the wall when we're paying attention to like our position and their position as well. So those are all things we gotta think about, right? We gotta think about our movement, our position, and importantly, why we're ducking. Because us ducking is causing us to get hit by these mids when we really don't have to. We can just hold back and block. Miari is pretty. True. Second hit is also a high in launch pumps, but also true. Hi, Colossus. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Hello, hello. Boing. Boing. Hello, lad. Hello, hello. Welcome in. All right. Let's go back here. Sidestep 2. Does the Wild Rising 2. Okay. So there are a couple of things here to take away from like a frame perspective, right? So one of the things here is that when we get hit by this low, how we're responding to it. And again, we're responding to it with a button, right? And so let's go back to what we talked about round 1. Let's go back to what we talked about with movement. If we get hit by this and we move, you know, if we move this way, if we move this way, when Armor King does this low, sure, you know, we still get hit by it. Absolutely. But if Armor King does like the Wild Rising 2 here, for instance, and hopefully I can remember, yeah, look, if we sidestep left, then boom, we move around it and get a launcher. But if we do the forward 2 here, look, we get launched, right? And so we're taking a huge risk by doing that to avoid what? What are we trying to avoid? The Wild Rising 4, the Wild Rising 2. Well, we get counter hit launched by it anyway, but even if we beat it out and we counter hit, the reward that we're getting is not nearly as substantial as we get out sidestepping. And sidestepping is safer. So these are some ideas you want to think about when it comes to sidestepping as well. Now, when the second hit comes out, what's the difference here, right? Because this is 0. Well, because this move is 0, now we have a couple more options, right? We can still choose to sidestep, but we can also down jab. You know, that's an option to be able to get us out of this mix-up situation. Oh, god damn it, my controller. But we also have access to Power Crush as well if we want to try doing that to get out of our pressure, right? So there are more options that we have, and we can press buttons here. We just have to know how and why we're hitting buttons. Like what, like you have to think, what is this button going to do for me? What do I think the Armor King is going to do? What are my frames here? How is this button going to get me out of the situation? And when it comes to something like sidestep 2, doing forward 2 isn't going to serve any purpose in those regards, right? It's just objectively and strictly better for you to try sidestepping. But here, because you're 0, now it changes. Because now you have to think, like, and I don't expect you to know that this is 0 on hit, right? I'm just saying this for the sake of demonstration purposes. When this hits and you're 0, now all of a sudden, the counter hit move that Armor King has is Wild Rising 2, 12 frames. So that means that any 10 or 11 frame move is going to beat that. So now down jab is on the table, whereas it wasn't before because of the frames. But also, again, sidestepping still works here because you know that this Armor King wants to like hit with immediate timing. He's not changing up his timings. Sidestep can be an effective tool here. So that's what ends up happening here. And now we're +9. And so now, when we're +9, what do we do with that +9? And we don't really do much. We try, let me go back here. We try backdashing, and then we're like, wait, no, let me just do the forward too. And so there are a couple of things here, right? The first thing is let's do that backdash, right? Let's do that backdash. That backdash can be good, right? See? Boom. He whiffs something, he whiffs it down forward 1, boom, we get the launch punish. Absolutely a valid option to do. But it seems to me, and based on the previous round, what you wanted to do was you wanted to take your turn. And the backdashing was just a side effect of being a little bit delayed in processing what was going on. And because of that, even though we were -9, we end up getting counter hit out of the forward 2, and we just kind of end up losing the turn from there. Never endo.
Here giving players quality coaching with breakdown of everything in the match for free. Chat, is Sesujin number 2 the GOAT?
Thank you so much for the 25, man. Thank you so much. That's super kind of you. I appreciate a ton. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to just help people out. Thank you so much, man. Sesujin number 2 is definitely better than Sesujin number 1. Not that I'm biased or anything. But thank you so much. I appreciate the support and the kind words a ton. Thank you. So, you know, what we need to do here then is, again, we need to think about, like, when we're backdashing, you know, at some point we just have to commit to the backdash, right? If we are a little bit delayed in our response or our awareness of what just happened, and we go, oh shit, it's my turn, let me hit a button, that's how we get counter hit, right? Because if you wait 20 frames, now it's not your turn. You know, it's not just going to, it's not like the time has stopped and then priority is passed over to you and you're like, ooh, I get to pick my action. That's not how it works. If you delay your response like this, then you lose your opportunity. So in this case, when you start backdashing like this, you have to commit to the backdash. And you see that this Armor King just does the down forward 1, right? He's not doing it in response to you. What he's doing it, and this is a great teaching moment as well, because why is he doing it? It comes back to what happened in round number 1 and what I was talking about. Both of you, including the Armor King, want to take your turn as soon as your brain goes and checks the box, oh, it's my turn. I am free to perform an action. And so when this Armor King sees you not do anything when he's -9, he's like, oh shit, I gotta get my button in, right? Kind of like what you're doing, but he has a little bit more agency because he's not doing multiple processes at once. He's just like, it's my turn, down forward 1, try keeping him out. And this is what I'm talking about utilizing your turn to do things other than just hit buttons. Because if you committed to the backdash here and the Armor King didn't understand that you were mixing up your timing and trying to goad him into making a mistake because he gets confused that you're not taking your turn or you're mixing up your timing, that is a mix-up itself. And that allows you to just launch him for throwing out some dumb shit. So this is a great example of what I was talking about in the beginning. But the important point is that if you get in this position where you're confused on what's going on, you don't take your action, you just backdashing, you recognize that, commit to doing that. Especially at these ranks, because people will just whiff their attacks, they will put themselves into a position where they can get launched, and you can take advantage of that even if you're not hitting a button. I prefer Sesu 1. He also discovered and laughed at the amazing noodle waggle. I can't believe you remember that. Hi, Soap. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. I hope Tekken 9's battle with no rage drop, no heat, and Korean backdash. True. Especially no rage. Oh my god. Amazing frame to stop from Miara. Yeah, you wish that this little UI box wasn't here, huh? I tend to accidentally duck a lot. Like, I'll just be trying to hold back and I'll accidentally hit down back. So That, I'm sorry I didn't see that in the beginning, but that is probably because your controller sucks and the D-pad is worn out. That is a very common thing to happen. So if you're getting these ducks and you're not intending to, then you obviously fair enough, right? But it's still important to understand the concepts and why you may or may not want to duck in certain situations, right? So let's continue on with the replay. So we end up getting hit by this down back 3. And here, where is it? Right here, we end up just doing 1+2. And this is obviously a scary thing to do because we're -6. Now, it ends up working out, but you can see that this Armor King was trying to go for a grab mix-up here. And, importantly, if I could go back to the replay here, if he got it right, then you get counter hit out of this and he just gets that guaranteed, you know? So this is another thing we have to think about frames, right? We are hitting like the 1+2 button because we're like, oh shit, I need to get out of here. Like, this is scary. I don't want to deal with this. But there are so many things that Armor King can do here, like While Rising 2, that just kill you for pressing any button. And this kind of comes back to, again, the main theme of this coaching, in that, in this situation, we just sidestep, right? We just sidestep. Because it's safer and it avoids those options. We just do a simple little sidestep. And if they mess up the giant swing or the shining wizard, then we can just break. But we can't be scared. The reason why we're hitting these buttons, I imagine, is because we're scared. And so the idea here, when we're thinking about it, why are we hitting the 1+2 button? We're hitting the 1+2 button because we're going like, I don't want to have to deal with any more of Armor King's bullshit. And that is never the reason why you want to hit a button, but it is the most common reason that I see why people do. And if we just calm down a little bit on that, and we weren't scared of the pressure vortex, and we just held the back button a little bit more, then we wouldn't get into these situations where we get counter hit and we die because we panic and we're like, this is too much pressure. I don't know what's going on. I'm panicking. Hit a button. Try getting me out of here. Because all that ends up happening is you open yourself up more than if you just hold the back button, like you saw with the Shining Wizard example, or the While Rising 2, because of the frames. So you just have to take a second and take a step back. Hi, Han. Hello, welcome in. Better levelist than D-pad IMO. I agree. PS5 loves giving down and up inputs when pressing left and right. Yep, and that's because of the membrane. That's because it's a membrane D-pad. And membrane D-pads are notorious for that because they wear out and they give you the wrong inputs. How many frames do you need to sidestep? I have a video talking about this. Check out my video on YouTube that's titled Why Everything You Know About Sidestepping is Wrong. It is a very long discussion I could get into. I have a video on it. If you're curious about, please look at the video I've made on it. It'll be a lot easier than explaining it right now. I play an Xbox Elite control, though. It's still a membrane D-pad, so it's still going to have the same problems. Any control that has a membrane D-pad, whether it's an Xbox Elite, a PlayStation 5, whatever, is going to have that same problem. So here we go. We're going in. We hit the 3 button. And so, again, we have to think about decision making, right? So when we go in here and we do While Running 2-1 and we go in the stance and we press the 3 button, why are we pressing the 3 button? Think about it real quick. Why are we pressing the 3 button here? And the reason why we're pressing the 3 button is because we're like, oh my god, what if the Armor King tries interrupting me? I can power crush through it. But again, if the Armor King just blocks, and now you've just lost the game. So that's the second like interaction in a row where we could have lost the game again if we were playing against a player that was a little bit better on their defense, because we're just kind of hitting buttons and we're like, I don't want to deal with this Armor King doing his bullshit anymore. And this is also to serve like inversely to why it's important for you to not hit buttons and just hold back, because you see I'm doing that with the Armor King and you see how much mileage I'm getting out of it. The same goes for you if you do the same thing. I thought I was closer and I thought he blocked the low. Okay, so if you think he's going to block the low, why are we doing the -13 on block mid that does like 15 damage. Hi, Umigumi. It's been a while. It's good to see you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. What do you mean by membrane D-pad? What are the other types? So a membrane D-pad is a bit of rubber that when you press in the D-pad interacts with an electrode on a PCB that sends a signal to the game to input a direction. What ends up happening, because the membrane is just a little bit of rubber, over time as you press on the D-pad, it gets worn out. And because a D-pad is one thing instead of being 4 separate like directions, if you press, say, back on a membrane D-pad, when the down or up direction gets worn out because they get used, they become more sensitive. And so if you press back, it can also make the D-pad think that you're pressing down at the same time because of the sensitivity, and that's what gives you like a down back when you're trying to hold back. The other one that you can use is a micro switch D-pad or a clicky D-pad. Some reason people call it that, which is a micro switch. And a micro switch is obviously separated into 4 different units. It can't wear out that way, and it makes your inputs more consistent. The problem is, like, no controllers have a micro switch D-pad because the only games that would benefit from that are fighting games, and there's no market for it. They do exist, it's just very rare, and they're usually expensive. My controller, I have a pad box, has a micro switch D-pad. You can hear it. I won the wall splat, hence I said I thought it was closer. Okay. All right. So, you won the wall splat, you won the full combo, and I apologize I didn't see that part. So, here's what I'm going to tell you. Even if there was a wall splat, why? Right? Why? Because, like I said, if he ends up blocking this, you die. And what it relies on is the Armor King not blocking and doing that same mistake that we saw in round 1 where you crouched to try blocking like his down back 3 or a low or something, and then you just get hit by a mid and you die. So if this Armor King is just patient, he waits, which he has been doing throughout this game, then you do the 3 and you just die. So what other options then do we have that don't cause us to die? And these are the options we have to think of, right? We can't just be thinking about, like, I want the combo. Even if the wall is here, even if we assume 30 isn't the way to go for the wall splat, and the simple reason for that is because it's way too risky. But if we did want the wall splat, you know what you can do? You can do this, right? You can cancel the stance, and then you can do, this is a little bit tricky because of how the replay works, forward 4-2, right? And if we do forward 4-2, it accomplishes the same thing, but it's safe. And we're not doing the power curse, assuming that he's going to press into it. And if we think he's going to press into it, then what do we have to beat crouching and pressing? We have the 1 button, right? We have 1. We have that. And that also wall splats, and it accomplishes the same thing. And even at GOD, people don't duck the second hit. And besides that, if we want to play it safe, we can just do that. And not only does that beat ducking, but it also beats if they hit a button because we're +4. So it accomplishes the same thing, but it doesn't cause us to die on block. And then obviously we have other options as well. If we want to keep up the plus frames, right? We can do up 1+2, try going for that. Like, we have so many other and better options, and we have to be thinking of all of our options that we have all at the same time, right? So there's the wild running 3, go in the stance here. And again, right, so we do the same problem where we are not holding the back button. So we get hit by this, go in, we crouch, we do back 1, and then we get counter hit. And again, if we instead just block, right, he does this, he's -21. If I actually didn't fuck up the input, boop, boop, right? But also this last hit can be sidestepped, and if we sidestep, then we get full launcher off of that. But even if we get hit by this, we just block the mid, we duck under the high, and then we punish him. But even if we block this, right? Even if we don't duck this high, he's -7. Ah, Jesus, that was a messed up Shining Wizard. We can just go in now. Now we can take our turn. That's hilarious how that worked. We need to be blocking more. We need to be blocking more. Kind of disheartening, the solution, something I suck at, sidestepping. But, okay. But half of the battle, though, that is not the key issue here, first of all. But second of all, do you at least see the situations where you can sidestep, though? Whenever you have because the core issue is that you're hitting buttons when you shouldn't be. So if you just, when your brain goes, I should hit a button here, if you just hold the back button, if you sidestep, if you step block, if you backdash, you're going to be doing better. Hi, Puma. So again, right? Round start, we try doing up forward 1, and then we hit buttons again. It doesn't work. We do that, and then again, right? It's the same thing as before. He just does this here, and this is the same situation we just talked about, right? Sidestep, boom. Down jab, boom. But instead, our option is we do up 2, and we eat shit and we die because of it. And so the problem here is twofold, right? And I imagine that the rest of the round is going to go the same way. Again, think about the direction of tech roll. We wake up backwards. We go 1-1-2. 1-1-2. We're staying in the corner for 3+4 when we're minus after the heat smash. Grab doesn't work. High, we grab, we're out of range. -11, we don't get the punish. There's heat smash. Boop, boop. We get combo here. We're not quite able to convert. Up 1+2. See, that's better. While running 3, go for the 4, it gets blocked, he gets a good punish. Now, what do we do here, right? This is the next question. We get hit by the low, we wake up, and if we hit a button, break it, forward 3, grab, try switching sides, that's fair. Yeah, and again, we hit a button, right? And if we just blocked, right, same thing. If we just play patient, because this Armor King is doing this a lot, if we just commit to the backdash, boom, boom, I fucked up the combo, but either way, we just lock him down for 3 seconds and then he loses. So what was the core issue throughout this game? And I've been on this a little bit, so I'm gonna kind of wrap up this last round a little bit quickly, right? But the core issue is like when we're hitting buttons and what buttons we're hitting, right? That's the issue. The issue is that we are very adamant about taking our turn when we think it's our turn. And what ends up happening is we get counter hit out of a lot of that. We are hitting buttons because we don't want the Armor King to be able to continue hitting buttons. We don't want to keep dealing with Armor King's mix-ups. But because we're doing that, we end up getting counter hit and eating more damage. And this round was a really good example of that. But then when we also, it seems to me, we're having trouble keeping up with what's going on. And the problem from there stems that we are getting a little bit too in over our head, right? We're getting a little bit too overwhelmed and we're taking a second to process what's going on, which is fine. But then after we process that, our gears shift and we go, I have to do this thing. I have to press button. I have to do, I have to take my turn. I have to do, and you just need to commit to the defense on both sides here, right? I've shown from both, whether it's you or the Armor King, how much mileage both of you could have gotten if we just backdashed more, if we just held back. The sidestepping is another aspect to it too that would help, but even just holding the back button more would help tremendously. So that's what you gotta think about. When you're having those instances when you're like, I need to hit a button, I need to take my turn, just hold off a little bit, press on the brakes, wait for them to do something. When you're trying to do a move, like in neutral, out stance, whatever, why am I doing this move? I did more 3 because I wanted to hit them with a mid wall spot because I thought they were gonna duck. Great, but what are the consequences if he blocks us? What other moves can I do? Is he doing anything that makes me think he's gonna counter like up 1+2? Because if we think he's gonna duck, but he's not going to like jab or anything, right? We could do while running 2-1, up 1+2. That would lose to jab or power crush, but if we just think he's going to duck and he's not going to counter that, then if that hits, we get the wall spot anyway, right? We could also do the 1 if we think he's going to hit a button. We need to think about how all of our moves like interact with each other and interact with the situation and find what our best move for the situation is. Sometimes we are picking the best move. Sometimes there might be other moves that we're not considering that could be better. And so going back into these games and trying to figure out, like, what was I trying to do here? What was the idea? And what moves might serve that purpose better would help you a lot. I know my defense is weak, so I have the mentality of run them over or I lose. So let me, again, try changing your perception on that, right? Let me go back here. Because if you're saying that your defense is bad, let me just, again, let's wait it out. Let's wait it out. That's all you gotta do. Just hold the back button and wait for them to do something stupid. Just wait. Let me go back. Let me go back to a random point in a random round real quick that I might not remember. Let me just go like here. Like, let's go here, right? Let's just go here. We do this. Hold the back button. Oh, they go in the stance. Interrupt with jab. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Just do this. They whiff something and go in now. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just backdash and hold the back button. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that, so don't make it more complicated than that. Trying to change those rubber things regularly. Yeah, I had to change controls like every 6 months when I was using a membrane. You gotta commit to defense, my man. I'm committed to the meme. Yeah. I paid $70. I didn't pay $70 to block. Hi, Kian. I'm back with the drug money. Why are you here with drug money too? I pull off analog stick. I didn't ask for pity. Only miss inputs. That is terrifying that someone would do that willingly. Lidia contributes that mentality, not gonna lie. Well, it's great then that you have Miari to be able to help with that, because that's going to help you overall with your gameplay and your neutral, right? Not being able to find good milky search D-pad on PS5. I despise standard PS5 D-pad and have simply gotten used to it. Yeah, I don't know how pro players deal with it. I really don't. I don't know how so many people use DualShock 5. It's ridiculous. Do I prefer if I brought the drugs instead? No, I don't want... No drugs. Anyway, that's going to do it. I did go on for a little bit longer than I probably should have. I apologize for that. But yeah, let's move on now to Juster. Juster, are you still here? Was a forward 4-2 merchant and lived or died by heat enhanced moves, getting my heaven and earth stacks. Well, that would explain why you were doing the forward 4-2 so much. But yeah, just have to switch gears. I play on DualShock 5. I didn't have any issues of the sort. Lucky. Hello, Babao. Hello, Zergy. I'm a Neanderthal. I play with the stick and the D-pad and PS5 controller. You play with both? That is insane. All right, I'm not seeing Justin in the chat. Oh, no. There he is. Okay, cool. Number 2, last game I had versus the Eddie player. Gotcha. All right. And then Enza, you will be on deck. D4. No drugs, wink. There's no wink, wink. I can somehow do 13 lectures in a row consistently on my PS5 pad. That is insane. Out against the Eddie player. Match number 2. This game? I have 0 experience versus Eddie, let alone good ones. Especially if it's going to be a GOD 3. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough. I'm not going to lie. I'm not great at the Eddie matchup, but I'll show you what I know. I also haven't played Lidia at all on my new pad, so I'm going to have input problems, and I apologize in advance for that. All right. Aaron, don't say that you're garbage. I swear to Christ. I take lemons and potato and stab them with copper poles to use them as buttons. That... insane. It's top 3 in my country, so a high mark for me to compete. All right, I will do my best then to try to help you with this. I can do Wavu and Electric's easy on PS5 D-pad simply because of how inaccurate the inputs are on Membrane. That makes it require less physical inputs. No, I kind of get that. I have that problem on my new control where the inputs are so good and precise that it makes doing that stuff harder for sure. I'm very hard on myself. I am unfortunately a perfectionist. Well, Tekken isn't the game for you because everyone who plays Tekken sucks. Even these sucks. Even Arslan sucks. Everyone sucks at this game because everyone has new things that they have to learn and everyone messes up. No one's perfect. You can't be perfect. Perfect forward and flicking my finger on the stick to do down, down, forward. Yeah, I mean, that's... seems about right. All right, let's do it. Let me put my headphones back on. It's less not perfect and more not good enough then. Oh, yeah, you're only like top 10% of the player base or whatever. Yeah, clearly. Come on, man. All right, here we go. So yeah, I mean, this is the first one, right? And I'm going to be very, like, obviously GOD versus GOD3. I'm going to be very nitpicky on this and talk about matchup stuff. So here are a couple of things, right? When Eddie does, and it's kind of difficult to show this, in this matchup, 1-2 into the stance here, down jab is an option select. Down jab is an option select. So that's the first thing. If Eddie does this, you see that this is the move that actually beats jabs, and I think he delayed it a little bit, and that's why it didn't end up being jabs. Maybe he didn't. But you can see that usually high crushes, right? That's the move why jab doesn't work. But down jab is an option select. The only way it's not is if he has stacks and he stays in stance because he gets that auto low parry. But at round start, that doesn't work. You could obviously power crush as well, generally not advisable, and you can sidestep, but he has moves to beat this. But yeah, like generally speaking, the way to beat this is down jab. Eddie, of course, has ways to be able to beat down jab, but 1-2 into stance like this it has ways to beat it, so you don't have to eat that. And then when Eddie does this, right, second hit's a high, so you can duck under that and then punish him for that. But yeah, it looks like he's going for a setup here. He does these 2 hits. It's -3. He does the built-in sidestep move here. Very common thing for Eddie players to do. And, you know, this is one of those things where if you just block it, you know, -13, right? So if we block it, -13, boop, boop. Right, and now we're just, like, uber winning at this point. The game just kind of ends off of that one interaction. And so it's just to kind of show that even though it looks like, you know, the Eddie's playing tight and he's having good reads, he is making some mistakes, and it could cost him if we get it right there. So, right, again, same thing here, is Eddie is doing a lot of gimmicks. And I'm assuming it's because after the first game, he recognized that you didn't know, like, the strings and you didn't know the highs. But again, you know, that's another high, so we can duck under that. It's a very important one to know. Second hit of this is high, right? And then that leads into this. And then again, -13, right? So this is another case where he's just doing, like, he is throwing everything at the wall. And in the span of 6 seconds, he has done about 8 things that could have got him punished and launched and got him killed. So all of these things we have to be aware of when it comes to the matchup, and these are very common things you see against Eddie as well. So this isn't just like this one guy is doing these things. This is pretty much any Eddie player you see is going to do this stuff, so you have to know, like, that move is a high, how to interrupt the handstand after 1-2, and all of this other stuff. Hi, Joshua. Are we back to Lidia? I'm not back to Lidia, but I'm talking about Lidia, so it's like adjacent. So yeah, again, suboptimal punish on there. Important to know. And then again, right, he does jab and then down forward 1. So how do we respond to this? We do this. We do the 1+2. Cancel stance. He jabs. And then we try doing... seems like down back too. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a case where, you know, we use the timing that we have after the jab to reposition, right, our back to the corner and the wall. We don't want to deal with it. So using this time to be able to sidestep after we block jab here is really valuable. And if we do that and we're fast enough, then we can punish this. But even if we're not, because of the follow, we can duck it and then launch. He doesn't have a mid extension, or he's not yet off of that. So that's something else we gotta think about. But again, he's just doing so many things that could get him killed. Here he does this. Now I don't even think, oh no, wait, yeah, it does count a hit, so he might have hit confirm this. Nah, he didn't hit confirm it. He just let that shit go. So that's another thing, right? If we just hold the back button against this guy because he's doing so many punishable things back to back, then, you know, duck it and then launch, right? So we get hit here, and he's doing a lot of this on the ground stuff. So here, if we tech roll, I don't know if we actually get a punish. We don't get a proper punish off of this, but we can tech roll here and then try getting out of this and get out of the corner. And if he ends up doing something stupid like that, then we just get combo from there, right? We end up getting hit by this, and now see, we have to deal with the corner. What we do from here? Yep, that second hit, again, importantly, is a high. So we get a launch on that. There's no mid off of that. So that's an important one to duck. I have problems ducking that, though. You don't see a ton of Eddies doing that, so yeah. And then we just messed up the combo here, right? So again, remember, while running one is a tailspin for whatever reason, the move would legitimately be better if it wasn't. But, and I can't really do core circle inputs on this pad. But, right, we get full combo off of that. So that's what we want to be looking for here. Yeah, I cannot do, like, motion inputs on this controller. It's very difficult. There we go. So we do that, and then on wake up, right, we're just prioritizing trying to get the stack at that point, you know? Go for from crouch down forward 3, completely fair. Delay forward 4-2, makes a lot of sense. And, you know, now this is a point, right, where we do this and then the 1 and he jabs into it, where we can go, okay, he might not know the Lidia matchup. So then at that point, you know, what do? We do that. And then we can just kill him from there, you know? Because if this hits, then I don't even remember the damn combo, man. Again, apologies for not getting the inputs right, because this controller is, like, I haven't played Lidia on this controller, so I'm just messing up all of the inputs here, right? But even something simple, like, Jesus Christ. It's bad, man. I probably need to swap out the D-pad if I wanted to play Lidia on this thing. There's a combo that can kill him, is what I'm kind of trying to get at. So we get interrupted here with the counter hit, the G-Clef cannon. Boop. And we eat that. One mix, he does the down forward 1. So there are a lot of, like, things that this guy is doing that are not only very punishable, but frankly not very smart. And he can very easily get blown up for doing these things. But yeah, so like here, as an example, right? Oop. A little bit back. So that was a good option. He does that, the from crouch move, right? So this is another case where he does like the back one. He's trying to do some really ridiculous setup. If he does this, forward 4-2 counter hit, you know. And then that's it. And then he basically just loses the game from there. Another thing that we can do as well if we want is down back 3, of course, to try counter hitting him. But when we get hit by the low here, then what do we do, right? We're -9, and the answer is we can't really do too much at this point. But after he does this, you know, we can power crush like we did before. We can also float him with jab. Right, and then we get full combo off of that. But we're kind of just letting him bully us, you know? We can also sidestep this if we want to. We could try to down back 3. I don't think we have the time. Yeah, we don't have the time to be able to down back 3 because it's a 12-frame movie's -1, so it trades with a down forward 1. But again, we can jab him out of it. Down jab is also an option select for stuff that he does. The real worry comes from if he does that, of course, which will evade the down jab. Like that. Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm misremembering. It has been a while. But yeah, so down jab is generally like a really good option select against this stuff, so you don't have to worry about it. And then, so the other thing that we need to look at here too is after this, just backdashing more, right? Because what we want to avoid is this Eddie getting into like clean hit range with the low and being able to get the full thing on the low. So we're just trying to avoid him from being able to have a mix-up. And then if we get out of range of that, wow, Lidia's backdash is so bad. Oh, it's because I gotta take control, right? But if we get out of that, then if he does something stupid like that, then again, we can float him. We can try to counter him with forward, forward 2, right? But we just want to avoid those mix-up options from him. So again, he just rips out the mid-high. We could have ducked it and then launched it. And then when he goes here, he does this. He's +8. Again, there's not a whole lot we can do. He just gets this as a mix-up. Obviously, that's a high and we can duck it, but it has a lot of risk to it. Wake up. That was a great block on that. Yep, and he got the wrong punish. So we can kind of infer based on this that this guy does not know the Lidia matchup. And so that's something that we can abuse as well, because he's abusing your lack of matchup knowledge. So you can definitely abuse his lack of matchup knowledge. But yeah, this is a move that he only has in heat. It's +9. It's a high, but it's stupid. It's broken. He does the mid-mid. He gets the heat engager. Again, there's not a lot you can do about that. And how we go from here, high, high, high. Good duck on that. And again, from here at this point, you know, and you did this well, but it's important to just keep it cool, right? It's not a whole lot we can do, but we can backdash and just try preventing Eddie from being able to really do anything. The duck here was good. We can power crush too, of course, if we want to try going that route. Of course, circle forward 4, go for the mid, makes sense. -14. That was a good forward 4 too. And again, like, this is another part of what I'm saying is that this guy is doing a lot of really dumb shit for no reason, and it's getting him killed. He's pressing buttons when he's -14. It's stupid. He gets a good block on that though. Oop. Goes in the stance. We try hard ducking. Yeah, and then he goes for the low. And this is why it's important, like I said, like when we're in these positions, not that there's a whole lot we can do here because of the wall, but to backdash out of that clean hit range. But yeah, I mean, like at this point when we wake up, there's not a lot we can do, and that's why it's kind of important a lot of the time when we do this. Like, there is counterplay, right? We can try jabbing him and wake up, but that's very risky. We could try doing rage art as well. That's a little bit less risky. But what we really kind of need to do here at this point is delay our wake up timing and stay on the ground. Because if this guy's gonna play like a nut and we see that, then yeah, I mean, go back. But I'm gonna stay on the ground here. You know, it's unfortunate this stuff hits on the ground, but you know, if we can try getting out of that position, see, we take less damage, and then that lets us try to get back in the game here. But yeah, I mean, when Eddie's at the wall, it's kind of a fucked position to be in, you know? Why you want a different controller? Because my last one broke. Hi, Salaby. Hello, hello, welcome in. Gotta say, I subbed like 3 or 4 days ago and I'm loving your content. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy being here. Thank you so, so much. Fix it? Yeah, if only. If only I could. Heaven Earth 1 be a better option? Well, no, because it's -11. So then if it gets blocked, then you just get put in the same position as before. And Heaven and Earth 2 wall splats. So why would you do Heaven and Earth 1? Generally speaking, you never want to do Heaven and Earth 1 unless you're trying to catch them sidestepping. Because it's -11. So why would you do that instead of just take the +6? So jab, down jab, interrupting, good generic game plan versus when he goes in the stance, yeah. But other than that, you know, like this guy again, I mean, there's obviously not going to be one revolving idea because a lot of it's going to be like matchup knowledge specifically versus Eddie and what to do against his character, because you both are already at like GOD 3, so there's not a whole lot of fundamentals I can tell you about. But you know, like basically the stuff I said, right? This guy like did not play very well. He just abused a bunch of gimmicks and it ended up working because we didn't know how to interrupt the stance, we didn't duck the high, and he just kind of walked over you for it. and we weren't able to get off offense going. If we got our offense going, we would have walked all over him because it doesn't seem like he knows how to play against Lidia. So, you know, I don't know how game 1 was, of course. I imagine he was doing a lot of that because he saw, like, he doesn't know what to do against Eddie, so he just hit a bunch of buttons. But, you know, that just kind of gives you a general idea, right? And a lot of what this Eddie was doing is very generic stuff that you'll see pretty much any Eddie player from Tekken King or above do. He didn't do anything special. He didn't do anything that's like unique to him being a GOD3. Like, this Eddie played like no offense to you, Jester, but he played like a Tekken King Eddie, you know? He did a lot of very typical Eddie stuff, and so especially at your level, this like all of the stuff I talked about here is pretty important to know about and remember, because pretty much any Eddie player you play against is going to be doing this stuff. So, but yeah, you know, you just got Eddie a month ago, have no clue how to lab him, don't know any of his moves, and you know, that's understandable, right? No one plays Eddie, you don't really see him, and the counterplay to Eddie is unique, so it can be difficult to get that down, especially if you don't know the character. But I hope that little synopsis there, why did the colors on my stick change? I hope the little synopsis there kind of gave you an idea of what you need to be looking out for, because all of that stuff that Eddie was doing is stuff you gotta look out for against Eddie. But yeah. Oh, you mean like with the wall combo, the wall running 1, heaven, earth 1, then down 1+2? Not necessarily, because he didn't have any, or you didn't have any stacks, right? Or Jester didn't have any stacks. I'm getting my brain confused. So, like, you see a lot of Lidia players that will do, like, at the wall, the hot kick combo in the heaven, earth 1, then down 1+2. I personally don't agree with that. I don't think that's the right way to go, because you're kind of wasting your heat for 5 extra damage in a stack, and the stack you can get in neutral anyway, and the 5 damage you can get off of chip for continuing your offense with the heat you have remaining. So I generally think that having Earth 1, the down 1+2 in that kind of situation is not the way to go. I think it's not correct. Hi, Jolter. Hello, welcome in. I have 0 legacy knowledge of the character, so he feels like a Tekken 8 character for me. Yeah, I mean, again, it's tough, but I hope that gave you some ideas on what you gotta look out for. A lot of the highs, like again, the down jab and jab interrupts, when the power crush, stuff like that. If you have 3 stacks already, then let it rip. At 3 stacks, it's a little bit more justifiable because of the extra damage, but I still wouldn't do it. But if you have full HP, and you have 3, or not full HP, if you have full heat and 3 stacks, then sure, yeah, go for it. But you just don't want to waste the heat. I'm back. Hi, Gabe. Hey, Eagle Drive Storm for entries. There is not, no.
I hate rich
Okay for the 16 months.
On your stream, learn and have fun. Thank you, Sesujin. Love Sesujin.
Aw, thank you, Kyoke. It's a pleasure to have you here, man. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you. It's good to have you here, man. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you. I know stacks I wanted to preserve heat, so I didn't opt in the while running 1 heaven and earth 1 combo. Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. Feels like a Pokemon catch moment where I'm able to see the character game plan for what it is. Hell yeah. I just hope I can help out with that with the limited amount of that we have. I don't know, man. I always just feel weird not going on for half an hour with one person, but I just kind of, you know, I gotta say what there is to say and then move on from it, I guess. Because there's so many goddamn people here. Enza, are you here? I don't remember your name, and I don't remember who on YouTube is Enza. It's lawful good, right? Are you here? You're up next, and then Ad Hoc's on deck. Oh, it wasn't lawful good. It was Nezathal. Okay, gotcha. Rayo de Sol. Okay, okay. I'm getting my wires a little bit crossed. Except feeling like I have to just hold block and pray. Yeah. Now you got the down jab timing, which is half the battle. Yeah, half is playing it. All right, so number 22 versus Kazuya named Dare. Got you covered. G, Y, M, J. T. Not a lot of numbers in this one. Okay. Number 22. This one? Just want to make sure because it seems like almost fell asleep. Not gonna lie, it's 2:30 a.m. I'm sorry it took a little bit to get to you, man. If I don't have a generic crouch jab, can I still interrupt Eddie's 1-2 in the stance? Not really, because the 3 will crush jabs. And I don't think generic down... Well, no, generic down 4 beats most options. There's one option that beats. It's not a clean option select. But you can probably do down 4. It's the 0-3 one. Ah, this one, number 24. Gotcha. Okay. Let's do it.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
From crouch and then jab, is it there? And no, that's way too slow. We'd be able to see any of my games if possible. Unfortunately, the queue is closed. We have 27 people in here. I don't have time. I'm sorry. Other problem of, you know, you want to do and then end up in a match and all of it flies out the window and you just end up unga bunga. Not really, but I played the game for so long, you know. A lot of people do, though. I guess I have that problem when I play a different character. Oh, good, just figure I ask. Yeah, you're good, man. No worries. Default to bad habits, but you have to recognize when you just flow charting and all power engage with the enemy instead. Yep. Lemur Lidia, what is this custom? I think it's a cat girl. I think it's a cat girl. All right, so we have the iguana versus the lemur. Let's do it. Both of these outfits are really something. Yeah, that's unfortunate that the one did not end up working out there. Keep it going. So, like, immediately what I'm kind of noticing from the beginning is we're having two problems, right? We're having two pretty consistent problems, and I'm still not quite sure what this is stemming from. But one of the problems that we're having is we're attacking a little bit early, right? So here, I like that we're waiting to make sure that we're counter hit confirming the one instead of just hitting buttons willy-nilly, right? I think that's good. The problem we have here, and let's see what the inputs are real quick, just to double check on why this is happening. It seems like we try crouch blocking, and that ends up getting us hit, right? So he doesn't really get the combo or retech roll. I think we tried whiff punishing the 4-2-4. It doesn't work. Down jab. And then we block the Wild Rising 2. We don't punish it. We do 4-3-2. We get a combo here at the wall. That whiffs here. And then we try hitting a button. So that's immediately what I'm looking at. But I haven't seen anything that's too egregious yet. All right, here we go. So said something in the chat. This might give me some info. It was the Battle Pass Bikini plus cat ears plus lemur tail. It's not supposed to be a step. It was supposed to be a backdash. Inputs are always messing up on my end. And the crouch block was also a backdash attempt. I will keep that in mind. That is pretty important info. Jesus, Lidia is chiseled. I'm just here to learn. That etymology with kicking was great. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. What's wrong with her knee? Don't worry about it. Okay. So, again, not a lot to get from here so far. The main thing right now that I'm noticing is that we're whiffing a lot, right? Like there. So if we go back to the beginning of the round and we think about the whiffing problem that's going on. So let's just go back here, right? We're waiting it out. That was a good forward 4-2, so we don't have the problem there. And so here's another thing as well, right? So this crouch, you say, was supposed to be a backdash. So if we backdash here, it doesn't do anything, you know? It doesn't do... So one of the biggest problems when it comes to movement and backdashing is why are we backdashing? Because the way that neutral guard works in this game means that if I get hit by, like, let's say, I don't know, let me go back here. I think I'm a little bit too far back. Give me a second. So if I get hit by, like, stature kick, and then I'm neutral guarding, you see how that connects? You see how that connects, right? So here, and then see how that becomes natural. Because you're neutral guarding. The reason why that happens, and this is even true if I do... Maybe I have to be a little bit faster. But this is even true if I do, like, something a little bit slower as well. Oh my god, please. See? See how that hits? And the reason why is because here, you're in an animation, right? So if I hit you a stature kick here like this, that animation, you cannot neutral guard during. And any animation in this game where you are in something like this, you cannot guard during it. Or you cannot neutral guard during it. So that's why you have to hold the back button. That's why a lot of people complain about neutral guard in this game, is because these animations leave you vulnerable to getting hit if you are not holding back. Holding back is essentially canceling the animation. And so how does this have to do with backdashing off of something like Wild Rising 1-2? The reason why is because there are going to be a lot of times where you get hit by something like this because you're backdashing. Because when you're backdashing, what's happening while you're backdashing? You are inputting neutral. And during that neutral, if you are just hitting backdash over and over and over again like this, and the opponent does something like what I showed, like this into 1-1-2, and you're just sitting here doing this, they could hit you in between those backdashes, and then you get hit while you think you're holding back. And so this is something that kind of goes for everyone. I'm saying it's not just about you, but like in general, because this is a very important thing to understand, because I see it all the time. You have to be inputting backdash for a reason. You can't just be backdashing all the time for no reason while you are in the middle of blocking strings, because it is not safe. There is risk to it. And that is really important to understand when you end up getting hit, not in this instance, but by a lot of moves while you're backdashing and you're like, I was blocking that. You may have been trying to, but because you're just hitting the backdash button all the time, that neutral guard is what's hitting you. So you have to know when to backdash and when to hold back. And when you are blocking Kazuya's twin pistons, that's not a time to backdash, right? Because it's not doing anything. Hi, Vogue. Sup, Seth? How you doing? Holy shit, that Lidia custom? Yeah. Right, Jumanji, a lot of the movement you do in 8 has to be with a purpose. At certain levels, it's kind of crazy how often you have to. Yep, 100%. As a Bower Room, thanks to watching your coaching and videos, I now made the Tekken King. Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations on that. Hell yeah, dude. Good shit, man. Big congratulations. That's awesome. Nicely done, man. All right, so now when we start going into here, right? So we see the whiffed electric, and we do 4-2-4. And so we're trying to do this as a whiff punish, right? That's the idea. Oh, he whiffed electric. Let me try whiff punishing him, and it fails. So here's something I'm going to challenge you on with Lidia, right? What I'm going to challenge you on is that when the opponent whiffs, you do not always have to whiff punish them. Now, it's important that you always make an attempt. But what's more important... Okay, let me say it this way. why do we try whiff punishing in the first place, right? What is the purpose of whiff punishing, and what does whiff punishing ultimately accomplish for us? And you might have a couple of answers. You might say, oh, well, it gets damage. You know, it knocks the opponent down. It gives us a combo. But ultimately, no matter what you punish the opponent with, what it does is it lets us win neutral, right? That's the idea. That's what whiff punishing does, right? Whiff punishing takes the opportunity that we have to take control of neutral and gives us control of neutral. So if we don't try whiff punishing here and we just back up, then we don't have control of neutral after the opponent's Kazuya whiffs, right? But if we immediately punish here, then we obviously have control of neutral because we knocked him down. But a lot of the times in real game scenarios, what's going to end up happening, like let's say for example, go back and let's play the Kazuya, and instead of doing this, let's say that we whiff jab, right? Let's say we whiff jab. If we whiff jab here, like this, and it's kind of hard for me to set this up because of like where I am in the replay, but if we whiff jab like that, right, we can't whiff punish that. And that was actually a great example of that. If we do jab, and then like the opponent here does forward 4-2 to try whiff punishing, that's not going to work. Because jab has so quick recovery that we cannot realistically actually whiff punish it. And it's the same if Kazuya here does a proper electric. If Kazuya here ends up doing a proper electric, and I'm gonna have trouble doing this, and obviously there it's a little bit of a bad example because we do get the punish. So let me just stick to like the jab example, right? If we just jab here, or if we like, again, whiff electric, and I can't do it because I need to hold the control properly. We can't whiff punish this just because of how fast it recovers, or because I'm like frame 23 or something. We just cannot. We don't have the ability to be able to perceive that fast enough and whiff punish it. So what we need to be doing instead is we need to be doing a move that accomplishes that goal of giving us control of neutral to punish the opponent for whiffing, but it doesn't necessarily need to hit in these situations. Because what is the problem with whiff punishing jab or electric again, right? The problem is that we cannot hit them with our whiff punish during that time where they are recovering from the animation. And that means that our whiff punish ends up getting blocked. And that is precisely what ends up happening here. Even though we're late, because he did electric and we were out of range, we just were not going to be able to hit this, right? So what we need to be thinking about then is what moves can we do that give us the benefit of whiff punishing the opponent if they hit him, but also give us that benefit on block. And so for Lidia, a couple of those options would be like, hold on here, go back here, back one, right? Back one would be a great example of this, because now if, and I apologize, I'm gonna fuck this up, if we forward 2 here, and as long as we link it correctly, boom, 1 frame link, then we beat his 13 frame move, right? And now we just get all of this pressure going. Now he just dies off of that, right? So even though we didn't whiff punish him, you see how that one move, even though he blocked it, gives us such profound control over neutral that it doesn't matter that if we hit him or not. Because it just does so much for us on block because we were given that opening to allow us to be able to throw that move out without the risk of it getting counter hit or it getting sidestepped. So that's one thing. But then another thing that we can do, of course, is forward 4-2, right? Because this is kind of doing the same thing. It's doing the same thing for us, and you can see here, that was actually a really good example, and I wish I capitalized on that. So if we back up here, you see he whiffs, and we can go with the forward 4-2, boom, he whiffed jab. And look, he doesn't have enough time there after whiffing the jab to be able to counter hit us for doing back one. So I'm doing the back one there after he whiffs jab, not to whiff punish him, but because I know he can't sidestep it, he can't interrupt it, and if he even tries to, then at that point, he loses the game, right? He just loses the game from there. And so those are the options we need to think about as well. And then if we go back to the replay and we do hit this back one fast enough to punish, we get even more benefit out of it, right? So those are a couple of things that we need to be thinking about. And of course, there are also going to be times where the opponent whiffs something that's a lot bigger. That time it wasn't a whiff. We get the whiff a little bit later on, where we do want to try getting our bigger launch punish to try whiff punishing, right? And so making the distinction and differentiating between those two situations is really important. But if you ever have the problem where you don't know like what that situation is, then you can just back one, right? So like here as well, you see he whiffs this, and I'm out of range to 3-2 actually. It's been so long since I played Lidia, I feel dumb, but look, that's a big whiff, we can do that. But if we're going, sorry, I didn't mean to roll forward there, but if we're going around and we see that and we don't know him, we're late, we can try the back one. I'm doing a pretty poor job of like setting this up properly so that we can get this in. And then if it punishes, great. If it gets blocked, that's still fine, because we still get so much advantage off of it getting blocked. Also factor in needing 7 frames to sidestep block if they check with fast buttons. There's a lot of different nuances. Okay, I'm gonna reiterate, you do not need 7 frames to sidestep block. You don't. You can sidestep Lydia's jab at -6. You don't. It's a really bad rule to follow. You don't need 7 frames to sidestep block. Movement is something I don't get to elaborate much. I always get a little nervous during my game, so that makes it much worse. Don't understand why Rainer is in this toned. I don't either. So let's keep that in mind as we're going, right? So here, that whiffs, and then we do forward 4, and we try doing forward 4-2. And this is sort of like in the similar vein of what I'm talking about. The problem is that now we whiff, and now Kazuya just is like down back, right? And that ends up connecting. It gives him the full combo. It gives him the wall. It gives him the Oki. We go back. We activate heat. We whiff. We needed to cancel that. And now Kazuya is just able to punish. And now we just lose. You know, now it's just the end of the game. Now, fortunately, the Kazuya, for some reason, didn't down jab here. That would have just been the end of it. But again, you see, and this might be a little bit about what you talked about getting nervous with movement, because we go here. We end up not getting the full combo. We do 1+2, and that gets us killed because Kazuya is able to punish, right? And so we have to keep calm during these moments, and we need to go, okay, go here, right? Like, try layering on the offense and getting us to that point where we can continue this neutral presence and this pressure to kill him. But if we panic and we do this 1+2, it gets us killed, right? You pressed 31+2 instead of 3-2, so it was an input buffer thing. Gotcha. So there we end up getting a counter hit. And you know, the main thing is thinking about that whiff punishment where we are neutral. So that's kind of what I'm going to focus on. So there, right? Same thing. And we do the forward 2 here. And let's see how this goes. So like my initial instinct here after this whiff was to back 1. Right? And even if we're late on this, boom, again, same thing, right? We get counter hit, boom, 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 go here, boom, right? And then we can just keep going and going and going, right? We're getting control of neutral even if it gets blocked. What you end up doing here instead is the forward 4-2. And so what I would do personally, I'll forward 4-2 here, is I would do, God, not that. Fucking hell. I would probably do this, and then that ends up getting blocked. I don't even remember how you punish this with Lidia, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just, didn't do the full string that time. Core circle forward 4. Yeah, and then we get that, and then boom, right? So we can use that neutral presence to make him panic, and then try punishing him for that. But also, you know, we have the 1, right? So I'm still so Miari brained right now. But when we have the horse 1 as well, that also allows us to be able to continue our offense. So what we did here, so we did the 1, brilliant. And then we delay a little bit, but we go in the heat, and then we do 1-2-2. And the Kazuya is just like gone. He's hit the rage button like I don't know how many times. So you know, this is fine. Obviously, there are more optimal ways that we could go about using heat. We're not going to worry about that too much. So So we dash in, dash out. And so, again, right, what we want to think about here, the main thing, 1 second. Question, if you just made a general rule of thumb, at what disadvantage is sidestep and sidestep block no longer viable? There's no frames where sidestep and sidestep block is no longer viable. Sidestep and sidestep block is only no longer viable when you cannot block the move that you're trying to block. See my very own experience from a video, but it's very possible I was wrong. I'll fact check myself. After this game, I will go in and practice and show you an example of what I'm talking about. I have an entire video talking about this, but that general, like, you can't sidestep at -6 or -7 rule is nonsense. But I'll show you an example. Play should be aware of it even if they're in with punish range. Yeah. So take control here. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. So we have to think about in this instance about how we keep control of neutral. And when we run up and we run back like this, that can be fine. Because maybe we're trying to delay our timings to be able to play around and something that Kazuya is doing, right? But there are a couple of things you have to think about. One of the things you have to think about is that he's on the ground, so you get Oki. The other thing you have to think about is his heat. So if we dash in and dash out, and the Kazuya does this, then what are we doing by dashing in and out to stop that? And the answer is nothing. What we're doing by dashing in and out to try stopping that is we're trying to bait out something from Kazuya, like maybe forward 2, for instance. Oh, he's -9, now we can go in. But we already have that advantage because he's waking up from the ground, and on top of that, he has heat dash. So if we block one of these moves, he's +5 anyway, he has control of neutral. So what we need to be thinking about in that same vein of keeping control of neutral is also the heat, right? And what the Kazuya wants to do, which is going to be using his heat, utilizing his heat, using his heat dash. And how do we stop that? The way that we stop that is we run in, see him wake up, and then we start our offense like this, right? That's what we want to be thinking about, keeping control of the neutral. But when we're backing up like this, we're not doing that, and now he did crouch dash 1+2, and now he has control of neutral all of a sudden. So we end up whiffing that. And again, we tried going for the from crouch down forward 3, but again, we're out of range. So we're not able to control neutral this way. And from this, Kazuya again gets a punish, wakes up, does that, -16. We would lay on the punish, but we did try punishing, so that's fine. Now again, we're out in neutral. And from this point, again, we have to think about how do we win neutral, and with neutral being reset, we wait for him to whiff. And then even if we end up not getting our forward 2, as a punish, that gives us back control of the neutral, and that is what can win us the round. So that, again, that's what we gotta be thinking about. And again, we're trying to force ourselves to win neutral, so that's why we're doing the while running 3 here. We're backing up, but see, look at the difference between the while running 3 and this, because here we go in forward 2. Even if it gets blocked, we still have control of neutral, but on hit, we get punished. We get a punish, and we're able to keep going. But then off of that, 1+2, again, what are we doing to keep control of neutral, right? We do this, and then we back up, and what I'm gonna argue here will be more productive is if we did this, right? Because if we do this, we keep his back to the wall, and then if he does something stupid like that, then we can kill him. So, again, thinking about the ways that we keep the neutral presence, and a lot of it revolves around the forward 2, and the back 1. So let's go into round 3 here. Got questions in my head about what to do. Maybe 3 intervals or frame disadvantage. I struggled finding confidence about it. It's very normal. Previous game, he kept doing spring kick, and I was trying to catch him and punish it, but I can see how backdash was unnecessary on my part. And again, you can sidestep as well, right? I wasn't saying you could sidestep block or sidestep at all. I was talking about sidestep block when you -7 if they do quick pokes. Even stepping at -9 can seem crazy. It avoids slow mids if your opponent gets greedy. Probably how I elaborated on it. Yeah, okay, so if I misinterpreted, I apologize. You are correct. But, because you're right that if you try sidestep blocking, generally, when you're at -7, -8, yes, jabs are going to hit you. But depending on the positioning, sometimes it's better for you to eat those jabs to get out of a mid-low situation that can wall splat you or keep you in the corner than just holding the back button because you're afraid of eating the 10 damage from a 1-2, right? That's the way I see it. So sometimes it's good to sidestep, even if you know that you're going to take the damage at those frames to avoid a worse situation. And yes, I agree. Okay, so we're on the same page then. Cool. My bad. I misunderstood what you were saying. My fault. Briskery was not worth staying on the wall to take 10 damage. Exactly. Yep. And that's why I always have a problem with that general rule that I see a lot where it's like, if you're -7, you shouldn't sidestep. It's like, you shouldn't sidestep if you're going to die from a jab, sure. But it's very situational, you know? So yeah, here, you know, -8, we think it's punishable, which is fair, right? Because this last hits a mid, you know? So thinking that's punishable, fair play. It's not. The Kazuya gets the punish here, goes for the plus frames, down forward to counter hit, and we end up hitting a button here. Stature kick. And again, we're trying to attack into this when we're -4. And so a lot of this is just frames, right? So this is our opportunity to be able to get back in the game. And so what I would be doing here is I wouldn't be going head first right into it, like trying to hit a button. But what I would be trying to do is trying to backdash out of there. And I'm very Miyari brained right now, but I'd be trying to backdash out of there, right? Get him to whiff like that. And then go for like my big punish to get the heat engager to recover the gray health, get my stacks up, because we also have the wall, right? And because we have the wall, we have the ability to be able to perform bigger, stronger mix-ups. Our mids become more powerful. We have rage, which does more damage, and so back one becomes very powerful here. So that's what I would be looking at to win neutral. And if the Kazuya just runs in and is like, blah, 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 then I can either try to keep him out, or if I don't want to take that risk, then I can try backdashing, and then like if he does house sweep here, I can try sidestepping, right? Although apparently my sidestep isn't going to work here, so I have to sidewalk. But I can try doing that after I backdash if he just like wave dashes in or something like that. Like that's how you get back in this game from this point. But this was our opportunity to be able to win. We unfortunately dashed in instead of backdashing, right? And then that ended up causing us to get hit by a house sweep, because when we, like, here's the problem with this situation, right? When we are dashing in, we are doing the Kazuya's job for him. It is on the Kazuya right now, because his heat is running out, to be able to capitalize on his heat. It is on the Kazuya to be able to close that distance to do his house sweep, his heat smash, forward 2, whatever. And so when we run in like that on wake up, and the reason why I specifically said I'm gonna backdash and not go in, is because by going in, we're just making his job easier. And that ended up causing us to get hit by the house sweep. And the other reason why we don't want to just run in after this as well is because even though he jumped here, he still has frame advantage. So if he immediately does forward 2, for example, and we try interrupting him, we die. So that's why we can't do that. That's why we want to backdash. And we start off backdashing, but then we second guess. We were like, I'm going to run in, do something, and then we ended up getting hit. That was a great block. Low heat smashes, by the way, are universally -14. So we got the block on this, but then we kind of panicked and didn't do anything to punish it. And then we just end up losing the round from there. And we end up losing the game. So we've really got to think about, like, not only how we control the neutral, we gotta think about, like, our general, like, neutral game and approach and all of that stuff. But then we also have to think about, like, when we have control of neutral, when we don't have control of neutral, how does the opponent win neutral from here? How do I get neutral back? Like, what are those times where I have the ability to, like, be in a position where I can win the game? And how do I take advantage of that? And it seems like the problem is a lot of the time we did have that opportunity, we just didn't know how to capitalize on it. We didn't have the right moves. And because of that, the Kazuya was able to counter hit us. He was able to launch us a bunch, and we took a lot of damage from combos, and we ended up losing off of that. Season 3, when Lidia has 3 stacks down back 3, should guard break. Please teach people how to sidestep cancel block for positioning. I have a video on it on the channel. It's called Why Everything You Know About Sidestepping is Wrong. Give that video a look. It'll answer all of your questions. What if he just waits me out? How do I approach safely to actually fight him and not eat the most obvious thing? Okay, so that's a good question. And let's go back in the game to that previous situation. And I don't remember, I don't know when you said that because I haven't been constantly looking at the chat while I'm talking, so I don't lose my train of thought. When does Kazuya not have frame advantage all the time? Well, when you block house sweep and then punish it, just like Murray envisioned. Right here. Backdash. See, I'm not even backdash canceling. Look, just backdash. Boom, boom. And if he waits you out, then you know what you can, oh, Jesus Christ. Then you know what you can do from here, right? If he waits you out, like let's just say, hold on. Let's just say that he's waiting me out, waiting me out, waiting me out. It's kind of hard to like do this because of how the replay is, and he does just kind of come at me, so you do have to whip punish. Let's try to find a different example. I don't know where a good example of this is going to be. Maybe that one time we had in round 2. So here, he's weighing you out. He does something stupid. We launch him. I'm very Miari brained right now. But look, he does something stupid, waits him out, launch him, right? Because he's not going to wait you out forever. And what you can also do is you can try like dashing in. You can try baiting something out. You can try delaying your timing. And then I keep sidestepping to the right. That's why I keep getting hit, right? But see, we can just dash in, we can try sidestepping, and then we can launch him if he does something stupid. Or what we can do is we can just delay our timing and then jab, down forward 1, right? Stuff like that. Try setting up for forward 2 or back 1. Just do small Tekken and the big Tekken stuff. Is that when I was about to die? So later on in the round. It's like if we go here. Like we're out here, we can toe kick him away, back it up, and then he's waiting, he does something stupid. But let's take this a different route. Let's say, okay, he's waiting, boom, go in there, wait for him to do something stupid, and I keep forgetting that's not the punish because of the pushback. But that's what you want to do, right? Just try baiting him into thinking, ooh, I'm going to get the poke here, or like, ooh, I'm going to be able to like beat him out, or like whatever, and then make them make a big mistake, and then you capitalize on it. So like a better example here, if I do this, back it up, forward 2, wait for him to do something stupid, and then I can't do core circle inputs on this controller, so I apologize for that. But boom, wait it out, he does something stupid, core circle forward 4, boom, that's a punish. Wow, we're in here, and now we're back in the game. See? Now we're back in the game. Yo, Dina, welcome in. Hello, hello. Minus 9 people tend to do slow moves, so you want to punish the green, force them to play the frame chop over going more plus frames or chip. Exactly, yeah. In short, Kazuya play casino. Thank you for the break time, sir. I think I am going to take a proper break here. Thank you. Do you have a video teaching people about telegraphing? I actually don't, but that's a really good idea. I gotta think about that. SpeedKicks did a very good video about neutral and Tekken recently. Basically, the gist of it is that your neutral and small Tekken doesn't matter if you don't do it to collect all the info about your opponent. And I didn't watch the video, so I don't know. But to add on to that, it also doesn't matter if you don't do anything to capitalize off of your victories. And that's sort of the problem we're seeing here, is that even when we do get the victories, we're not doing the right options to be able to capitalize off of it. So. Another question I have is when reading the Kaz moves, I can't understand his mix-ups even though I try to lab his house sweep, and his mid-punch confuse me sometimes, and when I try to parry it, I die. So like you're having problems with dealing with crouch dash 1+2 and house sweep. So what I'm going to say in that case, not having all of the context behind it, is 2 things. 1, Kazuya's crouch dash 1+2 is so plus that you really can't size up against them, so you kind of just have to eat whatever mix-up comes next. But 2, that's where step guarding to the left comes into play. I'm not sure how to play neutral and punish that. So there are a couple of things, right? If Kazuya over here is like wave dashing at you, right? If he's just going like, and again, I can't really do motion inputs on here, but if he's just going like wavoo, I cannot do wave dashing on here. Holy shit, it's like impossible. Oh my god. If he's just like wave dashing at you, then you can use a mid to interrupt it, right? That's one part of it. So if he's just going woo, 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 and he's threatening like the crouch dash 1+2 or the hell sweep, well, he has to be in crouch dash to do it, right? So what you can do to stop that is just throw out a quick little mid poke. You can throw out like in Lidia's case, one of the reasons why Lidia is able to deal with Mishima so well is because of forward 2. Dude, I cannot, like, I legitimately cannot do wave dash on this controller. I need to swap out the D-pad to do that. Because if he tries doing like crouch dash 1+2 out in neutral and you do forward 2 like that, like not only does he have to do the input here like this, but forward 2 will counter hit him because it's 24 frames. But then the other thing you can do, of course, is you can sidestep left. And then that'll be with the right timing, the hell sweep and the crouch dash 1+2. Don't you say Lidia is good against Mishimas? I have the lowest win rates with them. I find Lidia to be very good against Mishimas. I was enjoying the coaching, but if you need a break, take a break. I do need to refill my water. But yeah, and it's like what Neverendo said as well. You won't be able to react to the house sweep, but you can kind of get a tell on when he's going to do a house sweep, and you can mitigate it with mids to try interrupting the wave dash, or you can try sidestepping. If you don't want to just try guessing between the crouch dash 1+2 and the house sweep. So yeah. Anyway, that's pretty much all I got. I hope that helps. I am going to take a break, and then Ad Hoc, you'll be up. You'll be up next. Field of Stars, you're on deck, and then it's Bad Gorilla, and then it's Lawful Good. Am here. Fantastic. If you have a specific game that you want me to look at, let me know in the chat. Like I said, I'm going to take a quick break so I can refill my water and stuff. I will come back, and yeah. Is there a list queue? There is. Here right now, you are number 5 on the list. So right now, Ad Hoc is coming up. Then Field of Stars is on deck. Then it's Bad Gorilla, Ryo / Lawful Good. And then Hero, it's you. So you are number 5. Sidestep left crouch block. Do not do sidestep left crouch block, because what Kazuya can do is he can wave dash and then cancel with forward 2 and now catch a crouch block and give him heat engager. So just sidestep left block. Don't sidestep left crouch block, because sidestep left will beat the hell sweep as long as you time it right. This is awesome against Heihachi. For some reason, after sidestepping the second hit of his flash punch whiffs, even when the first one hits, so you block the third one and launch with 3-1. I've never had that come up, but that's very funny. I have the UI mod that sees the sidestep per character, so I always sidestep left, so I guess I'm doing it wrong at times. The timing is very strict. It's only a couple of frames. It's not the most reliable thing on the planet. I gotta be honest with you. Kazuya players that say this character is bad, you can just sidestep him left, off fools. But if you time it right, if you have the exact timing of when he's going to do it, sidestep left is the way that you beat both of those moves. So, all right, let me go take a break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Like I said, Ad Hoc will be up. So if you have a game, just let me know. And then Field, you are after Ad Hoc. You are on deck. And then again, just to reiterate where we're at, we've gone through 3 of the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 people. So we are 1/5 of the way through. I'll try to speed it up. Aaron, I took a very long time on. So yeah, I don't think that we're going to be able to get to a second round of roll call, but we'll see how it goes. God, thank you so much. Hopefully that fixes my 30% win rate against him. I got a dip now. It's 3 a.m. and I haven't slept in 20 hours. Thanks again. Yeah, no worries, man. Get some good rest, okay? Get some good sleep. Have a good night. Appreciate you coming by. Huzzah! All right. Oh. I've only taken Tekken seriously recently, so I'm always getting knowledge checked, especially against characters I don't rarely see, especially Huarong. Yeah, that's normal. I mean, it happens. You just saw that game with Jester and the GOD3 Eddie player, and they were both getting knowledge checked at GOD3. It happens to everyone, man. It's never something to worry about. I think I have a game that I want. All right, sounds good. What number am I on the queue? Sorry for asking. No, dude, you don't have to be sorry about that. You are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's probably gonna be like 2 hours, I'd imagine, ish. Wrong button. Back to main menu. Yes. I didn't want to go back to main menu. Or maybe I did. Anyway. Or G5 FH G5 8 D6RM. Now check the fundamental Tekken. It's the easiest way to get damage quick without revealing your own skill. I mean, it has always been a Tekken thing. It is true. Part of the game. It'll be one of the league games where I won 1 and 3. Gotcha. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. It's against Manny. Sorry, dumb joke. No one understands. Why don't I just do this one then, the latest one?
Your
Brew!
videos helped me get my Tate today. JK, I did watch them, but I learned a ton from your streams. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Front-facing baby chick emoji. Thank you, Rue, for the €5. And I saw the Tekken Emperor in Discord too. Congratulations on that, man. Good shit. Big congrats to you. Thank you so much for the €5. This one's fine? Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. First time I thought Eddie, I got 333 and 8030. The beatings from Eddie are a rite of passage. You tell Nezuthal the most encouraging thing about proving his Tekken skills when you reach Tekken Game, then I'll send you a Bali pill of your favorite kid. Yeah, I wish. If I got that for reaching like GOD3, I would be grinding the shit out of ranked. Who you on now? I'm on ad hoc right now. It's gonna be a while, Gabe. Can you find time to fight you someday with my panda? I'm curious how the fight would go. Well, hey, we do video games on Saturdays. All right. And this is just starting out with a mix-up, right? It's no big deal. 3-2. Yeah, so this is sort of a similar thing what we were just talking about with Enza, right? So get put in this position, and then we're here, and then you know what we want to do? Get out of the wall, right? Small little step guard and get out of the wall. Like, what is Ali going to do from here? And the answer is not much, right? Doesn't mean we have to answer with movement. We can, of course, answer with a button, but here's what I'm going to challenge you on. What if Lee does... Sorry, maybe not that. Maybe not that. The 3. Let's just go with the 3. I don't play Lee, so I don't know the best options, right? Or this, right? The 1+2. So what happens if he does that? Or what happens if How do we cancel this? I have no idea how to play Lee. Oh my god, my controller. Hold on. I do not know how to do what I'm trying to do. I don't know. Oh my god, it's alt-tabbing. What is my controller doing? Anyway, you get the point. What if Lee does some of these things, right? What if Lee does this? What if Lee does the 1+2? Hell, what if he just blocks? And then he launches you, right? And so that's why what we gotta think about in this case, when we are in this position, is not only like, how do we get out of here? But if we think that he's not gonna do anything, how do we get in to stop him from just knocking us out of our attack or sidestepping in and killing us without putting ourselves at danger of just dying, you know? I mean, what did Lee try doing here? He tried doing the 3 for some reason. And so movement would be the #1 thing to like try getting out of here because of the spacing. But, you know, the other thing that we can do too, it's kind of amazing that we actually avoid this, is forward 2 because of the extra range that it has. It's also like run up and back 2-3. It's some of these other tools that we have at our disposal. We have like forward 3. We have up forward 3, you know? We have more moves that we can utilize to get out of here that, you know, might lose to these attacks that Lee's doing, but don't leave us as vulnerable and help us get back into the game if we think that those buttons are going to like be beneficial to us. At flying low kick, I got hit by that 2 mash managed to parry on reaction, but most of the time I got hit. So we'll talk about that. Yeah, that is something that we'll talk about. 3+4 cancels, I think. Does it really? That's so weird. Nah, it doesn't. It gives him the something else. Okay. So now post-seed engager, we're here. We do up 1+2. We're not in range to be able to do that. So that's just something we gotta think about. And so, here's a question I'll ask, right? Why is the Lee player standing still? The reason why the Lee player is standing still is because of our heat. Our heat's running out. Cancel down back, thank you. That comes up again, I'll try doing that. He wants me to attack him. No, it's not even that. He could be. But you see what happens when we run in? He just blocks it. The reason why he's standing still like this is because you're wasting your heat. And he recognizes that. So he doesn't have to come to you. You have to come to him. You have to do something to him. The onus is on you. And so when we go back here, how much time? Right, we started at, where did we start at? We go here. We go here, that whiffs, he does this. So down forward 4, and neutral reset. So we're at 45 seconds. About half heat. Seven seconds have passed. And we've done nothing with heat. 7 seconds have passed. There's been 1 interaction with the forward 2 floating Lee out of the slide, and that's it. And so all of our heat is drained, and Lee recognized that and was like, your heat's about to run out. You gotta come to me. You gotta do something, because otherwise you're just going to waste all of your heat, and then I basically win the round. So we need to be a little bit more, we need to be a little bit quicker in how we're trying to engage him with neutral, because all of this time, in these 7 seconds where we're out here, we're not really doing anything to try winning neutral, right? This forward 2 was supposed to be while running 2-1, which was something. But even if we explode those 3 seconds, it's still about 5 seconds of doing nothing, and the Lee's on the ground. Like at this point, you know, what we can do here is we can do this, right? We can still do something. We have a little bit of heat left when he wakes up. We can do Oki with Heat Smash. That was supposed to be a 1-4, but whatever. But then as the Lee, you know, like we now have the agency to just slide. That was a funny low parry. I don't know. I'm trying to do this for a demonstration, but you know, when Lee wakes up, the point I'm trying to make is that now if Lee wants to, he can go in, he can slide, right? Because we're staying back, we can do like while running 3-4. You know, we have access to do whatever we want to try winning the neutral game here, because we're just being passive and we're waiting it out. So we end up doing that and then heat dash, and the Lee doesn't do anything about it, which is probably the wrong call. But at the same time, you know, because this happened, we got no mileage out of our heat at all. So now we're trying the plus frames, the grab gets broken, slide. That was a fantastic reaction to slide. Boop, boop, we're at the wall, him with the mid, that was very good. The mid, now we'll get neutrals reset. And so now the next question is, you know, so we're trying to react to slide, we're trying to low pretty side. This is the third time he's done it in the one round. What are we doing? I think that low kick was exactly what he did there, and I parried it. The low parry was very nice. But the question is, what is Lee doing? What are we doing to stop Lee from doing the slide while in crouch? The answer is nothing, right? It kind of stems from the same problem that we're having throughout this round, and I imagine is going to be the main problem, where we're playing passive. And this is a term I use a lot when you are playing defensive, but you're playing so defensively that you're not letting anything happen. You're just letting the opponent take full control of the game. It's playing passive. And so in this case, one of the problems with how we're playing passive and why we're playing passive is because we are doing nothing to stop the Lee from just doing this. So what can we be doing instead to try stopping that? Something like this, right? Something like more forward 2, right? And we are doing that sometimes, but we're not doing it to a point where we are stopping the Lee from being able to just come in. Dash up 1+2. When we are in these positions where we are playing passive and we are giving this Lee the ability to just go in and hit us, we need to be doing something that's a little bit more active to stop him from being able to just do this stuff out at range 3 for free. The moment I see Law, I just give up. I use forward 3 and up 3 and hope that the log fight is an idiot. No, that's fair. I kind of do the same thing, I'm not gonna lie. I'm wondering if back 1 works against wave dash. Oh, yeah, it absolutely does. The range is just a little bit worse, but back 1 is 100% a great move against wave dash, for sure. So there's the slide. You get hit by that. Boom, boom, boom. Full combo. There's the low. Activate heat. Keep up the plus frames. And then we just don't have the frames, right? So we get hit by the mid, and that's just it. We're dead. So if we go back to the end of that round here, the important thing to point out is, how did all of this start? And this is kind of how it started, right? Like this was the catalyst to what ended up happening later, because since we didn't use our heat, the Lee had so much health that it just, like, he could just do anything and it didn't matter. But then what really caused us to lose here was right here. This was it. And it wasn't that he blocked Bow 3. It was that after Bow 3 gets blocked, we're not even thinking about, like, how the Lee is going to respond. We're just like, yeah, we're just gonna let him go. And then this is where we lose the game. Right here, this is where we lose the game. And obviously we make some mistakes afterwards that accelerate that, but the slide is ultimately what kicked all of this off. And the reason why he was allowed to do that is because we were playing passive. So if we enable left side here, wake up. I mean, even if Lee does this, right? We duck under that and then we win the round from here. And this is defense. This isn't being passive, right? There's a difference between the two. There's a difference between being passive and being defensive. And I'm showing this to try showing the difference between the two. Like, we don't want to just, like, hit buttons on wake up, or when with these frames that we don't have, because then that's a good way to get us killed when our back's to the wall and we have no health, right? But it's important to understand the distinction between when we're playing defensive and when we're playing passive, and when we are playing way too aggressive. I stopped using back one ever since I got out of red, and it kept getting blocked. Back one is great on block. You want back one to get blocked. I'll get off of tilting and return season 3. I'll try it out. Why just spam back one if he does wave? Who you should. Is that Lee side? Dude was on the other side of the yacht and he still hit poor Miari. Yeah, I mean, that's why you gotta like pay attention to it and stop him from doing that. So again, we do the 3-2 there. It's also important that we assess risk. So see how we're playing a lot fast. And even though this stuff gets blocked, again, we're not being passive. We're being mindful of where we are in the stage, what options that we have, and this is stopping the Lee from being able to use his slide. Right now we've burned all of our heat, but the key idea here is that if Lee tried doing something at those ranges, then he would just eat shit and die. And the other thing as well, when we're like here, we're backdashing to delay it, that could make Lee make a mistake or change up the timing, and that's when this hits. And he almost did. He almost did right there. So that's what we want to be doing. That's what we want to be looking at more. There's the down forward 4. And again, right? So down forward 4 gets blocked. When we get hit by this low afterwards, that's not being passive, right? That's just being defensive. But something that we can take from this in the future is after this down forward 4 gets blocked, we could do something like that, right? Because if he's going to hit a slow ass button like that after the down forward 4, yeah, I couldn't remember how many frames this is, but if he's going to hit a slow ass button after the down forward 4, then that opens us up for being able to do something like this, right? So he does the low, and then what do we do here afterwards? We try low parrying, we end up getting hit by the mid-high, and again, we try blocking low. And so, like, look at all of this damage that we've taken, right? We take one low, we're down to 179, and then we try blocking low, and then we take a lot, and then we try blocking low again, and then we try take a lot, and then we have to deal with Oki, and then we take more. And we've lost like 100 health because we were trying to block a couple of lows that may have done like 15 damage. The fuck is the white girl sweep? Lily's down back 3+4. So now we're getting here with the slide, mid-high. That was a great low parry. But yeah, we also gotta make sure that we're ducking under those highs. Okay, so that was a scrambling situation. We got hit by a lot, no heat. We hit that. What do we do after this? And I'll show you what I would do. Get hit there, back it up, back it up, back it up. Go in here, right? We're not playing passive. And what's the difference between how I'm playing and like the odd way to play is that I'm being defensive, right? I'm being careful. I'm not running into like if he does back 4 or something, right? Because I don't want to get counter hit launch, but I'm also not giving him enough breathing room that he can freely do the slide. And last time that I did the while running 2-1 there, I did it when I saw him crouching. Because I'm going back and forth, I'm waiting for the opportunity. As soon as I see him going crouch, I'm like, okay, it's time to go. Let's try hitting him out of this. Let's stop him from doing that. Or let's dash in to make him hesitate on doing the slide to make him think that I'm going to come in. So here we dash in, we do that, and then look again. That was a good while running 2-1. Now we're backing up, and you see we let him do the slide, right? So we have the right idea here, right? We have the, like when we do this, he goes in the crouch while running 2-1. That's the right idea. That's exactly what I show, what I'm talking about. But then after, and then we did the 1-2 because we just saw him do the low. That was great. Makes a lot of sense. But then after this, get hit by the slide. Boop, boop. And then again, what happens after that as well? Block the low, and then we try low parrying, and then we die because of it. So like there are two things going on here, right? It's not just playing passive, but then it's when we get into these situations where we have to eat the mix, we are blocking low way too much. I don't think I have much of a middle ground between playing passive or playing aggressive. Right here. Right here. This is exactly it. You did it right here. And then here, you played passive. And you just backed up and you let the Lee be at the optimal range for the slide. And then we blocked low and got hit by a mid again. And then we lost the round off of that. So this is the round you end up winning. So let's see the difference. Hi, Shay. Welcome back. Up 1 plus 2. So you see the difference there? You see the difference. We back up 1 plus 2. He goes in the misstep or something. We hit him. Boom, heat engager. You see the difference there? Run up, grab, back up, back up. Again, we let the slide come out, right? So what do we do differently if we're trying to find that middle ground? Back up forward 3. Boom. He tries going for slide. We hit him. We run in. We do this. Boom. We hit him. Okay, we're backing up now. I meant to duck that, but it's fine. Whatever. Boom. We hit him, right? And if I actually ducked under that high when he tried doing that because I'm going back and forth, I'm being aggressive, I'm trying to make him go, oh my God, I need to press something. Then we duck under the high and he dies. But compare that to this. What's the fear that this Lee has in doing slide? There's no fear, right? There's no fear that the Lee has in doing slide because we haven't done anything to make him scared of doing the slide. So we hit this, we duck again, and we did get the block on that, but we still ducked. We still tried low pairing, and that's not what we want to do. We do the 3-2, he doesn't duck it, but we do that again, and we could have died there. Down jab, there's that. That's what we want to be doing more. The down forward 4 for the counter hit. Boop, 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 boop. Go into there. Do a down 4, minus 17. We don't get the punish. But again, see, he whiffs down jab. We do the up 1 plus 2. We're not playing passive and we're not just, because what we would normally do here is we whiff down jab and then we'd be like, I'm going to backdash, I'm going to backdash, and then we get hit by slide, right? No, up 1 plus 2. Boom, we hit him. He tried going in the crouch or sidestepping or something. He's dead. Whoa, he's dead. That's what we want to do. So 3-1 in the stance. He does the low. Good block on that. We didn't get the punish, though. And there's a counter hit. So now we're playing a little bit too aggressive, right? Because now we do 3-1. He does the fast low. We block it. We unfortunately don't get a punish, but now we're trying to do the 1 out stance with minus 7, and then we just get counter hit launched. And the low that he's doing, the moves that he's doing, isn't going to allow our 1 to win when we're minus 7. We wake back up, we're waiting. Again, good low parry, but we have to be really careful on when we're doing the lows, right? And see, this is better, right? That's what we want to do. Down forward 4, try counter hitting out of the side. Like, that's what we want to see. The forward 4, it beat him going in the crouch, right? That's what we want to do. Minus 13, we don't get the punish while rising 1. And now, oh, shit. And now we just hold off, right? So now, what I would do here after this is which is sidestep. I would try jabbing. That obviously isn't going to work, so he does that. Boop, 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 boop. Just to give an idea, right? Go here, down 4, he dies, even though he goes in the heat. So we're trying to play defensive with the sidestep, but we're also not going to just let him get his turn. The jab accomplishes this very similar thing. The problem with the jab is, of course, it loses to the down 3, but it works here, right? That's the idea. The up 1 plus 2 we want to do, but again, we have to be thinking at this point also about being defensive as well. So we blocked the down jab, we tried doing the up 1 plus 2, he ends up stuffing us out. We need to have that mix, right? So we do this, boom, we can try doing 3-1 here on trade. That kind of gives us our turn back, and if he tries doing anything from this point, boop, boop, we hit him with heat engager. It doesn't quite hit the wall, but then he dies from there. You know, so again, it's about finding that mix, that balance. Yeah, unfortunately, that ends up beating our power crush. So again, we're not dead. Actually, we are dead, aren't we? Yeah, we are dead. Wow, that's crazy that we died there. But yeah, man, it's just like you have to find that balance. You were playing... The two main things is that you were playing passive, and when you had those rounds where you were actually going, I'm not saying you need to be hitting buttons all the time, right? I'm not saying that you should always be like hitting buttons all the time to stop the offense. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the defensive ideas are good, but you are holding back way too long. You are giving him all the opportunity in the world to win neutral. You are basically holding back so much that you are giving up neutral and you are saying, here, you can have this on a silver platter. You're not even trying to contest the neutral, and that's the problem. There's a line between being defensive and waiting for the opponent to do something stupid and killing themselves, and you not doing anything and just giving them control of neutral. Because if you play against a smart player who knows how to take advantage of that, you're never going to win those games. You throw a lot of lows. I definitely got into the habit of low parrying. Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the damage that you took was because he was throwing out big mids, and you were trying to block for a low parry, and then you ended up dying because of it. Update the sheet with Q placement column and in progress option on the drop down if that matters. Don't have to copy it, just thought it'd be helpful for future sheets. Thank you, Lisa. That would be super helpful. Thank you so much. Why don't you look up my last game with Azucena? All right, you are Bad Gorilla. You're gonna be on deck. Field is gonna be up next. But yeah, I hope that helps. But it's again, it's just the main thing is being passive, right? Because you gotta look at those slides. And I think another important point to emphasize here that maybe I didn't say enough is like what's the entire purpose behind why I'm saying to stop being passive? It's because of the slides, right? The problem is the slides. So we are trying to block them on reaction, you're trying to low parry them, but like I said, you are not doing anything throughout the game that makes the Lee scared of doing something, right? That's what you gotta think about. You gotta think about how you put the Lee in a position where they are scared to do something. And put yourself in the Lee's position based on how you were playing throughout this game. If you were the lead player, was anything happening that would make you scared of doing slide or running in and pressing a mid? If I was the lead player, I wouldn't be scared of doing that. I just wouldn't be. So that's what you gotta think about. When you're having these times where you're playing defensive, you gotta think, what can I do with my defense to make Lee scared of attacking into me? By the way, I'm sorry, I'm you guys in the YouTube chat having conversations with each other, so I apologize if I'm missing anything. I'm just not really keeping up with it because there's so much. Hi, Limplash. Hope you all doing well. Hello, Sesujin. Hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing great too. Thank you. Hello, welcome in. Can't scare me. Are you sure, Field? If you're sure, I will mark you as yellow. When you want to go, just let me know. I really hope An gets nerfed into the ground. She gets away with so much bullshit for free. She'll get buffed, just like Nina did. Hyru's gotta reward my ass. Remember during the Tekken talk when they said Ana has bad lows? And that was her main weakness? Alright. Bad Gorilla, you said you want me to look at your last game with Azucena. Does that mean you want me to look at the latest game you played? Or I assume it's the latest game you played, not like the last on the list, right? I just tried trying for GOD1, don't have a good game yet. All right, gotcha. No worries. My controller keeps changing the colors that's flashing, and I don't like it. The latest one. All right, so this one then. More like no risk, high reward, exactly. Aaron, I still don't know how to pronounce it. It's probably Aaron, right? Anyway, thank you for the 5 gifted. Holy shit, man! Thank you so much for that. Super kind of you. Thank you. Appreciate that a ton, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. This is why I keep hitting my desk, because I lose track of the number of hammer strikes. You say it like the MC of Attack on Titan. I've never watched Attack on Titan. And Adhoc, thank you for the 10 bits. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Aaron, gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you, Aaron, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. What's my position in the queue? Just trying to calculate time. Can take a shower while waiting. You're last in the queue, Shay. So you are... We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people ahead of you right now. So it's gonna be a while. Now try my last name. Itsuka. That's easy. Holy moly. Yeah, there's a lot. Not about to ask what's my number in the queue. You are 8. You're number 8 right now. Right now, for anyone that's in the queue, hi, welcome back, Pri. Right now, it's Bad Gorilla, Ryo, Hiru, TRC, Pri, Remy, Gabe, Chomanji, Zay, and Shea. That's the queue right now. Someone mentioned that Lidia was ripped. I don't know if it was because of my remove subsurfacing scouring mod, because that makes her muscles pop out more. It is, and yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Are you telling me you're the one that made that mod? I'm gonna play games while waiting. I'll try to keep track of what game I want. Yeah, no worries. How we get in this list? You had to submit your Tekken ID in Discord before the stream started, or within the first 30 minutes of the stream starting. No, I'm not that knowledgeable yet in modding. Okay, I was going to say, if you were the person that made that mod, you are our god and prophet, but that is what does it, yeah. You know that staring at Lidia's muscles for 10 minutes expands your lifespan for a week? I'm gonna be the oldest person alive then. Alright, let's do it. 1-1, power crush, wait it out. Trying to jab interrupt, this is not power crush. I'm just trying to be mindful here of everything. Down jab. That was good to get out of the pressure. There's really not a lot to talk about right now. Going for that. Didn't duck under the high. Didn't get a punish. I mean, that's one thing we can talk about is the punishment. But so far, it's just like... Good break. Heat smash. Charge. Unblockable. Yeah, I mean... This is one of those I'm probably going to have to watch the entire game to figure out, like, what's going on here. I am noticing a couple of things. So... We are doing a good job of interrupting the Azusena when she starts her pressure. But one thing I'm noticing is like here, you know, after that whiffs, 1-1. And this isn't the first time it happened. If we go back to round 1 here, we saw that happen like at round start. Yeah, round start 1-1. And then the other thing too is that like when we're trying to get in, you see this again? Try getting in here, and then we jab, right? We jab, we do 1-4, we get power crushed out of it. We do power crush there, and then we wait, which was good. We didn't get the punish, but it was a good wait. And yeah. So, like, now we're just getting run over by pressure. We do the down jab, which makes sense. One thing I am noticing is that we did do the power crush once, but again, like from here, right? If we think that they're just going to go in like here, down jab beats all of the options. Here, you know, power crush can be a good option as well. I'm not in a good spot where I really wanted to demonstrate that, of course. But like here, was it here? Oh yeah, no, down jab doesn't beat the Wild Rising 4. Down jab beats while rising. 1. That was the nerf. Wow, that actually just straight up beats it. Yeah, but what I'm trying to demonstrate is, you know, power crush here, down jab. There are more opportunities, but that's not really like something to complain about because we're just trying to take the opportunities when we get them. The real problem, and this is really difficult to diagnose, right? But I think the real problem that I'm noticing is that when we're in these situations, because what we do is we run in and we do like the 1-2, we do the jab, and what I'm going to challenge you on is 3, right? 3. Look at that. 3. Wait for it. 3, 3, 1, 3, 1. Because what we're trying to do, from what I can tell, is we're trying to use the jab here, both for keep out, and to try allowing our approach. But the range, of course, on jab is so bad that it's very easy to get out of range of that, right? So, like, again, we jab, it doesn't work. But if we 3-1, see the difference? If we 3-1 instead, and or we could just 3, we could do charge moves, right? It just leaves us more versatile, and it's accomplishing the same thing as the jab, but of course it's not whiffing because it has so much range. Tried playing him multiple times today, and he got on my nerves. I started to throw out more 1-1s. Yeah, so that's sort of what I'm noticing too, is that we're doing a lot of jabs, and it's probably not the best way to go. And so here's another example, right? Look at our heat. Our heat's full. We're out this range. And then we do heat smash. And after this grab gets broken, you know, what can we do instead? We can't 3-1. I meant to dash into that, sorry. I didn't take control of him fast enough. But yeah, see, we can 3-1. 3-1. And then we can boom, right? And then that gives us this opportunity. And then we could kill him with the unblockable like we did at the end of the round. But we can also try going for something like this, and then try frame trapping with the 1-1, and then try moving out, and then trying to get our pressure on from there. And then when we start using those forms of keep out to try keeping the opponent out here, then instead of doing the 3, we can start running in trying to down 4. That was a hilarious block. Or we can down 4-3, or what we can do as well after this break is we can try 4-4-3, right? Because it has a lot more range, and it kind of sets us up in this position where we can do the 3-1. And that's how we get our offense and neutral going. I missed it by understand it can't be unlimited requests. Yeah, I mean, there are already 27 people in here, so I can't take requests during the stream or it would get... It's already out of control. I'm gonna be immortal. Pommy Drew, Lidia used to do karate as a kid. The part was being, ooh, the abs and the muscle. Yeah, that's probably 99% of Lidia players fall into that same category. Fox 443 is really good. It is, yeah, 100%. So again, that would give bigger muscles, but I got busy and lazy, so I'll pick that up as soon as Lidia gets her heaven, or if 1+2 becomes an unblockable mid. So never is what you're saying. Also, parry heat smash, be immune to grabs and parry lows, and deals 199 damage. Yeah. Tell the homie that plays Azu that they can options like Fox Garuda's stance mix up by pressing down back 3+4 backswing blow. Well, we're looking at the Fakaram player, not the Azu Senna player. So, what is on block? 4-4-3. It's -13, I'm pretty sure. It's just one low that's not launch. So again, go for the 1-1 there, go for that, back forward 4. And so again, right, so we see that same whiff, right, with our range. So we go here, and then we do the down forward 1, and then that whiffs. But you know what we're set up for here? 3-1, right? And if we're at separate range for that, then we can mix that up with forward 4-3. We can try doing the down 4 for that, and then see what happens if we end up hitting that as we get a float. And then that allows us again to be able to start our neutral game. -14, my bad, thank you. So again, you know, whiff punish, right? We're pressing the 1 button, specifically with Fakaram too much. And look, there you go. There's the 3, right? Just like what we showed. The power of the 3 button. Again, down, jabbing a little bit too much there. Minus 14. Good attempt. We still get to go in there. Go for the low. It was counter hit. While running 3. No problems with that. And yeah, again, right? So very simple thing here. Keep it simple, stupid. After this grab whiffs, 3-1. That's a punish. Back it up. Back it up. 3-1. Go down 4. Run in. Down 4. She dies. Very simple. You know, Fakuram doesn't require a lot of nuanced thinking. Fakuram is a muscle head. You know, he doesn't require a ton of thought. Nothing really intricate. His pokes and his range are so good that you can keep a very simple and easy game plan, like just doing the 3, the 3-1, the 3 charge 4, and the lows, and then that's just going to win. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to do the jabs. You don't need to do all this other stuff. You don't need to do the down 4-1s. You don't need to do any of that. And so the big thing here with Fakuram is just keep it simple. Monkey C 1+2, grab monkey plus 1+2. No, that's fair. I'm gonna go bet for real now. Hopefully I can catch the next thread early so I don't get sent to queue hell. The next one that we're going to do, I'm probably going to put up when Kunimitsu releases, so look out for it then. But yeah, thanks everyone for the help. Bye-bye, and again, have a good night. Get some good rest, man. You deserve it. Sleep well. It's the low. And you know, here would be a good time to use the 1-1, right? Because we block this, and then everyone likes attacking here. We're +2. That would be a good time to use the 1-1. Because we're close, there's an opportunity for counter hit, and it would kill. Get the break, though. Waiting it out. And, of course, we want to wait because of the timer. But the problem is, if we wait because of the timer, then we get in this situation. We tried doing the 3 where we were a little bit late. And that's part of, like, the defense as well that I was trying to talk about with round 1 when I was talking about doing the power crush or the down jabs. Because if we get back here, you know, and we end up blocking, like, these while running 3-2s, and this is kind of what I was trying to get at. I just did a really bad job of demonstrating it. I guess I need to wait for a little bit later on here, like here maybe. Yeah, I need to wait a lot longer. Here we go. Right here. Yeah, I was way off. So like right here, right? She does this, +4. It's like, okay, fine. We get hit by that. We don't want to risk it. Here, down jab, right? And now we're good. And now she's just taunting and we get 31. Right? Again, simple. Has had problems with a cartwheel during a set. Is terrorizing with 3-1 a key. With Fakuram, yeah. Like, generally, you know, with Fakuram, I don't know how to play the character very well. Right? I don't know how to play him well. But what I do know with him is what's really good with him. And these general ways that you can do to, like, start your offense against a player like this Azucena. And using 3-1 is a key. And the reason why I'm bringing up 31 so much isn't because necessarily this is the only thing you want to do with Fakuram, but it's effective. And it's a move that you can use in place of the 1-1. Because the times and the reasoning for why I'm doing 3-1 here is the same for why you're doing the 1-1, but the reason it's more effective is because it has more range. You know, like that's what it accomplishes, and it accomplishes this keep out play style that makes it difficult for Azucena to be able to get in and start anything. So like again here, right? We do the down forward 1. But what's the difference between doing 3 and down forward 1? And instead of Azucena backdashes, you get launched. Excuse me. And this is a big thing where it comes to like spacing and space control, right? So if we take control and we again 3-1, we aren't going to have that problem. So, it's about thinking about our spacing, our space control, and the range our moves have. And a lot of the time, these moves that you're choosing, when it comes to like jab or down forward 1, the reasoning and the timing for it makes sense. But the range of the moves isn't what makes sense because you're always out of range for them. That's why I'm bringing this up, because the playstyle that you're using is effective. The reasoning why you're using these moves is effective. It's just that the moves themselves that you're using aren't what you want, and it doesn't help you when trying to win the game because there's a whiffing, it also doesn't set up for you lows. Backswing, didn't get punished, right? Backswing ball -16. Go back here. We end up eating the low. And yeah, I mean, the rest of this round was just we might not have lost here. Is that we got bulldozed by getting counter hit, ducking, you know. And this is another opportunity as well against Azucena specifically after this while running 3-2. But you can just down jab. Down jab option selects everything except if she sidesteps and doesn't go in the stance or if she does orbital. But that's generally a good option. You don't have to just guess for your life there. Imagine play Kunimitsu character for degenerates. Someone get his ass. And yeah, getting down jab here, right? We get the down forward 1, which works. But then, you know, like here's the other thing as well. So we get the down forward 1-4. We get heat engager. Okay, we're back in the race. Why do down 4 instead of forward 4-3? You know? Like, that's the next question. Why do down 4 instead of forward 4-3? And the reason why is because it's +4. And so if it's +4, then what does +4 allow us to do? It allows us to do that, or what I was trying to go for here, sorry, my bad, is it allows us to try going for our charge move. Or it allows us to be able to keep our offense up with something like this, right? And then off of that, if we're just doing this in a sequence, oops. Hello? Oh, because I'm doing the wrong move, my bad. Unfortunately, she's going to interrupt us there, so it's not really going to help demonstrate. But the point is to show that after we do this, and we do this, then maybe if I can wait for her to whiff something, nah, never mind, she's just not going to. Can you please charge? Then we can do this, and then we can continue our offense like that. So we have to be thinking about, and this is a second aspect to it, and this ties into doing the 3. Because what I'm talking about with the 3 is directly related to being able to continue our offense out in those ranges where Azucena can't touch us, right? That's the idea. And when we're trying to do jab or down forward 1, it doesn't do anything because guess what? If we do a low, then it's easier for the Azucena to be able to block it, react to it, and because we're not doing anything that really stops the Azucena from feeling like they can't approach us with while running 3 because we can't float her, we can't do anything, then that makes our lows inherently worse. So one of the reasons we're doing the 3 isn't just about this is the same idea as the jab and the down forward 1, but it's better because of the extra range in these situations, but it's also about being an option that allows our offense to be able to continue afterwards. And so we have to think of that same concept in other aspects of the game, and post-heat engager is one of those aspects. So we're looking at it here, and we see post-heat engager, what we can do if we do forward 4-3 afterwards because it's +4 on hit. Meanwhile, though, what we do instead is we do down 4, and down 4 is -4 on hit. And so at this point, we lose out on our ability to be able to continue our aggressive offensive pressure, and that's especially bad when our health is as low as it is. Because we can be in heat, but if we die in heat, then it doesn't matter if we're in heat, we're dead. See, and we get that off of the down forward 1, right? So obviously, like, jab here whiffs because we backdash out of it, but there we get counter hit, and now the game is just lost. The game is just completely lost from here. How are we going to be able to not only come back from this situation without dying with how low our health is, but also be able to kill the Azucena, especially when we don't have walls? And we can, but it's going to be very difficult and unlikely for that to happen. Hit a low, go for that, go for a low, and we lost off of that down forward 1. But we didn't lose off the down forward 1. We lost because after heat engager, we did down 4. We didn't lose because of anything the Azucena did. We lost because of our option doing down 4. And again, this plays into what we are having to think about neutral and how we're able to carry our offense and stop the Azucena from being able to use their offense too. Thank you so much for the knowledge. Both me and my son's games have gotten so much better since watching and stuff. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad I could help out. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make some coffee. If I don't come back in time, you can skip me. I gotcha. No worries. You should be fine. Actually, I guess I forgot Field of Stars is marked as skip, so I'll keep it in mind, no. So again, that's another thing that we've been caught out a lot. This game is that high. Gotta make sure that we're ducking that. Wait it out. See, and again, jab in that situation is a good option because of the proximity, right? So we go for a low. See, look at the difference. Look at this is exactly what I'm saying. Look at the difference here. We're +1, forward, 3, +4, frame trap, boom, go here, guaranteed. And now we're +24. And now what do? Charge it. Beautiful, beautiful. That was beautiful sequence. Perfect. Exactly what you want. Perfect. More of that. That was beautiful. That was pro stuff. That's exactly what you want. That you went for the 3, and that was right. You were just a little bit late because of the tech roll, got off axis, but that's what you want. 1-1. Perfect. That's what you want to be doing, the 1-1. It's in range. It's your fast option, and it's likely to counter exactly what you want. You're +8 now. They have a pixel left. What do you do here? Down forward 1 into that. They heat smash. That's fine. That's fine. Obviously, there are things we could have done to kill, and unfortunately, we didn't get the grab break. But, like, this is what we want. Right? This was beautiful. This is what you need to be doing more. Look at that. You do this, and then if we do the full charge, obviously she dies, but what we can also do is we can do this, we could do this, right, and she dies. We could continue our momentum because, okay, here's something to think about, right? Because this is a very tricky situation to deal with. You played this extremely well. But here's what I'm going to challenge you on here. Just something to think about. Why did we do the 3-4 slide 3, but we didn't fully charge it? And the reason is because we thought the Azucena was going to do some dumb shit and counter hit launches if we did. So what we want to probably do instead to try beating that are a couple of things, right? We could do the 3-1, or more importantly here, and we did it off of down forward 1. So let me do off of down forward 1. 4 slide 4. Because now, if we do it off of 4 slide 4, guess what? Now we have down 4. And that's not afraid. It loses to jab, but it beats anything else. And so if we do down forward 1, 4 slide 4, keep those plus strings down 4, boom, if it hits, she's dead. And it also avoids if the Azucena is going to hit a button. So it's a very difficult thing to be able to conceptualize all of that in real time in these specific situations, obviously. But that's what we want to be thinking of. How do we continue our offensive pressure? And so again, the idea of why you're doing the 4 slide 3 here like this is absolutely correct. If the Azucena presses into this, we die, and we want to avoid that. But another option that we have to do that while simultaneously keeping us in the game is the 4 slide 4 instead of the 4 slide 3 because of the plus frames it gives us. There's nothing wrong with doing the 4 slide 3. It's just that we had a better option that we could do there. Goes for the low, runs in, does jab. We don't get the grab break. We should have got the grab break. And then wake up here, she does that, and then the low. And that was just an unfortunate sequence, right? We did the right grab break. It unfortunately didn't work out. She did the jab and the grab. We could have done the 1-1 there. It was just a very scrambly situation. That's how Tekken 8 goes. But that at the end was absolutely correct. Everything you did there at the end was beautiful. So that's what you gotta look out for more, because you weren't doing that previously in the game. As the game went on, you were getting more comfortable with it and you were making more of the right decisions, and you have those ideas in there. You just have to be able to do them more consistently. But that was perfect. It's exactly what you want to do. But yeah, I'm sure you got the idea, right? It's just main takeaways is that think about the spacing, think about the moves that you're doing in the spacing, and think about how the moves that you're doing, the keep out tools and stuff like that facilitate more of your offense and how you're able to continue your offense from those moves. But yeah, man, I mean, again, you got the ideas. It's just like, think about the buttons you have, use the buttons, and make sure that you are continuing that offense. When you win neutral, make sure you are continuing to win neutral. I'm back. Perfect. You are right on time. Hey, Conio. I'm new to fighting games and having trouble consistently pressing down 4 on the PS5 controller. Are there any tips to improve this? So, it depends on what specifically your issue is. It could be a couple of things. But one of the main problems that you might have with a PS5 pad is that PlayStation 5 D-pads and most control D-pads use a membrane. And what is a membrane? A membrane is a little piece of rubber that's underneath the D-pad that comes in contact with the PCB to send inputs to the game to tell you I hit down back, or I hit down and I hit back, which gives you a down back input, obviously. The problem is that controllers aren't meant to be used with just the D-pad. Fighting games are really the only games that exclusively use the D-pad. Usually D-pad is meant for like sub-functions, right? The general way that you move on a control is with the analog stick. Fighting games pretty much are the only games that don't do that. And so because of that, almost every single controller, they cheap out on the D-pad. And because of that, it causes precise inputs on the D-pad to be inaccurate. So one of the problems with like a down forward input on a D-pad is that when you have a D-pad, right? So hold on, let me get an example real quick. Let me show you. I think I have it back here. Yep, here it is. 1 second. Okay. So, go here, do this. This is a D-pad, right? This is what it looks like. It is all one continuous thing. It is not 4 separate things. It is one piece. And so because of that, when you press down on a direction, you can see how multiple of those are going to move at the same time. And so what ends up happening is when these are pressing down on that rubber membrane, it is pressing down mainly on the part that you're pressing down on, but it's also pressing down on the other parts of the membrane as well. And so depending on how worn out that membrane is, sometimes small little movements. So like if my thumb is squarely on this part of the D-pad, then it'll go like this. But depending on how worn out it is, you could get it so that if your thumb is just slightly, like, if we have it like this, if your thumb is like slightly off center and it's like here, instead of being here, or your fingers tilted or whatever, it could end up, instead of going like, it's very difficult to orientate it, like this, it could end up going like this. And if it goes like that, then it could hit the membrane just enough to also give you a down input. And then you get down back or down forward or whatever when you just want forward. And this can also be the inverse as well, depending on how worn out the membrane is. You could try with all of your might to just do these little movements. Like if you're here, like pretend this is your thumb, right? And you're trying to do this and you're just not getting it, because when you do that, it's pressing down like this, but the membrane is so strong, that rubber membrane is so strong that it's not coming in contact with the PCB. And so because of that, you need to put more force and you need to be more intentional with pressing right in the middle between the forward and the down input. Or if you play in the middle, right, making sure that your finger is hitting both of the buttons simultaneously. But as you use the controller more, that membrane is going to wear out, and you're eventually going to get to a point where even if your thumb is here, and it's hard to orientate this, even if your thumb is here and it's not even touching the down input at all, you still might get down back. And it's just because of the wear and tear that are on D-pads, because they're built very cheap in most controllers. And so I guess the answer is that it depends. you know? It depends on how new your controller is. It depends on how much you use the D-pad, and depends on how much that's worn out. Depending on how worn out it is, to consistently get down back inputs, your finger's gonna have to be in a different spot, and it's gonna vary a lot based on controller to controller. In some cases, you gotta make sure that your thumb is squarely on both the back and the down input, or the forward and the down input, right? In other cases, it might just be that you have to move your thumb slightly a little bit down while staying on the forward input like that, and that's enough to be able to get it. It depends. Thank you very much. Would perhaps be able to buy a fight stick? It purely depends on your preference. Generally, leverless controllers or fight sticks are going to be more precise because with a fight stick like this, there's no rubber like membrane in here. I can't open it because they're just screws on the back. But there's no rubber membrane in here. When I go like forward, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is a micro switch like what's in your mouse that is being actuated. So there is no room for variability when you do this. It is always 100% of the time going to give you the exact input that you performed, because they are static micro switches that do not get affected by wear and tear. The only thing that's going to affect them as you use it more is you might get no inputs or double inputs, but that's going to be because of the micro switches themselves getting worn out. It is not going to lead to variable inputs in the sense that I hit forward and I got down forward and I didn't want it. If you get down forward, it's because you press down forward. There's no variability in that. So if you want more consistent inputs that way, then a stick or a leverless is the way to go, because they all use micro switches. There's no membrane, there's no rubber, there's no parts to wear out. It is either you hit the button correctly or you didn't, and that's it, and there's no room for interpretation on that. But if you prefer the pad, there are some pads, like for example, this one, oh God, this one that I used to use, that do have a micro switch in the D-pad. And so that means that it gives you the same benefits as a leverless, in that when you hit like back, you get back. There's no like variability in there. You know what you're getting when you press it. The problem is that these controllers, no one makes them because they are really only useful for fighting games. The controller I use is this, which has the same thing, micro switch in the D-pad, but also all four of these are separate. All four of these buttons are completely separate from one another. So you can see if I push up on here, it's only affecting that button. It's not affecting up. But if I press up on this controller, you see how the entire thing moves. And I'm actually hitting up when I do this. So it depends on your preference and what you want. The controllers do exist and they're out there, but they're expensive and they're hard to come by. But it's completely up to your preference. I think I'll get a fight stick. Thank you so much for your time. Yeah, no worries. Glad to help out. Play Lidia on Xbox controller, doing the house sweep feels like a coin flip if the input is successful. And that's why I cannot understand how pro players use a PS5 pad. I don't get it. I will never understand how you can do that. I'm saving for one. I think so if you really love playing. Yeah, like it's like, best way I can say it, because I play rhythm games, it is like buying a rhythm game controller, you know? You are buying it for that one game, but if you like the game a lot, then it's worth it. So if you really like playing fighting games, if you think that you're going to be playing fighting games for a long time, in my opinion, it's worth the investment. If it's something that you play a little bit more casually and you're not that into, then it might not be. It really depends from person to person. I'll shut the fucking Emperor. What's going on, man? I was halfway the GOD a few days ago. People at those ranks are tough, man. It's really tough. Also, hi, Fox Sauce. Hello, welcome in. I tried using a fight stick. I couldn't get used to it. It infuriated me as well. That I knew I wanted to do, but I couldn't do because the execution was gone. Yep, that's why I haven't really used mine. Same reason. I just can't get into it.
Dziękuję.
Where'd I put my headphones? Oh, they're on my chair. All right. Lawful Good, Ryo, you are up. Hero, you are on deck. My headphones back on here. Oh, what the hell was that? I didn't even see that. Thank you for the tip. My headphones were off, so I didn't get a chance to see it. Thank you so much. I gotta log in my stream elements so I can see who did that. Ah. Kohino for the 5. Thank you so much for the $5 tip, man. Thank you so much. Ah, god damn it, I accidentally clicked my mouse with my hammer. Thank you. Appreciate that a ton, man. Go back to the replay list. Appreciate your generosity a lot. Thank you so much, dude. Pull out hours and eventually, or even casually, PS4 5 D-pad tends to die when you whack her around in Tekken. Yeah, like when I was using membrane D-pad, I had to replace it about every 6 months. It's expensive. Leverless has no D-pad like layout. Leverless has up on the button and down the middle. Okay, is this a leverless? Tell me, is this a leverless? Go on. I know this is a Frankenstein controller, but is it a leverless? Hollywood stream acknowledging tips an hour later. It was literally right now. You know what I mean, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm just being... That's much. It has 2 levers. They are analog sticks. And... I guess a stick is a stick. Shit! Alright. Last Bride match against Miari. Gotcha. Okay. Really hoping season 3 is good. I stopped playing for a while. I'm hoping so too, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay, cool. We're good. Everyone keeps saying swap to a stick, but I can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, don't listen to those people. It's all preference. Last Bride match against Miari. Gotcha. All right, and then Hero, you're on deck. Then it's TRC, then Pre, then Remy. If you're to your channel, how you doing today? I'm doing all right. How are you? Welcome in. I didn't like it. Felt like I was slapping a stick into the gate and the buttons were so soft I couldn't tell where I was hitting them. Plus the button layout throws me off so badly. Yeah, the button layout I've gotten used to using this thing, but it does take a while. But those things you can customize. Like you can customize the spring in the stick. You can customize the buttons so that they have more resistance or less resistance. That's the good thing about sticks. You can customize them however you feel works for you. Season 3 will be excellent. Last character is Cosme. Yup. Yeah. Season 3 patch notes. He has been removed from the game. Yup. All right. Trying to go in here. Okay, so one thing I'm going to immediately, like, point out here. It's been 5 seconds. Oh, shit. Sorry. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Sorry, I forgot. Thank you. Small indie streamer, by the way. Oh, God, that's embarrassing. All right. So, what I was going to say is I want you to take a second. I want you to just think about how this Miari is playing, right? And I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. This is just something that I immediately notice. And when I notice it, I would be applying this to how I'm playing throughout the rest of the game. And what is the thing that we can take away from this Miari? The answer is that they are playing passive. Right? Something we just talked about. They are playing passive. And so, as a Brian player, what does a player being passive open up, right? And the answer is very simple. It opens up hatchet kick. It opens up something like back one. I don't play Brian, so I'm not very good at these options, but now we have access to those lows and those big chunky mids to try getting our damage in, because this Miari player is not making those options risky for us at all. Core circle 4-1+2 ends up counting. Boom, hatchet kick. Beautiful. There's a jab, back up. Ends up doing the 3-2. That's fine. That happens. Back it up, back it up. And again, playing a little bit passive, right? Down jab. There's a little jab. 3-2. Now she's starting to speed it up, but then she does something that's punishable. So what I would kind of get from this is that she's being very cautious. You know, she's being very passive, but when she feels like she can really get into it, when she feels like she has control of neutral, she speeds up and she just goes at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So now what we gotta do is we gotta wait, boom, boom, make sure we get that punish. We didn't get the punish there. We get the plus strength, boom, sidestep, and then she gets launcher. Fortunately, because of the wall, she doesn't get a lot. And now she's gonna, again, play passive, right? See how she's playing passive now? She did a little jab, but if she does jab and you get counted out of it, who cares? So that's the dynamic that we're looking at facing here. So what we can do, again, hatchet kick, and maybe not the best option there. Boom, boom, boom. Try getting in. It's hard to tell because of the replay. I guess there she got a time where she had control of neutral and she just started going. But yeah. So here she blocks that. Jab, down 3 while rising 4. Down 3, she's just going. And now back to passive. She whiffs something. Could have whiff punished it. Minus 13. Didn't get that punish in there. Minus 10. She got a great punish on that. And then the 4-3. So this is very much a game where we have to look at when to step on the gas and when to brake. And if we don't know when to step on the gas and when to brake, then we're gonna get our ass blown up. But if we know the timing of when we should be pressing stuff and when we should just be waiting it out, then this Miari should be pretty easy to beat. So we'll see how it's going because she has been adapting. But that is my, like, from round one, that would be my first thought on how she's playing. When she starts pressing buttons, when she starts getting in there, she's just gonna be drumming away on them. But then afterwards, she's gonna stop, she's gonna play passive, and then she just basically gives us neutral for free. Pamco production value. Shut up, that is so insulting. I'm somewhat kidding, but most games aren't one loss based on your input device. Yeah, 100%. Unless you use a PS5 pad, then it absolutely is. Or you use a Razer Kitsune. But that's an odd conversation. Alright. So there's that. So now she's probably going to start hitting buttons. That was a good power crusher attempt to interrupt. Goes to the 4. Again, look, she's just pressing buttons. She's just pressing buttons. So one thing I'm noticing that we're not doing to try countering the button presses, I didn't lab it yet, so I missed a lot of punishes and deckable things. Okay, I will point that out then when we see them. One thing I'm not noticing, though, when she's going on this offense is step guarding, right? Step guarding, step guarding, step guarding. And then trying to fish out for those punish attempts that way, right? Just step guarding, back it up when she's doing this. And then when she is going crazy like she is, gonna give us more opportunities to punish her. So that's one thing I would be looking at instead of just holding the back button, back dashing, get some more of that active defense going. Try the back one. I don't think that back one was a bad option at all. We end up getting hit by the mid. Boop, boop, boop. So there's sidestep 2. So when she does sidestep 2 here, if she does anything except for the low of the grab, what we can do here to beat it is we can do Power Crush. And that just beats any option that she can do besides 4-3 or grab. Or if she blocks, of course. And based on how she's been playing, it's likely that she's going to do that. Another thing as well, instead of doing the back one here, after she goes into bow here, we block this one. If we have the read, we can just jab her and float her out of everything, except if she does one again. Xbox D-pad isn't great for Tekken inputs. I like the pad for any other game, but not for Tekken. I take a PS5 pad over any day. I do agree with that based on what I've heard, but I have heard some people say that they prefer the Xbox D-pad over the PS5, so I don't know. And yeah, tournaments on PS5 too, you can get an adapter, but you have the control, then stick to it. If it works for you, it works for you. Hi, Glor. Hello, hello, welcome in. So this back one, hatchet kick gets blocked, back one again, and again, so that sidestep, right? So that's a very common thing that she's been doing, and that's something else to look at. This Miai player is falling for a lot of patterns. This is the second time after blocking back one where she sidestepped right and blocked. In fact, she didn't even sidestep right block, she just sidestepped right heat smash. So what can we do to beat that? I'm pretty sure, and I'm not a Brian player here, so I'm not a scientist or anything, but I'm pretty sure because she's immediately hitting a button, I am apparently incorrect. The laid back one will do it. Or if we did what we did before, remember before when we did core circle forward 1+2 to do heat engager? I can't even do it. Oh, right, because I have to actually go in the stance. But boom, right? Same thing. Both of these are going to beat sidestep in the button. And this is the second or third time that this Miari has done that. So that's something else that we should be looking at as the game progresses. So we're going in here at the wall. Boop, boop, boop. Toe kick to get out of there. She's probably going to hit some buttons. Now she's going to back up. She's going to wait, be passive. There's that, +9. And yeah, so like here's another thing to think about, right? So she's -9. And we go in and we do 1-2-1. And this might just be because we didn't know this was -9, right? But what has she been doing a lot after in situations like this? She hasn't been hitting buttons. She's been sidestepping to the right. So what are a couple of options that we could utilize after this to try taking advantage of that knowledge that we have now? Hatchet kick. That's a big one. We know that she's going to be passive. We know she's not going to do anything. Boom, hatchet kick. And then we could try going for something afterwards. If we think she's going to duck, core circle forward 1+2. Even back one here could be a good option, right? Again, because she's being passive. Back one, hatchet kick. Oh, god damn it. Back one, hatchet kick, right? Because again, if she's sidestepping right, hatchet kick will track there. Back one, and then core circle forward 1+2 heat dash. That's why finding these patterns is so important, because it opens up our options so much. Spring kick ends up hitting there, down forward 4, does the power crush. And yeah, after the down forward 4, she is -1 here, fastest move is 13 frames. So Brian doesn't have like great options to interrupt besides if she does power crush, but just so you know, up forward 1 can be an option to interrupt anything she does except for exactly power crush. So, and also you kind of win the trade there anyway because of the damage trade-off. But yeah, again that, and then see. So here, boom, hatchet kick, and then she dies because she sidestepped into a button. Boop, 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 boop. So now we're waiting. Second hit of this, by the way. Very important to know. You can power crush through it. Power crush through the second hit of that. That's the punish. Hatchet kick, boom. And that was brilliant, right? This is great because we knew, oh, she's gonna play passive. Hatchet kick, jet upper. Oh, she's dead. Perfect. Exactly what you want to see. Nice low. And I like running in doing the down back threes. When she is playing passive, we are doing a really good job at punishing that. Pretty consistently. Get the counter hit on there. She jabbed that time instead of sidestepping. 1, 2. That last hit's a high. You can just duck that. She has no mid mix up. Down forward ones. And now again, -9, right? And what did we do? We ran in and jabbed. Why did we run in and jab? We did the same thing as we did before, where we run in and we jab and we try counter hitting out of her when she's -9. And again, we might not know. We might think that this is like -2, for example. I don't know. But even if that's the case, why run in and jab then? Because that's opening us up for counter hit, right? So instead, again, what we want to do here in this kind of situation, hatchet kick. Boom. Ah, she sidestepped left. God damn it. Fuck. Hatchet kick. Core circle forward 1 + 2. Something like that, you know? Could also do down forward 1 or down 2, I believe. Remember that was like for the wall situation or something. But yeah. YouTube emojis are at 8. I can only have so many. I actually probably can update it. I should. Brian the only character in the game who gets the full animation and same damage from Heat Smash after missing the first hit. I want to say Asuka. Asuka does if she gets the second hit, but that's very unlikely. Super Relayed, I got great mileage out of Elisa today. Sidewalk the last hit of Brian's Neo Incinerator. I love this character. She's really fun, right? This is down back 3. That's a counter hit. She didn't convert off of it. Again, power crush here. Will be all of the, let's wait for a second for the actual one. For this one. Beat everything out of here. We do power crush. And actually, because we're in Snake Eye, we can even do that if we really want to. So wake up kick there. Back it up. Again, she's being passive. That was great. 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 Bry Electric. And then again, like this is the same thing as walking the 1 + 2, right? This is a big problem that we're having. We do this and then we jab. And that is probably what's going to end up costing us the game. Yeah, it is. It's because we jabbed here after the Bry Electric. When we do the Bry Electric, the whole point of this is now we have neutral control, right? And if we, by jabbing here, we give up that neutral control. So if we think that this Miari is going to attack after the Bry Electric, we have to utilize our options to be able to stuff that counter attack, right? Like back 1, this would beat down forward 4, her main counter hit option. That's one thing. We can also, of course, choose to hatchet kick if we like, but even because we're in Snake Eye, forward 1 + 2, right? I mean, yeah, it resets neutral, but we know how Miari kind of is. This specific Miari is, and even if we reset neutral, that is good for us against this player specifically. But by doing this into jab, this costs us the game. This right here is what costs us the game. And we were doing this throughout the entire game as well. Times when Miari was -9, we will run up jabbing. Times where we were +5, we will run up jabbing. And because of that inaction, it prevented us from being able to capitalize on our neutral presence. So that is one aspect of this, right? I think he did a good job at recognizing when the Miari wasn't doing anything and punishing her for it. But I think it's also important to think a lot about those patterns. Because you had like the back 1 and she would sidestep right. And it felt like to me, you didn't pick up on that pattern that the Miari was doing. And if you did, obviously you would have gotten a lot of mileage out of it. It would have allowed you to be able to bully her even harder, but didn't end up getting that, right? And so that is a real issue. Jab's kind of like my filler move where I don't know what to do. I get pressured. I always do that. And see, so what I would recommend then, and I didn't see the pattern. So what I would recommend is a couple of things. One, the patterns, right? So like, you don't even need to be paying attention to everything 24/7, but simply the case of after back one, you kept getting launched. Think back on it. Why did I get launched? Why did I get hit by this? Why did my attack whiff? And then just log that in. And then if that same situation comes up a second time and you get launched, why did I get whoa? And then you see the pattern because you're paying attention to it. You're actively trying to understand how the game is progressing, how that dynamic is with the opponent and how they're responding to the button, basically putting yourself in the opponent's shoes, right? So that's one thing. But then the other thing is stop using jab as the filler move. Like jab can obviously be good at times, but here it just wasn't working. And I mean, Christ, when you were running up and jabbing, what if you just back one? Because if you're dashing up and jabbing, even though the jab itself is 10 frames, when you incorporate the dash into it as well, it's like it becomes the same, if not slower than just doing back one immediately. So those are the two things. Look back at these games that you're playing and look at those times where you're doing jab and try to think of other moves you can do instead of jab. Think of these situations of what the opponent can do and be like, what else could I be doing with jab? And importantly, when jab hits, look back at these situations when the jab hits the opponent and think, what else could I have done here? What could I have done instead of jab that might have given me more mileage, that might have given me more reward, and understand why it would have done that, why it would have given you more reward. And that's going to make it a lot easier when you're in those situations to not use jab as a filler move. But anyway, that's pretty much it. Hope that helps. Here. Hi, love. I'm super late. You are. It is going to be a while. There's still 8 people left before we're done with the first round of roll call. All right. So, Hiru, if you are here, make yourself known. You are up. On deck is TRC, and then Pri, then Remy, then Gabe, then Shomanji, then Zay, then Shea. I am here. Perfect. Do you have a game that you want me to look at? Swap out the Tekken ID. Oh, shit wrong. Thank you for the review. Yeah, no worries. Is it this one wrong in particular, or is there another one in here somewhere? Could do this one too. The first one? Okay, gotcha. Sorry for now speaking too much. Gotta formulate things in my head before I say it. No, dude, you're good. Don't worry. You are absolutely fine. And he really, well, we're already in here. And you did say the first. Unless you meant something else when you said the first one. Hold on, did you mean this game when you said the first, or did you mean like the first one in the other... in the other games? What one do you want me to look at? Yo, I'm going back to the menu. Reset. What one do you want me to look at? This one is okay. Are you sure? Because it's my fault. I haven't been... I misinterpreted. You didn't even... This was a group match. Are you sure you want me to look at this one? I'm fine with looking at the other ones too. Yes. Okay. Try to pay more attention to their habits and use jab lesson responses too. Yep. Because you are, like, again, you already got it. You already have the right idea. You are already picking up on her being passive and neutral. You are already picking up on her not attacking. You had good reads on that. It's just, you know, like the other things that go into that game as well. All right, here we go. After this game, by the way, after this game, I'm gonna take a break so I can go make food because I'm kind of getting hungry. So I'll take a break after this game, then TLC will be up, Pre will be on deck. After TLC, I'll go get my food, then it'll be Pre, then Remy, then yeah, that's the plan. All right, here we go. Plus two. Just backing up, trying to be careful, trying to be passive. Snake edge, sure. Not a lot to talk about at the beginning there. I mean, it's just Hwoarang offense, right? Go there, shoulder comes out, duck. Second hit. So one thing I'm going to say, starting out here, a lot of punishable moves, right? And that can be fine, but at the same time, it can also be obviously a bit of a liability, especially with the health the way it is. Because if Hwoarang here, after the shoulder connects, and the shoulder here is fine. The shoulder isn't what I'm talking about, right? What I mean is here, because if Hwoarang does this, now all of a sudden we're in a really bad spot, right? Now all of a sudden we are in a very bad spot because now he can hit Heat Engager while running move, while the health is even, and now Hwoarang is just off to the races. So that's one thing, even though it's been working, that I'm going to point out, because I'm sure we're going to see it more as this game goes. So that worked. That was a very clean round for the most part. Nothing to really talk about there. I'm sure it's going to be the next couple of rounds where we're going to start running into some issues. So, one thing that we're already noticing with this Hwoarang is that he does a lot of plus frames, and he tries to frame trap with counter hit launcher. Understanding and knowing when the Hwoarang's pressure ends is obviously paramount. And it's hard to find when those situations are. So that's the main thing I'm going to try doing, is pointing that out. This counter hit launcher, -10 on block. So we got to punish that, and we don't get the punish. Now, side step 4 here, looked like it was about to counter hit. Hwoarang tried going in the Flamingo. What do we do off of here? We go for the mid. Trying to keep up our pressure. And now we start playing passive. And that's a bit of an issue because we are playing against Hwoarang. And if we play too passively against Hwoarang, that is a recipe for disaster, because as soon as Hwoarang starts his pressure, then it's very difficult for us to be able to get out of that pressure. So, what are a couple of things that we can do from here with Xiaoyu, right? And because we're -3, we can still try to spin out if Hwoarang tries doing anything, right? If we are afraid that Hwoarang's going to do something, we can do that. We can try backing up. We can get a big side step. We can try whiff punishing him. We can try running in. That doesn't have the range that I thought it did, but we can try running in and doing something like that. But we can utilize that extra spacing we have to try going in and then do something like that. The forward 4-2, cancel in the back turn, go for a back turn mix, you know, use that spacing to our advantage if we're going to go that route. If we go in the back turn, we can do down forward to try high crushing. Again, we can utilize our built-in movement as well. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, even though we're -3, we still have options. And it's important to use those options, and that's why I'm thinking here, when we do this, and then we just hold back, and why I'm saying we're playing passively instead of defensively, is because instead of using those options that we have to try playing safe, but keep up our pressure, keep our presence in the stage, instead, we hold the back button and we just wait. All right, I'm -3, it's your turn, how do you respond? That's not what we want to do. This isn't chess. But by doing that, that allows Hwoarang to be able to go in, and he does something really stupid here, which is -10. But obviously, he could have chosen a lot of other options that would have been a lot worse and hard for us to deal with. Now he's -10 here. Again, we do that back 4-2. It's been 9 seconds. Nothing's really been going on. And by doing that, if the Hwoarang had more of an idea on what he was doing, again, punish that, forward, forward, 4, go in here, while running move, go here, boop, boop, and then whatever Hwoarang does, I don't know. So that's why we gotta be careful of doing these punishable moves. So I'm -10, yep. And most Hwoarangs don't do it because it is -10. So he gets you on there, and now he's able to start his offense, right? And so this is part of the problem of why we're doing those punishable moves, and this is a good example of that, because now, look how much health we just lost in the span of like 3 seconds. That's the problem, right? And it all started off of this. And this wasn't even a proper punish. Hwoarang's -1 here. But he does this low, still -1, while rising 4. The back 4, we get caught on that. And now what do we do? And so there are a couple of ways that we could have prevented this with Xiaoyu, right? I mean, obviously, if we just hold back, right, he's -9 after this, so, like, what is he going to do? We can do this, and then if he does something stupid, we counter hit him, and then we go in. But also, even if this hits, we still have at our disposal, when this connects, we can still sidestep, you know? We still have sidestep as an option. We have a lot of ways that we can prevent this. After this low hits, even though he's -1, you know what else we can do here? You know, we can back 1, right? That's a great way to be able to get out of Hwoarang's pressure. We do Power Crush, though, which effectively, right, think about it. Power Crush and back 1 in that situation. Don't they effectively do the same thing? They do, right? But what's the difference between the two? Power Crush loses to grab. Back 1 doesn't lose to grab. And they both lose equally to block because they're both punishable on block, right? So when we're trying to get out of these situations, obviously, like, I'm not trying to say you should have had the read that he was going to grab. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is back 1 is a very important tool against Hwoarang to stop that pressure, since it's an 8-frame button, and 8-frame buttons are amazing. Down jab tends to be seen as the way to stop Hwoarang's offense. So if you have, and that's a 10-frame button, so you have an 8-frame button that you can use instead. Oh boy, that also doesn't lose to low crushes. Oh my god. Problem with back 1 is that the range sucks. How it pushes me to Yakushima on block. Yeah. And so, again, that's why it's important to recognize these situations. But after, like, again, this hits, you know, if he's going to hit a button, back 1 would work, right? Because they're going a little bit more forward. You just have to recognize, like, the situations and the range, and because, like, here's I guess what I'm trying to say. In that same, like, vein then of thought, that same train of thought, what we're kind of assuming then, if we do Power Crush instead of back 1, is that Hwoarang's not going to press a button. Because if he doesn't press a button, that's the only way back 1 doesn't hit. If he does hit a button, then back 1 hits because he pushes himself further towards you. So then the problem becomes, why would we do Power Crush in a situation where we think back 1 is going to lift? I'm not saying you weren't thinking about back 1 here, but what I am saying is in these situations where you're doing Power Crush, you're doing it because you assume the opponent is going to hit a button. And so if you're doing it assuming that the opponent is going to hit a button, then back 1 is also a viable option. So let's continue on here. Get thrown away. That was a great whip punish. That was fantastic. Go for the back 4. That was a great AOP duck. That was amazing. That was so good. Get the grab. Good break from the Hwoarang. +2. Again, and this is generally what Hwoarangs will do, right? They'll do this. They'll go in the Flamingo. And then I'm pretty sure here, nope, back 1 actually ends up whiffing there, which is very funny, actually, because he backs up. But you know what does work here? Ah, shit. You know what does work here? Power Crush. Because Hwoarang cannot block in Flamingo. I swear I thought that back 1 would hit here. I guess even if I run up. So maybe this is just a Hwoarang Flamingo thing. But Hwoarang cannot block while he is in Flamingo. So if Hwoarang does this, he's -2 on block. So you can kind of just let it rip. You can also just jab him out of this too. But Power Crush will beat, if you jab, Power Crush will beat his Power Crush. See what I mean with back one? No, you're right. I mean, it doesn't work against Hwoarang and Flamingo, which I'm quite surprised by. I can't lie to you. So we're going in with the low. We tried whiff punishing. It was a little bit late, but it was the right idea. That was a great grab. Yeah, so I mean, we're doing a pretty good job of... What's the word I'm looking for? Being patient with Hwoarang's offense. They would do back 1+2. And I don't hate that one that time because he's running towards you. So you're doing it for keep out. And it works. Waning Moon, that also works. That ends up whiffing. And now, see, this is the problem with doing the back 4-2. This is the issue. And this is because I know you lose this round. This is probably why you end up losing the round. So we jab, plus frames. You actually get the shoulder to get out with the counter hit. Waning Moon. The sidewall. 1-2. Down forward 1. I'm actually really surprised we were able to get out of this. So let's go back and let's break it down because I was clearly very wrong here. I thought that this was the moment we just lost the game. I was obviously wrong. So what happens here? So we get hit by the low. We're -4. Hwoarang chooses to try jabbing for counter hit. Does the back 1, plus frames, goes for down forward 2. That gets blocked. Okay, great. So now that we're in this position, shoulder to get out of there. Now, here's what I'm going to argue. The shoulder, while it works here, because the Hwoarang pressed again for some reason, if you just block this, you lose. And it makes no sense for Hwoarang to press here, right? Because he's -7. But if we think that he's going to press, then what can we do to get out of here? Instead, we can just press the 4 button. You know, simple little 4, because that also count hits. But what else can we do? We can try getting out of the wall, and boom, he wears this stupid-ass move. When we try backdashing out of the wall, we can launch him, right? We could sidestep here, and then we could do our back 4-2 to punish him for doing this. But doing the shoulder here, again, the problem is how punishable it is, which has been a pretty consistent issue that we've seen. And we need to be careful on doing that. Hell, even if we do, because he's -7, down back 2 here, if we do a low, it counter hits him. And then if this counter hits, then we get, not that one guaranteed, we get 2-1 guaranteed. And then we are, again, out of the corner. And I just tried doing Xiao Yu punish and realized at the end. But then if he hits a null button, then he's dead. So, so you see how when we do these, like, faster buttons that aren't punishable, how it gives us that same reward. And that's why it's important to recognize the value of doing the mids that aren't punishable to get you out of these same situations. Because if, again, Hwoarang blocked that shoulder, you just die. And that makes it not worth it to counter hit to get out of that when you have your other options, right? You have your 4, you're down back 2. Even 4-2-1 would have been good there. But so now, Hwoarang hits this one thing, goes for this, counter hit. So one important thing to realize about down 4-3, it is +14 on hit. And that means you cannot do anything. So we try pressing the 2 button here to interrupt. This is counter hit. This is counter hit. That's guaranteed on counter hit. And we're in a really tricky spot at that point. In fact, we are so minus here that we cannot even AOP. Just to like hammer it home, we cannot even. In fact, oh no, the game does let me AOP, but it's letting me AOP because it's giving me crouch. That's why. So I'm not actually able to AOP here. I'm actually ducking under. And I'm doing AOP while in crouching. That's why this is working. But yeah, so when Hwoarang does this, very common thing for Hwoarang to do is to do this. So that's why you want to try ducking after this first high connects. But even if he does the full thing, right? Even if he does this, it's important when you duck under this first hit. This is also +5 on block. This jab, +5. So this is a frame trap. And you can't even, yeah, you can't even power crush through it. See, it's just a complete frame trap. So that, it's a very common flow chart for Hwoarang to do this, and that's why ducking can be very good here, and that's also why a lot of people will advocate, and I don't know what Xiao Yu's down jab button is, for down jab here. And apparently it's not anything that I'm pressing. Like that, right? I guess Xiaoyu's down jab is 11 frames, but that's why, because it ends up beating that situation. But there's just so much that you can't do here. Like, you can't even sidestep here, right? You can't even... I got sidestep there because I got duck. But see, if I do a clean sidestep, it doesn't work. When AOP a day keeps the doctor away. Oh, so true. But yeah, so that's what makes the situation tough, right? Like, nothing I'm going to do is going to work, but that's why ducking is so important here and not hitting a button, because he's so damn plus that you just can't do anything. So here, more plus frames. And again, we try going for shoulder to interrupt. The shoulder does not work because he is, what, +6 here? So we're -20. Does this. Yeah, he's +6. So we can, again, we can try the sidestep here, but it's very risky to do. We could try power crushing. That's a good option. And this is also an opportunity where we could back one if we think he's going to keep up the pressure. But these situations where we're like trying to do the shoulder and stuff, again, there are better options. And then that throw just kills us. So we try AOP, go here. That ends up hitting, plus frames, goes for the down 4-3. Again, more plus frames. And we're trying to interrupt it, but we just can't. It's just constant rain of plus frames, right? Just constantly plus frames over and over. So how do we beat this? Because this round ended in about 5 seconds because we were just like, what did we do? So trying to avoid just like, yeah, block the mix-ups. You know, just block the low, duck the high, any of that stuff. Trying to avoid any of that. From here, we can power crush, right? That's an option. Now, that's obviously going to lose if he does the high, but that is an option that we have, right? We can power crush as long as we don't think he's going to do the high. If he does the mid, then we can duck. We're going to eat some damage, but it's not the end of the world. Now, if we block this and then we block this, what we can do from here is we can sidestep, right? We can sidestep to the right. We sidestep left as well. It avoids the down forward 1. From here, sidestep also works to beat the back 1. So again, Hwoarang has a bunch of options that are going to be able to beat this, but if we know what he's going to do, or mainly as long as we don't think he's going to do the jab, then that works. And you can see here as well, this is also a great example, even if that mid hits, so let's say we do this, we duck, oh no, that didn't work, we can still try backdashing out of the pressure, right? Do this, and then, god damn it. Boop, boop, boop. And then we duck. Oh, no, that hit. We can still sidestep the down forward, too. So here, again, gets blocked. From this point, we can sidestep to get out of there. From here, we can also power crush. That's another big option that we have. Back 1 will also work. It's not the great because it'll lose to a 10-frame move, but it does work. Just like power crush works here, heat burst works here. We have a bunch of moves here. And now, after the down forward 2 gets blocked, we are +7. And so it's hard to see this down forward 2 because of all of the bullshit that's happening on screen. But we're +7. So at this point, we can do like 4-2-1. We could do Magic 4. What else can we do with Xiaoyu? I don't know a lot that we can do with Xiaoyu. Heat Engager. Down back 1. Right? -7. This would only lose to jab. Again, we could do... Sorry, I'm doing it a little bit early. We could do the low. Right? Guaranteed there. Like that, right? Guaranteed. And then we could try doing something from back turn if we wanted to, right? That's an opportunity that we have after this gets blocked. Okay, we end up blocking the follow-up anyway. What do we do from here? That's a high. This is a high. So we duck that and then we punish it. We can also try sidestepping. We can step block. If we step block, then we can duck this high. Boom, boom. If we sidestep to the left, then it just cleanly avoids it and then we can get full combo. Continuing on. Boop, boop. Now, if we block that, we can't do anything because he's +10. But most of the time when he's been going in the stance like this, he's been doing this jab, so we can try ducking under that and then punishing him for doing that. Sorry, I ducked a little bit early. Like that. That's a little bit more in the territory of just guess smile. But after he does that jab, what has he been doing afterwards to follow up from that with the plus streams? He's been doing the jab string, he's been doing the back 1, and now he's doing grab. So if he does grab from here, if we duck, then we can punish that. AOP should work too. That's a great point, actually. I don't know. Yeah, actually, AOP isn't going to work here specifically. But yeah, like AOP here, after this gets blocked, that is an option that we have as well. And actually, let me look if that works with the back one, because I don't know. It does not. But if we sidestep AOP, that will work. So that's an option we have too. So there are a lot of times in here where we have the ability to be able to interrupt this. We just don't know when to take them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Also here as well, back to that down jab idea. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu's down jab is 11, so it doesn't work brilliantly. But if you're playing character other than Xiaoyu, obviously because it's trades, down jab beats this cleanly, and it obviously will crush under the high. So boop, boop, boop. This to grab. All right, we get the reset. Now what do we do, right? Now what do we do? Interrupt. You see that? Interrupt. Go here. I was really putting myself on the spot there. Oop, my bad. So if we power crush instead, oh, I'm doing the wrong input, that's why. It loses to grab. Right, that's why I did back one. But if we do back one here, that's a prime example of interrupting. And it's the same idea as when we're doing the down jab, right? Because down jab is going to beat the grab, it's going to beat the jab. Well, it's actually not, it's going to lose the jab, that's kind of the problem. And it's going to trade with the back one, but if we do our own back one, not Hwoarang's back one, if we do our back one, because it's 8 frames, it's going to beat that as well, right? Then again, if we duck, boom, boom, that gets us back in it. So there's another grab, we get hit by that, and then he throws us on the other side of New York. So again, starting out with something super punishable. And one important thing with Hwoarang as well, while Hwoarangs will use this, duck this high. Make sure that you're ducking that high. Again, he's plus 10 there. That's minus 19. Goes for the low, jab, that. And yeah, what I would have done here personally, my initial thought is down jab. That was my thought. And if he does the backlash, then you can duck under and then attempt to punish. Good luck with that though. I'm back. I got dinner, Sesujin Educational Dinner Spectacle. Hi, Zach. You're welcome back. I hope you're having good dinner. That was a great whiff punish. Yeah, honestly, man, I would just be finishing this. Like, I don't think the Hwoarang would ever, like, attack into this. Just finish this, you know? Just make the Hwoarang sweat a little bit. You see how much damage we can get so quickly, and I don't even know what I'm doing with Xiaoyu. But yeah, go for the low again, and then guess what he's going to do? He's going to do the high, and then what's he going to do afterwards? Well, we did rage out, so you know what? It doesn't matter. It ends up working out perfectly. Ah, it was a misinput. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, I thought you were doing the forward two to do, like, stagger pressure or something else, so that's why I pointed it out. But yeah, if it was a misinput, fair enough then. And yeah, like after the rage drop, he rolled at us and we just did, like, that's the time we could have done shoulder or back four or something, and we just missed it. So, you know, like, obviously the big thing here is Hwoarang pressure, you know? And a big thing about it is I can tell you where to interrupt. And you can kind of start seeing the flow charts now, right? Like if we go back here, if we go back to, like, this round, for example, you know, when we start seeing the Hwoarang buttons come out, maybe it's a little bit easy to see now, right? But he does this, boom, boom. What's he going to do now, right? He's going to do a high. And then what's he going to do after that? He's going to either do grab or the jab string or the mid, right? And then what's he going to do after this? Down forward two, right? And then from here, what's he going to do now? He's going to do this weird ass move. And then he's going for the 4 and the 3. That's actually 3-4, but whatever. And he's in stance. And what's he going to do now? That's right, the high. And then what's he going to do after the high? He's going to do the grab. And then what's he going to do after the grab? He's going to run in, and then he's going to repeat the same cycle. And what's he going to do after this? You guessed it, it's the high. You know, like, and then what's he going to do after the high? high, it's the grab. And then what's he gonna do after the grab? It's a lot easier when you slow it down to see what Hwoarang is doing here and what he can do. But when you're playing the game in full speed, for 99% of players, seeing this in real time is like impossible. Like look at all this in real time. Spot it in real time. Like there's the down forward too. Now you're +7. It's your turn. You get to fight now. But when Hwoarang's throwing all of this bullshit at you, it all blends together, and how are you supposed to find that? So again, like high, right? Full speed, high, grab, but it's very difficult to recognize. New round, again. Look at it again. I'll stop it when he's gonna do a high. High! He did the low that time. If you ducked, it still would have worked anyway. Boop, boop. There's some bullshit. Goes for the low. Jab, plusu, backlash. Go here. Unfortunate with the grab. That whiffs. Where is it? Goes here, and then what's he going to do from here? He's probably going to do the low or the high. He does the low. So if we duck, then obviously it would work from there. And then he jabs, and then he goes for the mid. He could have gone for like back one or something as well. Either way, it works. And then he just kind of rolls up, and then that's just it because of the pickup. But it's easier to adjust when you slow it down, when you look in the replay and you're like, okay, yeah, I mean, here's the high, here's when you duck. But when you're actually having to play the game at full speed, it's really tough. But the first step is recognizing all of that bullshit and also recognizing, being able to differentiate from all of the bullshit. And when Hwoarang does something like down forward 2 and like, oh, it's my turn now. So the other thing as well is the buttons that we're choosing to interrupt, right? That's the other big thing. Because while we had good interruption and we made good choices to try interrupting the Hwoarang, the problem was what buttons we were pressing, right? That was the issue. We were doing the shoulder, we were doing the back 4-3, and with how this Hwoarang is playing, it's very easy to understand how if he got one punish off of even the back 4-3, how that would just be able to spiral out of control. So we need to tighten that up too. The options that we're choosing to try interrupting the pressure, to try like getting out of the wall, to stop Hwoarang's offense. And then just obviously the general Hwoarang bullshit. But asking for the positive things to note, if we go back to like round 1 here, as an example, you know, when we're trying to run in, we're keeping it patient, right? We're not getting counter hit by all of this bullshit. We are waiting, we are being patient, which is good. We're trying to interrupt there, which is fine. Okay, and then we're gonna go here, and then boom, boom. Great interrupt, right? He's in Flamingo, shoulder works great there, fantastic interrupt. Wait it out. He's not plus. Take our turn. Go for the move. Keep up our plus frames after heat engager. That's beautiful. Look at the range on that mid. I know, right? But that entire sequence round 1 was beautiful. You just have to think about, the moves that we're using so that we don't leave ourselves punishable while trying to do those interrupts. That's the big takeaway in general, I think. After the down forward 2, I expected some bullshit. That's why I didn't punish. See, that's where it gets you, though. Hwoarang strikes fear into your eyes and makes you think that he has something else coming up when, in fact, he doesn't. What Hwoarang is doing right now is Hwoarang is sitting there and he's saying, oh, Jesus Christ, I accidentally hit my keyboard. He has like his hand behind my back and he's like, I got a gun. I got a gun. I have a gun right now behind my back. And you're like, oh God, no, please don't shoot me. And you know what he has behind his back? He has a pair of scissors. That's it, he has a pair of scissors. What is he gonna do with these things? It's not even a knife. He can sit there and be like, wah. But he's not doing anything with this. Just hit him. It's not even a bluff. You saw him like this, put the scissors behind his back, and then he's like, I have a gun. And you're like, oh shit, no, what if he's not lying? He like took both of his hands and he's like has a pair of scissors. He's like, I have a gun behind my back. And you're like, oh shit, what if it's in his waistband? No, dude, you saw the scissors. Just slap him. So wrong will immediately option select the forward 2 string with sidestep orbital. I can tell. Yeah, you might be right, actually. Fighting while wrong makes me want to go back to Leroy. That parry lets me skip this pressure. Honestly, valid. It makes me want to go back to playing Yoshi for the same reason, except I can just flash after I duck under something. Fuck Quarong, goddamn hyper-aggressive Chihuahua character. Yeah, pretty much. Better interrupt and more duck if I eat the mid piece, but I can't be passive. And specifically, ducking against this Hwoarang, not in general, but with how this Hwoarang is playing, and specifically with the Hwoarang matchup in general, pretty much all of his moves that are going to allow him to be able to continue his pressure are either going to be highs or they're going to be lows. So recognizing when you're playing against the Hwoarang that they're doing that and ducking under those more when he gets his offense going and knowing when those times are, that's important. That's an important thing to find. So yeah. Alrighty. TRC, you are up. Bree, you are on deck. TRC, let me know in the chat if you are here and any games you want me to play. Or, Jesus Christ. Any games you want me to look at. I know you are usually lurking, so I apologize for calling you out. Yeah, if you want to let me know. Thank you so much. I'll add now. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go make food because I'm getting hungry. So yeah. So right now it is the order is TRC, Pri, Remy, Gabe, Chomanji, Zay the Goat, and Shea Cat. And he will do Accept the King. Gotcha. He was AFK. All right, sounds good. And then after that, after I get done with them, we'll see where I'm at if I'm gonna do roll call again. We are through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. So about halfway done. Obviously the first hour of the stream was just a bunch of bullshit. It was nothing, and I've been a little bit sidetracked a couple of times. So I'll try to get it going a bit faster. But yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to do another round of roll call. We'll see. But I am going to try to get through everyone who wanted games that they wanted me to look at, which is another 4 people that aren't here. Honestly, I might just do it tomorrow off stream. I might just record it because this is going to take a while. Then it goes in the heat and this is bullshit low. You block and you have stupid flappy kick. And it does more chip damage on block because he needed that in heat. Seth and I'm special style user in ranked and they have no main. They just pick random peeps to use special style. They need to be put in a mental hospital. They do, yeah. Insane stuff. Chomanji, who is next? TRC is up. Then Pri, then Remy, then Gabe, and then it's you. So you are 5th right now in the line. So hopefully I'm gonna try to make it so that it's gonna be like hour and a half. That's being a little bit optimistic, but I'm hoping that it's gonna be around then. I mean, it would be around then if it was about 20 minutes per person, which is pretty typical. No worries. I appreciate you being a good sport. I fought them when they were using Azucena. That's tough. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. All right, I'm gonna go make food. I need a break anyway. My throat is killing me. I'm getting tired. So I'm gonna take 5. I need to preheat the oven so I can make food. So I'll be back. And then yeah, TLC, you'll be up again. Pri, you'll be on deck. And then Remy will be after that. I haven't seen Remy in a while, so I don't know if they're here right now. It's also gotta be really late in Australia, huh? But yeah, anyway. Hwoarang chip damage. You can't press, but if you don't press, you get punished for it. True. Oh, Remy, you're still here. Okay, brilliant. So yeah, you're third on the list, so hopefully you'll be up within an hour. You fucking know it is. Yeah, let me go make food. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Ugh.
Dziękuję.
Front baby emoji chick facing baby emoji chick front baby emoji facing chick baby facing chick front emoji front facing chick emoji baby.
Dziękuję.
Front baby facing baby chicken that is facing front emoji.
Dziękuję.
Front facing baby chick emoji, front baby emoji chick facing, front facing baby chick emoji, facing baby emoji chick front facing baby chick emoji facing front facing baby chick emoji, baby facing chick front emoji, front facing baby chick emoji, front facing chick emoji baby, front facing baby chick emoji.
Now, let us all chant the song of the
I'm
ancient
back.
to summon our cultist, evil
Hello.
lord of the DHD.
What the hell,
set.
Remy?
Front-facing baby chick emoji.
I wasn't even here.
May the blood of the horse stay
Front-
feed the toes.
Front baby facing
the
baby chick,
toes.
baby face, baby front. Thank you for the 2. And Brie with the 100. And Lucetta with the 50. Thank you, Remy, for the 2 Australian. Thank you, Lusal, for the 50 front baby emoji, chick facing baby emoji. Thank you, Brie, for the 100.
フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字フロントフェーシングベイビーチック絵文字
Chicken front baby face chicken Myery.
So delayed. Thank you, Brie, for another 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. The summoning has worked. That's not out. Lifelike wax model of Miyari's toes. I didn't even notice Lizzetto had enough 50 bits of salt in there as well. Thank you, thank you. I don't even... Alright. I ran into a cheater for the first time in Quick Match. I don't understand cheating in Quick Match at all. Can I submit my video too? It took 7 minutes, 26 minutes of Miyari pole dancing. Ignore me, rude streamer. I wasn't here! Oh, actually, I was here. All right, TRC, you're up. All right, no king games. Gotcha. I got you covered. We're being calm here. Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. E5 Bay. Okay. All right. I mean, if it's all right with you, TRC, we could just do this Paul game. Are there any ranked games? Quick player. He's just like me. He hates playing ranked. Could do this Yoshi as well. We could do this Armor King. There's a lot of Armor King games. Sure, it was pain. All right, let's do it. I assume you mean the paw one. It's been a while. Unless you meant the Yoshi one or something, in which case, let me know. Oh, you probably mean it's been a while since ranked. Gotcha. Oh, you got sick at the end of January? Oh, man, that sucks. Who actually likes playing ranked? True, actually. So true. Yeah, see, this is the point where I, as the streamer, have to do some mental gymnastics to interpret what the yeah was. Was the yeah when I asked if it was the Yoshi games? Was the yeah in regards to it being ranked? No, Paul is fine. Okay. All right. Okay, so it's been 7 seconds, and this is the first time we've hit a button. It's been 7 seconds, and this is the first time we've hit a button. And so this has been a very common thing throughout the day today of being passive, you know? And you know, the 3-2 here as well wasn't even a punish. Like, we did it after this while rising 2, but the problem here that I need you to keep in mind, think back to the first game with Aaron, right? And how I said if they whiff, you don't need to whiff punish, you just need to do something that keeps up your ability to be able to play. So here, obviously, what we can do is we could just, like, 3-2 without the sidestep, and then boom, we get the whiff punish, right? But instead, we see that, and then we sidestep. And that's, like, fine, you know? It's fine to take your turn to move around so your back isn't to the wall. That's fine. But they also whiffed. So we need to do something that allows us to be able to keep control of the neutral game to punish them for sidestepping. And we choose to do 3-2. But the problem is, against Mokujin over here, if they just block, we lose. We just lose. Never end.
Back adult healing adult 10 adult heal back.
What? Thank you for the 10. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot, Neverendo. Front, back, facing heal emoji. Front, back, facing heal emoji. No, this is wrong. Hitting buttons against down forward 2, the character is always scary. Sure, I get that, but the specific point I'm trying to point out here is after this whiff. Because after this whiff, you're reversing the summoning. I'm starting to go. We need to do something to be able to keep up our momentum and our pressure. And so one of those things that we can do if we do this sidestep is, of course, sidestep 2, right? Because if we do sidestep 2, this allows us to be able to stay in the game. But when we sidestep in the 3-2, like, sure, it's great that he ducked and it hit him, but if it doesn't, then we kind of just lose. And so let's go back to the beginning of this round here with that same kind of thought. Whiff, right? Down forward 2 whiff. And we back up. He does this, that ends up hitting, okay. And we back up, and then there's the whiff, and then it happens again, right? So it's fine to be defensive here, and it's fine to be a little bit worried, because we don't want to get hit by, like, Death Fist or something. But when these whiffs happen, we have to capitalize on it. Because the reason why we took the damage right here is because of this. And that can get very out of control very quickly. Being a passive bomb is the main issue of most people. Is it a problem? No, you're reversing the summoning? Yep. But if they use Ka, Steve, Laws, Miari, Leo, Raven, blah, 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 blah. Since January 15th, all playing special style, this guy's a psychopath. That is a lot of characters. Looking for whiffs in this matchup is crucial. Whiffs and dumbass, pseudo, homing, forward, 2, 1. Yeah, so, like, and it's not just in the matchup as well, but this is how Miari is designed, right? Miari is designed as a character that is supposed to capitalize on whiff punishment. So you have to take advantage of it, you know? When the opportunity presents itself, you have to take advantage. So let's stop dwelling on the first 7 seconds of the game. Let's continue. Get a punch parry there. That's fine. It happens. We get counter hit there. It's fine. It happens. We get the block on there. That was supposed to be while rising 4. We missed the punish. It happens. You know, it's a series of unfortunate events, but I'm not going to boo-boo it too much. Now, what I am going to boo-boo here is this. Right here. Minus 13 on block. And we wait, and then we 3-2. Okay, let's assume that we think this is minus 9, right? Let's assume that this move is minus 9 on block after this happens. This is our opportunity to be able to get back in the game. The problem is that, again, we're playing passive. So we are waiting for the Paul to do some bullshit, and then we're like, oh, he's not doing his bullshit, let me 3-2. And then by the time we do that, it's over. So what we need to do instead is we need to use this opportunity immediately to either try getting out of the corner, or we need to try hitting a button. And in this case, we have heat, right? So this locks down the opponent, and boom, all of a sudden, we almost have more health than the Paul. And because we're at the side of the wall, we also get the benefit of having the wall as Miari too, which is great. But when we wait this long to do our attack, not only does it cause these situations where it'll whiff, but then also, again, if we're playing the Paul here, we die. So the problem here is twofold, right? The first part of the problem is that we are waiting way too long to try taking our neutral control back. When we have this opportunity, whether it's after a whiff or after the opponent does something that's minus, we are waiting a beat and then we are pressing a button. And that is what is causing us to get hit. And we can't be doing that, right? It's good to play with different timing. It's good to not always play with immediate timing. But in these instances where the opponent is whiffed or we've blocked something that's super minus, we should be. And then it's also down to the move choice as well. So the 3-2, right? We have better options that we can use that are going to allow us to be able to get back in the game and be able to allow us to continue our pressure more. But 3-2 isn't that button. And when we use 3-2 like this, it's just putting us in a really bad position, even on block. Because it's -6, it's putting us in a position where, and you know what, let me just show you. Let me show you, right? See? Unfortunately, that last hit whiffed. I thought it would work. But you get the point. These are all factors that we have to consider. I mean, there he is, right? He ran up, Demo Man, Death Fist, we lose. To be fair, that looks plus as how? Sure. Okay. So let's go back and let's assume that we think this is plus. So let's go back here. Do this. Step guard. Step guard. Get out of the wall. Step guard. Step guard. Boom. Launch him. Boom. We're back. Side step block. Just get out of the wall. Gotta do something. If you stay at the wall like that, you are going to die. And that's why Demo Man killed us, right? Because the wall. Maybe this is the wrong thing for Seth to focus on. Well, it's not just about that specific move, though. It's about the lack of action and the 3-2 being consistent, right? Called it, yay, I did my homework, hell yeah. So there we end up getting the shoulder. Boop, 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 boop. Try the duck. And yeah, so this is a string that, like, against Paul, you can fuzzy duck between the high and the mid to see the mid's 25 frames and the high is a lot faster. It's 18, so you can fuzzy duck between the two. That's generally what you want to do, just like duck really quick and then stand block. But yeah, again, see, like, we are getting put in this position because if we do the 1-1-2, that hits, we don't get the right follow-up, that's maybe a punish, it's hard to tell. That we need to duck, it's a high. But we do try taking our turn here with the one, but because it's Paul, you know, he does the shoulder, right? So it's better that we're trying to do this immediate, like, timing, but this is a common thing that you have to think about when it comes to, like, situations like this where your -7, -8, -9 or whatever is high crushing, right? These kind of moves that can high crush. And to be fair, I think that this shouldn't high crush at -9. I'm pretty sure. Wow, that's crazy. That's unbelievable. But this is why there are a lot of times what's better for you to use a mid when you're this plus. And like, again, I don't expect you to know it like you're +9 or whatever. But even if you're +5, right? Even if you're +4, +5, if we do down forward 4 here, The only thing that I loses to is jab, right? Or power crush or sidestep. But we're not worrying about those things. We're worrying about responding to what the Paul's doing. And if we do down forward 4, then we get that counter hit launcher. And if it gets blocked, then what happens afterwards? We get to go in the stance, and then that allows us to be able to keep up our presence in offense. Neverendo, thank you for another 10. I had my headphones off. I'm so sorry. YouTube chat over Twitch chat, lowercase intended. I'll give you the hammer for that, but I don't think too many people are going to be pleased with your donation message. But thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate your generosity a ton, dude. Thank you, thank you. It means a lot to me, dude. So kind of you. I appreciate it a ton. It's super generous. Thank you so much, dude. So yeah, you know, we go back here, right? We get hit by this. He runs up and just demo mans us because we're waking up. Now here we do a good thing where we roll and we stay on the ground. Spring kick, that's good. Wait for it, good punish. Now we've run up. He tries to keep us out. And see, this is good defense, right? This is good defense. We're just blocking his bullshit, baiting stuff out. We unfortunately don't get the duck there. It looks like we did try to duck and we were just a little bit late on it. It happens. He duck fists in the heat smash afterwards. He does shoulder. He's minus 18. But then we do all of that work and all of that blocking. Only the sidestep 2. And sidestep 2 is what I said we should be doing here in that last situation, last round after whiff to keep up our pressure. So that's good, but we block shoulder and he's minus 18, man. Shoulders are universally launch punishable, and we gotta be punishing that. So there's down 3, go in the heat, sure, and then he hot kicks, and that's just, you know, like, it's sad as hell. But that's how it goes sometimes in Tekken 8. I don't even think that grab necessarily was a bad option. Like, we specifically did the homing grab to try beating sidestep. I don't think that was bad at all. But yeah, this Paul just kind of plays like a nut. Midnight Ryuga, thank you for the gifted membership. Holy shit, thank you so much. Super kind of you, thank you. I don't even think I have an alert set up for that. I just heard like I don't even have a goddamn alert set up for a gifted membership. Thank you so much for that. Oh my god. I kind of didn't even realize that gifted memberships were a thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. But thank you so much. You guys are being so generous and kind. Holy shit, thank you. Did I do the hammer? I'm gonna do it again. Because that's the first gifted membership ever in YouTube. Thank you so much for that. I don't even know what to say at this point. You all are so kind. You all are too kind. Thank you. Thank you so very much, everyone. So we get from crouch low, guaranteed follow-up, run up, throw. And so this has been a very... Midnight Ryuga, what the fuck, man? Thank you for the second gifted membership. Thank you. I don't have an alert set up for this. I'm just hearing badunk. You're making me do work. I gotta set up a proper alert after this now. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. I'm just hitting the desk at this point. Thank you. Holy shit, dude. It's nothing, really? Well, it means a lot to me. I appreciate you a ton. Thank you so much, man. Oh, all right. Gotta compose and reset myself. Seth, why King play is so brain dead? They're grapplers. It's the case in every game that has a grappler. All right. So, when we get hit by this, right? This has been a very common thing for this Paul player. What have we been doing? What have we been doing wrong here? We have been waking up. And that is giving this Paul the opportunity to run in and grab and demo man. And so if we stayed on the ground, boom. Sorry, let me try that again. Boom. Right, we get the punish on that. But when we wake up like this, that's giving the Paul more opportunity to be able to mix us. And so this kind of gets into the idea of the inherent disadvantages of tech rolling. Because tech rolling seems like is made to be believed that it is the thing you want to always do, right? You always want to tech roll. It's the safest option. But tech rolling obviously has never end. What the fuck? I don't have an alert. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifted membership. What the fuck? Thank you. I'm gonna have to make sure I update the damn emotes.
Rich people.
Aaron with the 10 gifted, so you just gifted 5 today. What the fuck? Poor TRC, dude. His coach is getting so interrupted. Thank you so much. We're soloing Twitch chat for. Don't make this into a donor war between Twitch and YouTube chat. That's not. Treating you like a stripper. I do play Miari. This money is going straight into Miari's. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Aaron. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you a ton. Thank you, thank you. 10 gifted, Jesus Christ. Oh no, a hard drive just fell off my desk. Wait, is this my good hard drive? Oh no, that's my shitty old hard drive. Oh, thank God. Oh no, oh no, more stuff fell off on the other side. Oh God, everything's going wrong. Thank you so much for the. Where am I even with the hammer strikes at this point? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it a lot, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. I'm flabbergasted. Break the streamer? Yeah, I mean, I'm like, how long do you put a hole in your desk from the hammer? This desk will not get a hole in it. It is strong. It is built well. I built it myself. You gotta get a proper gravel and shit. I do, honestly. It would make a different noise, though. It would be like directly on wood, like. That is kind of nice, actually. That, hold on, that. It sounds a little bit too much like construction at that point, though, doesn't it? I'm getting very sidetracked. Thank you, Aaron, for the 10 gifted. On top of the 5 gifted from earlier today. I don't even know what to say, dude. And Neverendo and Midnight Ryuga and like, what is going on today? Thank you so much. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Where's the camera? Where's the hidden camera? Oh, hi. Hi. This is a prank, isn't it? This is a bit. Fucking hell, guys. Thank you so much. I really don't know I don't know what to say. I always have this problem.
Have these lying around too. You can have M.
Thank you for the 100 bits. The 300 bits. I thought it was 100.
We'll never get back to public coaching live.
Valentina, thank you for the 3 months with the Prime. Dude, TRC's gotta be pissed. This is Rue with the €2.
Dziękuję.
I'ma be the odd one out not to do gifted.
Thank you, Valentea, and thank you, Rue, for the €2. Holy shit, thank you so much. Best emoji. It has been many, many months since I've seen that emoji. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you all so much. Holy shit. Thank you. I don't even know what to do or say. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to do something else. Pray with the 5 gift. Pray, aren't you supposed to be saving? Aren't you supposed to be saving money, man? Thank you for the 5 gifted. My desk actually might get fucked up after this. Hold on, I'm gonna go on the other side. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I am saving. I don't want to tell you what to do with your money, but then don't fucking use the money for yourself, man. You can put the money towards another desk. Gifting streaming is more important than bills. No, put yourself first, damn it. You matter. Don't use it. That's not what I said. I said don't, and then I stopped, and I changed my sentence. That you should be capital. This is the best call. Oh, okay. I'm keeping it together. I'm keeping it together.
I hate
LG with the prime of 11 months. Thank you. And hi, Kid Loons can put the money towards Roger Jr. skins. I'm good. I'm not going to be playing Roger Jr. Thank you, LG, for the 11 months with the prime. Holy shit. Put the money towards your 3-hour Kunimitsu guide. Honestly, true. I do have a Kunimitsu video that's going to be coming out tomorrow morning. So look out for that. Thank you all so very much for all of the gifted subs and all of the donos and all of the generosity. But again, I want you all to keep in mind too, I appreciate that a lot. And I appreciate your kindness and your generosity. But the thing that really genuinely keeps me going and doing this and keeping me motivated to keep continuing is all of you just being here and all of your kindness and your kind words and the community that we have here. I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you. Appreciate all of you guys so much. I'm very lucky to have all of you here. Thank you so much, everyone. My personal Kuni coach so I can stop on my locals. LG joined the SSFC!
That lawful good 4,216 became a YouTube member.
2,416. Thank you for joining the... Sorry, I heard something. Thank you for joining the Super YouTube membership. And thank you, Paco. I can't do the voice for joining the, for following as well. Thank you. Oh my God. Put the money towards our money match. I lulled you into a false sense of security thinking I'm Tekken King when I'm actually GOD 12. Oh, so you can stop. So I read that completely differently because the stop wasn't there. Yeah, dude, I got you. I am the Kuni coach. You got it. TLC is getting so hung out to dry. I do kind of feel bad, yeah. Oh my God. I'm looking forward to the Kuni. It's going to be mix up. Helba Kuni is great. She really is. I'm looking forward to the... outfit. The dream.
Now it's a party.
Yeah, we're partying. Woo! Yeah, thank you for the $2. $1.99. It's $2. Thank you for the $2 dono. Seth, no, come on. What do you mean? Are you saying that you're not excited for the outfit as well? I mean, hello? All right. All right. You all are incredible. Thank you so much, everyone. Really, like, imagine to keep it together. Whew. Thank you so much, guys. And gals. I appreciate you all a ton. Thank you. It looks good, don't get me wrong, but it's an outfit. I'm here for Kuni. Yeah, but, like, having both at the same time is pretty nice. Okay. Let's rewind a little bit. So right here. So what we need to be doing instead is we need to stay on the ground, right? Because now we get the opportunity. Oh, Jesus Christ. Now look at me go. Now we don't have to deal with this mix anymore, right? And it's the same like here. You know, we have to wait a little bit. Oh, that was the -14 one. I'm being very silly. We have to wait a little bit, wait for the Apollo to do his thing. And then after that, then we get the punishments. That was a good punish. That was better than mine. But then we get the Death Fist, right? And that's why we gotta be a little bit afraid of what's going on. Good 2-2 on that. Oh, no. And see, again, this is part of the problem, right? Where when we run in, we need to have an option. Oh, that was supposed to be down 4-3 +4, and we got 1 frame of down. I see. So let's look at this if we did the down 4-3 +4 then instead, right? So we run up here, and then we do this, and then we can sidestep, right? So that is the right idea. You know, it is a good option. But then we do the 3-2 thing again. And again, like, it ends up hitting, sure, but what if it didn't? You know, if it didn't, then we just lose. And so the question then becomes from this point, what do we do? Good God help me. What do we the 3 button has already come out. What do we do to be able to keep our pressure I picked Paul. To keep our pressure going without getting at the risk of being launched. And, well, again, sidestep 2, right? So if we just sidestep 2 here, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do that because there's a sidewalk going on here. But obviously, if this counter hit launches, then we kind of just win the game, right? Because we have heat, we're going to recover all of our gray health, and that's just kind of the end of the game. Boop, 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 boop. Activate heat here, and then we get to the wall, and we have more health, and we have rage. Like, the game just ends, right? But like what we were saying before, even on block, this is great because we still get to keep going. But even if we don't do, like, the sidestep thing, right? So let's say that we go here, and then we... Can I please take control of the character? Thank you. And then we just, like... Well, actually, yeah, you know what? After Heat Dash, sidestep probably is the way to go, so don't worry about that too much. But, yeah, so, like, we go here, and then we can, like, 3-1 to try interrupting, right? If we want something a little bit faster, because we just had that instance of Paul doing the Heat Dash, you know? But the point is, if 3-1 hits, see, we do this, we do this, we do this, we back it up, then we just wait it out, boom, 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 go here, and then that little damage adds up a lot over time to a point where we're getting just as much out of that as the 3-2, but we're not risking dying over it, you know? That's sort of what I'm trying to get at. So the down 2 ends up whiffing, again, back in neutral. We gotta be careful here. And again, we're kind of just giving Paul free reign to do whatever he wants. He runs in, does that again, the shoulder, and then we die. So, like, there are a couple of things going on here. And again, I'm sorry that was so scattered because of everything that happened. But, you know, it's like the passive thing, you know, where we kind of wait for Paul to come in. He's doing whatever he wants. And then that stops us from really being able to contest what he's doing. You know, like in that last instance, what could we have done to approach him without approaching him, right? That's a question that we can ask ourselves. So, like, if we're back here, up forward 3, right? You know, that's an option that we have. Forward 2, that's an option that we have. Depending on the range, of course, down forward 4, or we can run in 3-1. We can down 3 as well, right? That's another option that we have. We can run down 4 for the high crushing, right? If we think that he's not going to hit a button and we want to approach, up 1+2 could be a good choice. Even down forward 2 for keep out could potentially, you know, depending, be a good choice because it recovers relatively quickly. Or just run up sidestep 2. You know, like these are what we have to be thinking of to stop this Paul from just having free control of neutral. And let's take the same sort of idea and apply it to, good God help me, the last round. Never endo! My headphones were off! The promised stream of calculating how much calcium can Kimiyari carry in her cannons. That is not what I got my math degree in. Thank you very much for the 25. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. You don't have to keep giving 25. Thank you. Again, I just want to remind you, I just appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, man. Fucking hell. Where was I? So yeah, let's just apply that same concept to round 3, you know? So if we go, yeah, like here, right? We go here, we go here. Okay, perfect. This is a great situation. So after we're here, what do? Paul runs in, Death Fist, we don't really do anything about, right? What can we do instead? Up forward 3, right? He runs in, boom, we get counter hit, right? You see how that kind of starts us, that gets us off to the races. Boom, boom, boom. But when we're waiting here and we're just waiting for Paul to come in, what do? And, you know, also, while running 2-1, right? That's another option. Run in, 1+2. Run in, down 3. Run in, I mean, even forward 4, depending on the range, right? But when we just kind of wait here and then we're like, oh, whatever, like, you know, you see how this is like, it's not accomplishing anything, is what I'm trying to say. So that's a big thing to look at. And then it's also the options that you're choosing after you get in those situations where you're like, all right, now's the time I gotta hit a button. Because every time you do that, not every time, but a lot of the times you do that, it seems that you are hitting 3-2. And you gotta be careful of doing that. Because if you just keep hitting 3-2 when you come across an opponent who can duck it reliably and doesn't get hit by it like this Paul does, you're just gonna die, you know? So those are the two main things, right? Neutral presence, not allowing the opponent to take control of neutral like we did here, and focusing on that 3-2. Imagine presenting a calcium cannon at the end of a studies thesis. Hi, Random Korean here for the legendary Sesujin lurk. Saj, hello, welcome in. What? It's for science and framed out. We learned about hurt boxes. Oh yeah, the calcium hurt box. Yep, that is. I can see it coming into effect right now in this frame. Paul's fist is like right here. It is right in the calcium. Yep. But yeah, anyway, I hope that helps, TRC. I hope it wasn't too scattered everywhere. Like, no, Maya, she had a hitbox for it. All right, calm down. All right, Pre, you're up. Remy, you are on deck. I'm gonna go get my food. I'm sure it's done by this point. Call HR. I'm gonna go get my food. Miyari's she's getting death fisted, okay? It's fine. View is great, thanks. Yeah, no worries. I'm here. All right, you will be after Pre. It's game 44 now. All right. I remember it was the game versus Reina's, or Laseto's Reina. And then, yeah, Remy, if you have any specific game you want me to look at, let me know. You will be after pre, so hopefully it'll just be like 20 minutes, assuming that I don't get asked about Miari's calcium again. She's getting fisted to death. Okay, I'm gonna go get my food now. I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Teehee. I'm back. Hello. I just got one and done by a shitty Armor King. Well, at least you only had to play one game. I'm back. What I miss? Calcium. Important mathematical equation was being produced. What Tekken is this song from? Shit, I don't remember. I don't remember what stage that was even was. Oh, it's Tekken 7. Both of the songs on that stage I have as Kazumi's themes in Tekken 7. Ignore Shao Yu, nothing happened. All right. This game, right? I guess that's gonna remember. Yeah, no worries. All right, let's do it.
You shall make a fine sacrifice. Your nightmare has begun.
Okay. Dry electric. 3 plus 4. 3 plus 4. There's really not a lot going on in this game so far, huh? Boop, boop, boop.
Meow 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 Kuni sucks.
What?
Meow 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 meow.
What do you mean? How dare you? Mods? They need to bring the dislike button back. No. I can't. Thank you for the 10. Thank you for the 10. I do not think I can use my hammer on this one, though, but thank you very much for the 10. Damn it. That's the bell of your demise ringing. Thank you very much for the 10, though. Again, you don't have to, but thank you. All right. I mean, so far, there's not really a lot going on, you know? It's just a lot of buttons, a lot of plus frames, good structure on the attacks. That first round was brilliant. I mean, there's nothing to really talk about there. That orbital was insane. That was a good backdash. Okay. So here's where it's going to start going wrong, right? Because we end up losing this 1-3. So we do the 1-1-2. That's fine. We try doing the power crush. We get caught out by the grab. And, you know, when the 1-1-2 hits, we're plus 11, you know. So Power Crush, Heat Burst isn't going to do anything here. We have to eat the mix. And that's something that we really have to think about when we did do Power Crush. We didn't do Heat Burst. When we get put in these situations, you know, it's like, sure, like Power Crush to beat Stance Mix-Up, but does it beat Stance Mix-Up? That 1+2 is a misinput. I'm pretty sure I want to Crouch Dash 1+2. Okay. I don't think it mattered too much for the situation. So let's go back. Here. Goes for the mid, the high. We get counter hit by that. God duck under it. End up getting hit by that. What do? We wake up and we try grabbing. And so this is like this entire thing is a situation where we have to just wait, you know? We have to just wait. So, like here, instead of tuck rolling, boom, 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 wake up, punish, and then we can start getting back in the game. But because we're taking these risks and we're like, I'm gonna block low, or here it looked like I was gonna sidestep and then grab, we end up just like eating all of these attacks. And so here's the other thing I'm going to ask too. When we wake up here and we try sidestepping into grab, on wake up, wouldn't wake up sidestep kind of beat most of the same things as if we stay on the ground? Right? The way that this would work is if Lisetto here, after this, ran up and then just blocked. But even then, the range that we have on the grab might not be enough unless she really gets in there. And why would she do that? What the? Do I even have an alert for this? What the hell is my alert for? I gotta look at OBS. There's nothing in OBS for gifted memberships. Bleep Blue. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 on YouTube. I can't use this hammer with you. I gotta do the water bottle thing. Thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. We're never gonna finish coaching, dude. I'm legitimately overwhelmed. Like, I don't know what to do. The cult bell has, it's not a cult bell. What are we doing here? Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. Cult bell? It's not a cult bell. Cult? There's no cult. Dude, Neverendo, you have been unbelievably generous with the donos and the gifted subs. Thank you so much, man. Leave the desk alone, do the bottle gong. You want me to switch fully to the bottle? I could just buy a gong. That is a thing I could, like a mini gong instead of the desk. What do we think? Should we go into a new era, switch from the desk to the bottle? Cult bell. It's not a... I don't know if bangs till their neighbors knock on the door. Nah, it'll be fine. Again, thank you so much, Neverendo, for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. The hammer needs to stay. Well, the hammer will stay. It's just a hammer on bottle or gong instead of a hammer on desk. All right. So what I was saying was, like, the only way that this sort of tactic would work is if Lissetto ran up to you and then chose to do nothing. And why would she do that? The other thing that it could be is if she delayed, like, down 2, which, you know, now we're getting into the territory more of it being realistic. But at the same time, it's more likely that she's going to run up and immediately hit a button. And if she doesn't, staying on the ground still doesn't hurt you, right? So that's something we gotta think about here. And then that same thing ends up happening again right here. And again, if we just stay on the ground, boom, she whiffs. Now I wake up, kick, I get up. But we're being a little bit impatient here. Oh wait, no, sorry, I fucked it up. No, this was brilliant. I misremembered. Sorry, it's already been too long. My memory is of a goldfish. So that was good. That was good patience. So we're not being impatient. We're actually doing it perfectly. Now what do? Wake up and we wait. So that's good. But we end up having to eat the mix-up. And in both of those instances as well, even the one where while running for whip, if we stay on the ground, it would have put us in a good or a better position. Now, in the case where we wake up, obviously it whiffs, so that's going to be better than if we stay on the ground. But the second time when we end up blocking it, would have been better if we stay on the ground. So it's the Wild Rising 1, good duck from the Brian, second hit ends up connecting. It's a back 4. Forward 4-2 connects. Yeah, and we didn't even attempt a grab break here. Let me go back real quick. I can't lie, I'm a little bit distracted right now. So yeah, you know, I mean, the Wild Rising 1 makes sense. The punish there makes sense. It was just late. It happens. It's fine. Nothing to really write home about here. We're trying to do that back four for keep out. And that's like fine, you know. But again, same problem, right? This would only work if she runs like right in your face and doesn't get a dash block in like that. And that's very unlikely to happen. And if this whiffs, if I actually hit the correct button here, oh my god, where are my buttons on my controller? She gets a punish. So what other things can we do here instead? We can do, oh my god, is it too late? It's too late, hold on. Wait for it. Yes, right around here. So we can do forward 4-2, for instance, because look at the range on that. We can obviously also do 3+4, counter hit launcher. But when we do back four like this, it's to try stopping something like forward 4-2 if we have the timing. But if it whiffs, then we can just die. So that's why forward 4-2 or 3+4 or some of these other buttons are better options, because they can allow us to be able to actually like get in there and start our pressure and still give us big reward on counter hit without the risk of us just dying. Seth did an electric, he's a Misha. No, it was a heat electric. I was one frame off. Yeah, I mean, you already got 3+4. I wonder if those random gift memberships target people already in the chat watching those. It completely randomized. You know, I have no idea, to be honest. I would hope it's people that are in the chat, but it might be random. So yeah, we get hit by grab, we end up crouching, which has been, you know, a big thing is just getting hit by these mids for not holding back, whether it's the crouching or the sidestep in the grab. 2-2-1, trying to get out of there, respect the attempt. Yeah, gets hit by the mid.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
That was so sad. Sorry that I'm eating, but right here as well. Right? So, what are we doing to punish this in action? What are we doing to make Lisetto scared of trying to approach? And the answer is not much. So what we need to be doing a little bit more is we need to be trying to get these little dash blocks in, little 3+4 there, trying to find our time to use these back ones and make Lisetto scared of trying to approach. Yeah, we're standing there menacingly, but it's not accomplishing anything, right? So that's why we need to be doing stuff like this. Forward 4-2 obviously doesn't work there. The 3+4. Do this. That was a bad example. Ah, that was a terrible example. Try electric. That was a better example. Back ones. Do this, right? Just try to get in there, even if it's dash guarding. Maybe run in, try doing a 1-2 sequence like this. But the point is that we need to use those other options we have, dashing in and out, to make Lisetto flinch and then punish her. But if we are, like, again, doing these things, right? Instead of doing that, look, we get that low, we whiff, that low, it whiffs, and this isn't accomplishing that. It's the right idea. The idea is, ooh, I'm being scary with Brian, I'm using these lows, so if you approach me, you could get hit, ooh. That's the same thing like on Wake Up, right? That one time we woke up, sidestepped in the grab, it's like, ooh, if you approach me and your timing's wrong, then you're gonna get counter hit grabbed. But two problems. One, the options specifically that we're choosing right now with how Lisetto's playing are not working. And that's something that we need to recognize in the moment. And it's something that a lot of people have trouble with, because you go like, okay, well, these moves normally work, so they'll work against this play eventually. Not necessarily. But then besides that as well, it's also that the choice of moves that we're doing aren't going to do enough by themselves anyway to be scared of, right? Like Fisherman Slam there. It whiffs, and then Lisetto can just whiff punish it, right? That could be a little bit scarier too, but we have other mids as well that would accomplish the same thing, but be safer and have more range. So that was good, right? That's an excuse to not approach. 57 damage is a lot. You don't get a grab break there. So now what are we gonna do to wake up? That was good. But again, like, what did we try doing here? Let me look at the inputs again. Yeah, that was just, obviously, that was, a lot happened there. But we had the right idea here. We just didn't get the punishment in. These games I've been trying to focus on defense mostly. I know you can't tell because I'm whiffing a shit ton. No, I do see it. Trying to do from coach, do one the wall spot. Gotcha. Makes sense. Sorry, I need to go back to the replay. So yeah, we end up whiffing that, and then wake up. Again, we're getting hit by a lot of these mids on our defense, right? So like the forward 3, the down 2, stuff like that. That was a good option. Neutral. Yep, there you go. See, that's what you need to be doing more. The Bri-Electrics. That's exactly it. But again, look, we hard duck there. We get hit by that mid, right? But now you see what happens when we block the mid, which you can just, oh, size up. And this is brilliant, right? This is fantastic defense. That's why you need to just block the mids. Throw comes out, unfortunately, and we just don't have time. That is, Lissetto almost through there. But you're doing it, right? You are focusing on defense, and you do have it in you. You have those moments where you really shine, and it does work. But you need not only to think more about how you can use your buttons as defense, right? So think about how your offensive options also double as being defensive options in those instances where you're trying to be defensive, but also just the consistency on defense. I've been hard ducking way too much recently. Yeah, and like you see these things. You see the things that I'm talking about. You see that you're like standing there and not taking action. You see when the pressure isn't being applied properly. You see that you're hard ducking way too much. So you can look back at this and see it, which is great. That means it's going to be a lot easier for you to be able to apply these in real games. Because if you can see them in the replay, you can see them in game. If you can't see them in the replay, then you're not going to be able to see them in game, right? So you already have the right idea. You already see what I'm seeing, but it's applying it. So I don't think I need to say much more. Again, you got the idea. I hope I gave you good enough examples that you can use to apply in your game. But yeah, you just gotta practice doing that stuff in a real match, man. Hogan's and Oz, did you do me already? I'm late, I'm sorry. No, you're good, no need to be sorry. I haven't even gotten through the first batch of roll call yet. We still have 5 people to do. Remy, you're up. Gabe Hart, you are on deck. Then it's Chomanji, then it's Zay, then it's Shay. So Remy, you are up. I'm gonna make sure I get to you like right now because I know it's super late for you over in Australia. You have any game you want me to look at? Sorry to interrupt your coaching, but is there any counterplay to Paul's stance where he swings back a bit and doesn't move from it? I feel like I can't interrupt ever. Kind of just depends on what he does. You know, like if he does it off of down forward 1, I mean, you can jab interrupt, like power crush interrupt. But the problem is he has that counter hit low. So, backdashing is also a good option. But the main thing about that backswing stance with Paul is after you block anything he does in the stance, he really can't continue his pressure. So it's not like a lot of other characters where they go into stance and they have this plus on block mid they can do, and then they can continue to offense from there. Paul does like down forward 1, the back sway 2, and his turn ends, and you can just do whatever. So it's not really anything you need to be scared of. But the counterplay for it is pretty limited. I mean, if you get a read that he's going to do like a high or mid, then yeah, you know, you can power crush through it. Sometimes you can jab interrupt it. If you have a counter hit jab string, that's great. But then obviously, again, the counter hit low launcher. So there's a lot of inherent risk to it. Any that you think are a bad matchup for Miari? One sec, I'm finishing up my food. Last bite of it. I feel like Fox and Rem is a bad matchup for Miari. Would you be good with this one? I went like 9% on my mirrors simply because I know the matchup. Yeah, same. So it's just guess for your life. I mean, not necessarily, because you could eat the low and it's fine. The low doesn't really do that much. Nah, because I'm won so many games prior. Okay. I don't know. Are there any Lily games in here? There is one, but only one game was played. I could do the Lily game if you like. That's a good one. All right, let's do it then. Where is it? I skipped it. There it is. Cool. I'd be dying to know the Lily matchup. All right, let's do it.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
I did try not throw out as many launches as I used to, and Kosuka back one kind of falls under there, but it's also Brian's God button. Yeah, I mean, it's like an electric, you know? It's good for offense, it's good for defense, it's good for keep out. It's good for everything. If you're playing defense, you gotta use it. If you're playing offense, you gotta use it. Counter hit low launcher Paul has from back sway is utterly cancerous to deal with. It really is. Paul does have some nasty ways to extend his pressure though, and once he has mental frames, you have to be worried about Demo Man. Super exhausting matchup. It is, yeah, 100%. All right, so let's take a look at Lily. So Lily, obviously, like the biggest thing about this matchup is going to be for Miari dealing with sidestep. But yeah, then here, like after the down forward 3+4, good option that you have that you can use to just get out of this is sidestep right. That was a whiff punish off of down jab. Down jab isn't like the worst option, but the problem with doing down jab with Lily is that Lily can do this, and then off of this, she's +9, and then gets, I think just the, no, she doesn't get that guaranteed. Oh, because it wasn't counter hit, that's why. But yeah, she gets that, and then she gets non-mix of +9. So that's sort of the problem with down jabbing. It can be a little bit rough. And then yeah, obviously the move track's super hard. So there's the plus frames, yep, sidestep. And so this is an important thing to remember as well. A lot of the time, when you're playing against Lily with Miari and you're thinking to press 3-1, instead what you probably want to do is you probably want to instead do back 2-3. because it's, you know, it's the same frames as this, but instead of a Lily player crouching, most of the time they're going to be sidestepping. So that's why you want to do this. Down forward 3 can also be quite good. But obviously, because the second hit is -13 on block, it's a little bit tougher. But because it has those mental frames, I found it to be pretty good against Lily specifically, because it's, you know, that horizontal mid. So if they are ducking or sidestepping, of course, I don't need to explain how that's good in this matchup, but also with the mental frames, this is like the one matchup where, in my opinion, that down forward 3 really shines. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're going to do, again, like 3-1 here, if you're planning on doing that, do back 2-3. It's the same thing, but it just works better in the Lily matchup than 3-1 does. I have a feeling that just Miari's back 2 by itself without the follow-up is an underrated stop-it move. It's 0 on block, or on hit is the problem. So it's not great. It's really not worth it. And it does, I mean, it does 10 damage. But, I mean, getting that extra 16 damage and the extra plus frames and the stance is pretty good. Back turn 3 plus 1 never guarantees back turn 1-3 if on counter hit. I might be thinking of something else then. I don't know what I'm thinking of. My bad. So we go there, and then yeah. So one important thing about this move as well, this move is -2 on block, and it looks plus, and it is plus when Lily's in heat, but outside of heat it's -2. So again here, what do we get off of this? Oh Jesus fucking Christ, the goddamn Steam overlay. Oh my God, kill me. Is we can do back 2-3 again, right? In this case, Lily ducked, but not for long enough to avoid the entire thing, and also, we have down forward 3. And the nice thing about down forward 3 as well is that it can wall splat. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to set that up. Probably not. But yeah, depending on your position to the wall, it can make it better as well. Yep, back 4. And you know, another important thing to think about as well when playing against Lily with Miari is thinking about what direction that the Lily player has sidestepped and what direction they can sidestep. So what I mean by that is that Lily can sidestep to the right. And if Lily sidesteps to the right at this point, what options do you have to deal with that? Well, you have back 4. I'm so happy that she sidestepped right there. You have no idea how good that feels. Down back 1 plus 2 is going to be like the really big one, because it gives you 3-2 guaranteed. But on top of that, you can also just do this and then continue your pressure this way. But then you also have 1 plus 2. If you got the right read, 1 plus 2 in heat can give you full combo. So those are some other things to think about as well. What direction is the Lily sidestepping? Are they sidestepping primarily to the left or the right? And understand the options you have to be able to beat that, besides just doing the back 2-3. And also with the position to the wall as well. Even if the Lily is sidestepping to the left, makes less sense for her to, because her left side is to the wall. So that means that you kind of want to hone in on those moves that track the sidestep right, and the moves that track the sidestep left, like down forward 2. You can use if they're stepping to the left. Yeah, that was great. Sidestep 2 is also a great move to be able to do that. Boop, boop. Yep, and I like that with saving the heat as well. Yeah, so this one is really important. This move is reactable. 23 and 14 frames. So it's a total of 37 frames before this last hit connects. So you can, especially if the first hit whiffs, you can duck this on reaction and launch. So make sure you're doing that. Make sure you're just aware when you see this move that you can do that. Seth, I'm here. How late am I? 6 hours. Many Lilies will matter one after that move outside of heat, and it beats highs. That is true, yeah. After the 4-4, 3 plus 4. Also true. Good to keep in mind. So yeah, again, same thing, right? So we see that we do the down forward 1, or, you know, like the 3-1, and instead, boom, 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 boom. You know. So again, in this matchup, right, really important to use the back 2-3 when you want to use small Tekken stuff, more than any other matchup. And just unfortunate counter hit. You were under the impression it was 2 minutes. Yeah, it's 2 highs. again, going for that. So important thing to know about this string as well. Really hard to do, especially with Miari. You can punch parry both options. So whether Lily does the high option or the mid heat engager option, punch parry is an option select for both of them. So that's the 3-1. And that just helps you have to avoid the follow-up mix-up situation. Good sidestep too. Been really good about those. Yeah, and you know, the attempted Oki there made sense. Now here's another thing as well. The second hit of this is a high. So I'm pointing this out because even though she didn't do it, I didn't notice the duck here. The second hit, this is a high, and if you duck it and then punish it, it can wall splat from this position. And if she doesn't, then she's back turn, will get hit anyway, most likely. Also true. Boop, boop. Get down 3. Good interrupt, sidestep 2. Yeah, and so here, like, when we're in this position to close out the game, you know, couple of things that you have to keep in mind. One of them is like how you want to close out the game, and the second is the risk that you're taking. So if we go here and then this hits and we just do a single 4, then we win. And if it gets blocked, you know, big whoop, Lily does Wild Rising 4, and you know, yeah, it sucks, but you're kind of taking the same risk by committing to the 1-4. And you know, like the 1-4, obviously, it makes sense, right? You don't want to get launched, and you think, well, if the Lily ducks the high, surely they're smart enough, and then I hit him with that. But, and if I hit by this. But at the same time, the problem is that if you get punished, now, all of a sudden, Lily can win the game. So, again, decision-making makes sense. I get it. In some situations, sure, absolutely, this is a good option. But, with the health the way it is, you have a ton of opportunity, and you're in heat, you have a ton of opportunities to be able to end the game. You know, like another option that you could do as well, because like why do we do the mid here, right? And we are inherently going to do the mid because we think they're gonna block low. Otherwise, we just do low to kill them, right? So what we can do to make this a situation that's really difficult for them to deal with is do this and then heat smash, cancel, and then down 4. Because now the only way that they can do that is if they block low, and they block low immediately before we even go into bow. And so that gets around the problem of if they're gonna block the low when we're in more, and it also creates a new situation to allow us to be able to sneak a low in there that they're probably not going to see. Do 1-4, save down, help with down 4-1, her frame down, block with down 4-1 is among the best ones in the game. It is insane. Yeah, it's crazy good. Does it also beat neutral 3? Because that'd be a complete OS to the entire 3 string. No, the neutral 3 is safe. Hey Gabe, how's it going right now? You are on deck. You are next after Remy. So let's return back to the replay and see how this goes. Gets punished there. Goes for the low. Donkey kick. Up 3. And yeah, you see how, like, I think that the problem right now is we are thinking way too much about not getting hit and how we end the game. And so we're not taking the opportunities we have to do that. Like here, you know, down 4, right? And now we back up, we wait for something down 4, and then they die. You know, just small little things to try ending the game, but we do the up 3, overthink it a little bit, and then we lose that opportunity. What we could do instead, because we have the heat, is again, we could forward 4-2, because, you know, she's -9, she can't do that. Or if we think she's going to sidestep, down 4-3, you know? And let me do that, the proper timing here, down 4-3, because look how that tracks. And then if she attacks into it, not that I very recommend this, but just you know, in a real game, they're probably not going to attack into it because of the mental frames. And because of the mental frames, if they don't attack into it, then we can throw in a down 3, right? So those are a couple of ideas on how to end the game. But yeah, because of the pushback on the donkey kick, up 3 just doesn't work. So then we do that, go in the stance, again, -9, and you can see here again how down forward 3 can be really good in this matchup because we kind of get that same situation. We do up 3, but if we did down forward 3 instead, we're in a better position. And if we do like down forward 3, hold on, let me wait until the actual like, oh no, that was correct. Yeah, if we do down forward 3 like here, then that sets us up if they're waiting for like a nod down 3, and then from that point, you just run in down 4, and then that ends the game. A distance forward 4-2 can be good. Both mids block. She's still safe and in heat. So the problem with that is that at this range, forward 4 can still whiff, and it can get sidestepped. So if we like do one backdash here and the Lily doesn't hit a button, which it seems like he's not going to do, like, I'm trying to like mimic this, but it's not working evidently. But the point is that the forward 4 can whiff depending on the range, and it's very linear. I'm just worried Lily would size up the 4-2. Exactly, and that's why we would do the down forward 3. That's why it's good in this matchup. Thank you, yeah, no worries. How's 1+2 working there? It should be out of range. Oh, Jesus, I'm not controlling Miari anymore. Ah, oh, Christ. Ah, oh, God damn it. Ah, shit. It actually is in range. I'm very surprised. So yeah, that could work. I just like forward 4 under a move. I agree. And yeah, you know, like she's in back turn, so doing the 3-1 there to interrupt that for a mid, absolutely the right call. Last hit connects, that's good. Goes for the low. Goes mid. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't end up getting the follow-up here afterwards. But again, right idea. It's the right thing to do. Now just waiting it out, get counter hit by that. That's unfortunate. And then you see a pattern here, right? Down forward 1. So now we can, wow, that's crazy. That evaded. But sidestep 2, or again, do this, right? Because if I could get here, she's -1, you know? So she could try jab interrupting, but Lily doesn't have a lot of great counter hit tools to beat a 13 frame move. She has like this, but it's 14 frames. So it will trade with a 15 frame move. That's really her only counter hit tool. Besides that, she does like, you know, down forward 4, but it's 13 frames, right? She doesn't really have a good 12 frame move that she can use besides like 1-1, which is inherently risky. So that means we have another opportunity to try using that back to 2-3. Hi, Austin. Hello, welcome in. I think Lily's sidestep prowess ahead of time shook me. Yeah, that's completely fair. It's really scary. I'm back from the grocery store. Mom forgot stuff. Hi, welcome in. Hey, Seth, 2B for Tekken 8, I'd be down for it. I mean, 2B was originally supposed to be in Tekken 7 until they got Noctis. So, yep. Again, just trying to wait it out. And we end up getting counter hit by that. It's just hard to like find that timing to be able to get in on Lily. But again, this is why down forward 3 is really good in this matchup from what I found. Because if we go here, instead of doing that, right, getting down forward 3, look how much that reaches. So if we're scared and we're just waiting it out, unfortunately that didn't work there as I had wanted it to. But look, you know, down forward 3, I could get, oh my God, I keep accidentally pressing the wrong button there. But yeah, like down forward 3, down forward 3. If we go back and we wait it out after that whisk, down forward 3 after here, right? So that kind of shuts down Lily sidestepping a lot. I think it's possible she didn't Soul Calibur 6 and Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. Yeah, 2 games that Okubo was in charge of. So I don't think so, personally. It'd be cool, but Nia's just not relevant right now. Yeah, and you know, this was a great offensive sequence, right? So we see the down forward 1, sidestep again, sidestep around, up 1+2 while rising 4, sidestep 2, trying to keep the wall. That was a great counter hit. Down forward 1-1. Try interrupting something there. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. And there's a low. And again, so we're a little bit paralyzed by what's going on. Hi, Ryokame. Hello, welcome in. Because now it's like, oh, we're on rage, we're close to dying. And this is like the one round where we were having trouble closing it out, but now it's like we have the opposite problem where we're like, I don't know how to like not die. And by the inaction, that's gonna be what causes us to die. But go low, go for that, down jab, power crush. And yeah, you know. So again, look at this. Down forward 1, sidestep. See? A lot of Lily players, from my experience, will have some sort of tell on when they're going to sidestep. And for this Lily, it's after down forward 1. See? Down forward 1, sidestep, just immediately presses the 2 button. Boop, boop. Yeah, and then go for the mid, and then the mid closes it out. And yeah, so, you know, like, I mean, a lot of this is dealing with sidestepping. Obviously. It's part of the reason why we looked at Lily. Part of it is also going to be some matchup stuff. But a lot of it is just how Lily is playing in neutral. And getting paralyzed a little bit on what action we should be taking to avoid dying to sidestep. No need for a minute, but it's always good to see you. I love your content. Aw, thank you. I don't know, I remember seeing a little short you playing Elisa. Looks like pure Sophie cosplay from Soul. Yeah, it's a Sophidia cosplay. That was a long time ago. Oh my god. I need to do shorts more, man. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, stuff like this, you know, like just being paralyzed by what options do we choose? Are they going the sidestep? If I do an option, am I going the counter hit launch? And because of that, you know, even without the sidestepping, boom, we get counter hit launched. So, like, credit to you, you know, like none of your moves got sidestepped and then launched, right? That's big. That means that your defense against this Lily's sidestep was actually solid. You know, like that is one big thing. There are many more times that instead of an action causing a game to be lost like this, it's instead we're just not respecting Lily's ability to be able to move, and then our moves just constantly get sidestepped and we get launched. And you didn't do that, which is great. That's fantastic. But at the same time, a big reason why we ended up losing these games is because we were scared of Lily's sidestep. And if we were, like what we're doing here, a little bit more proactive when we're attacking and we're taking a couple of more risks, like again with here after Feisty Rabbit, you know, like she does Feisty Rabbit here on Wake Up, we wait, oh, she does Feisty Rabbit again, boom, now we can go in, right? But we have to find those opportunities where we can start going in, where we can start attacking, where we can start doing our offense, because otherwise, if we're paralyzed by indecision, we just end up losing without even having a chance to be able to come back in the game. So even though getting your move sidestep feels bad, it happens to everyone. It's part of that decision-making process. Sometimes you're going to get it right, sometimes you're going to get it wrong, but there's nothing that's inherently better or worse about getting your move sidestepped in launch versus getting like counter hit launched, right? Or getting poked to death because we're not attacking because we're scared of the sidestep. So
Dziękuję.
U plus ancient or Madagascar Roga. Lock 24 hours. Pick.
Madagascar, okay. What kind of question is this? Thank you for the 10 again, Neverendo. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Damn, water bottle. Thank you very much. But yeah, you know, like you get the idea, right? There's nothing inherently that's worse about getting a move sidestep in launch versus like counter hit launch or getting poked to death or whatever. So you just have to not be paralyzed by that potential outcome. And you have to gauge the situation and be like, okay, do I think she's gonna sidestep? Do I not think she's gonna sidestep? If you think she's gonna sidestep, I mean, you had some great timing on a couple of these when you did like the sidestep 2 and it counter hit launched, right? I don't remember exactly where it was, but you had some times where you did that and it was great. I think it was around here. Like, that was great. That was fantastic. Where is it? I think it was around here somewhere, right? Yeah, here. That was brilliant. That was fantastic. Do more of that. Do more of that. Don't get paralyzed. Don't let your inaction become your action. If you think that the opponent is going to sidestep, counter the sidestep. If you think they're not going to sidestep, counter them not sidestepping. If you don't know, play it safe, but choose an option that kind of covers both. Like, again, down forward 3, back 2-3, stuff like that. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's about it. I hope that helps. I hope it was worth the wait too. I'm sorry it took so long. I was expecting it to be like 4 hours or something, and I said that was really optimistic. I was right. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. All right, Gabe Hart, you are up. Chomanji, if you are still here, you are on deck. I see it says Oscar number 7. So we have Gabe Hart, Chomanji, Zay, and Shay. Should be fun. By the way, it's a good idea to have the help numbers at the top. I wish that you could keep these on in-game. That would be, you should be able to have this on in-game. But, yeah. Whenever you can have the help numbers on, you should probably have them on. I want Scorpion and Tekken, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's very unlikely as well. All right, learn to listen and stick her in a Player 2 cosplay. Why not? Do you like big butts? This is basically like asking if I play on Player 1 side or Player 2 side. I'm here, Chomanji, you are on deck. Seems to have a great race. I don't know what that means, but slit skills and a nice costume too. I do like the costume a lot, and I think the skills are definitely there. Hi, Devil. Just finished my last day of work, and of course, I'm last as usual. It's okay. There's only 4 people ahead of you, and then I'll do a roll call again and try to get through as many people as possible. Is it too late for me, Seth? If you are here in like an hour, I'll probably be able to get to you. This is such a do you like drinking water question. I don't get why we can't have the health numbers. It's so nice. I don't either. We should be able to. 2 players will win the Soul Calibur 6 community called 2B's White Alt. You know, I've never heard of it referred to as 2P before. I'm here too. All right. Let me go back here. Oh, wrong button. And Gabe Hart, let's get you. $60. Ah, fuck, I typed it in wrong. God damn it. 3RJ capital GI. Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. Yep. G. Nope, I'm still. emoji. 8. Huzzah! All right, we did it. Number 7 against Asuka. So this one, number 7 or number 8? I don't know if you've played a game. It doesn't. You haven't played a game. So it's this one, right? It's mostly a joke because, yeah, no, I get the joke. I just haven't heard it before. Everyone refers to the second 2B outfit as 2P, especially on the Rule 34 Discord. Oh. I understand now. All right, I'm going to load into this one. I'm assuming that this is the game. If it's not, then just let me know and I'll back out. Yes, okay, good. That all is canonically named 2P. It's very funny, but like I said, I just haven't heard it. All right. So let's see what we got here. Back 1, right? Makes sense. 1-1. Yeah, so I mean, like, the first thing that I think of, you know, after this, and I'm just going to be really nitpicky and explain, like, my thoughts to get a different perspective on this because you're both GOD1, so there's not really a whole lot that I can do to help, is, like, after this forward 4-2 gets blocked, if they're jabbing into it like this, my immediate thought is, okay, they have no idea how this matchup works. So what I would probably be fishing for at this point is just forward 4-2 in the Heaven Earth. Now, it's a little bit scarier, obviously, playing against Asuka. Asuka's a very tricky matchup to navigate because of Can. I'm gonna have to sleep. Good night. Good night, Pri. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well, man. Good night. Good night. But yeah, like, I would immediately be like, all right, just go in the Heaven Earth. Can is tricky to deal with, but you can react to Can and not neutral block the second hit. It's really tough, but you can. But that's what I would be looking at right now. But obviously the main priority right now is stack. So yeah, that's great. She does Power Crush. So, you know, there are a couple of things that we can think of here, like using more of the down 2, down back 3, and our pressure. That's what I would be thinking of right now. While running 1+2 gets the best of us. Asuka's a menace. 1 mix. Yeah. Yep, I mean, again, not much you can do there, right? That's just how the cookie crumbles. Down 2, nice counter hit. That second hit connects. Yeah, and then this one, by the way, Asuka specific matchup thing, when they do this, you can just, like, interrupt this, right? When she does this and then cancels it, she's not, like, super plus. So if you have a read that she's gonna do that and then do something afterwards, I mean, you could even hop kick her. But the important thing is just interrupting it with a mid if you think you have the read. I don't remember, like, what you did here. But then the all important thing, too, is you can Power Crush, right? In that same vein, because it's a mid, right, like the down forward 1, if you Power Crush here, let me see what you did afterwards here to try doing this. Down forward 2. Which, yeah, you know, also serves the same purpose. But you can Power Crush through the second hit as well. So Power Crush kind of just works for both options, I guess. So the only way that doesn't work, if you visually see her, like, starting to do the second hit, is if she cancels it and then blocks, which no Asuka player is going to do because they're all gorillas. Featuring the Nier crossover rates from Final Fantasy 14, so she's a canon character now due to Nier's own rules. It is fun how that works, huh? You said rule 34, while I typed R34, which means region 34. Yep. So yeah, then this is obviously really tight to get out of. That was a great core circle forward 4. And then I like the delay on the 2 as well. And yeah, can. And so the funny thing about this is that Can actually doesn't give her launcher here. This hit because you neutral guarded. See? So you have to immediately hold back, especially in this matchup after doing down back 3. But that actually doesn't beat down back 3. That's why it's so good to beat Asuka in these situations, especially against Power Crush, because can just simply does not work here. And obviously if you block this, then back off to the races. So that's a big thing to keep in mind, is that like with that down back 3, and this is another thing with Lidia as well, you know, is understanding like when you hold back, how to like hit and block confirm stuff like down back 3, core circle forward 4, and forward 2 by initially holding back and then letting go of it when you see the move get like hit the opponent or whatever. It's the same concept here. So make sure you're holding back before the down back 3 comes out, and then if it hits, then let go of back when you see it visually hit. Hopefully they don't change that in season 3. That would, if they make it so that you can cancel the stance transition by holding back, oh my fucking god, I'm gonna kill someone. All right, just try to roll out of there. Plus frames. Yeah, you know, and something you have to keep in mind about this as well, that when this gets blocked, you know, just +4, right? So can still be a bit of a tricky thing to deal with in that situation. But yeah, we just gotta work on getting out of the corner. And that's one thing I'm noticing about how you're playing is, like, positionally, you're definitely doing a good job of trying to get away from the wall, but I feel like we're having a bit of trouble thinking about, like, the long term and how we eventually get pushed into the hot dog man. And so what I'm thinking here is, like, step guard, and even if that doesn't end up working, you know, like, even if that doesn't end up sidestepping, like, step guard here, right? I don't know why I tried step guarding after the down forward one. But this kind of idea, so that we just get away from the wall, that's not something that I'm personally seeing a lot, so that's one little thing I would personally do differently. But yeah, then the heat smash, boop, 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 boop. Nice down back 3. And then, yeah, she just does parry, right? And this is why sometimes it's good to just cancel stance. So, like, the way I do it, because I'm noticing that you're not doing, like, the down back, you're not holding back after going in the stance like I normally do. So the way I normally do this is I will do, like, down back 3 and then hold back. Like that. And you see I can visually confirm this down back 3 hitting and then let go of back to stay in stance. Like that, right? So that's what I'm doing. And then if I see, like, can come out, then I get the block. But if it doesn't come out, then I'm fine. Like, I get to stay in stance. And then I can just very quickly and easily go out of stance and then punish her for trying to do the parry if she ends up doing the parry or whatever. So that's just one little bit of tech that I do. Then the low Byoki, that's gonna do it. What makes can so frustrating to deal with? It's what Lissetto said. Yeah, it's mainly that it goes to neutral guard. But also just being a 14 frame counter hit launching low is kind of nuts. Good forward 2. And yeah, what I would do here, honestly, like if it was me playing against this Asuka, because she's like doing parries and sabakis and stuff, what I would normally do here is I would like go in to have an earth and then cancel and then try the forward 1 again. Like this. Because that way if she sabakis, then I just get like a full launcher's worth of damage. You know what I mean? I really like doing that against characters that have sabakis like Asuka, just to avoid having to do the whole song and dance with the 2, right? Because I don't want to deal with like Asuka here knowing that she can do like sabaki and then I die because I pressed the 2 button. So that's why I'll do that. That's just another thing I personally do with Lidia. And yeah, go for the 1, sure. Not really doing anything there. And then yeah, again, like she didn't punish this right. So again, that tells me she doesn't know the matchup very well. And I would just be abusing the hell out of that. That was a great flow. This should just kill. Boop, 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 boop. Nice, good stuff. It's a preference, yeah, for sure. Yep, so there's the sabaki again. I like the crouch to try ducking onto while running 1+2. That was a good fuzzy duck as well. Yeah, the grab there is unfortunate. So again, remember I was talking about positioning with the wall, right? So we do get out of there by doing the wall running too, you know. But at the same time, like what I'm thinking of is right around, you know, here, when they stop backdashing, it's like, okay, well, if you're gonna stop backdashing, then I'll just like make my happy ass go over here, and then, you know, that's very funny. Get away from the wall because you decided to run backwards. That's just my thoughts. Yeah, this is a little low while running 1+2. It's -12, and yeah, Asuka back 3. I mean, you know, like, there's not really a lot to talk about, of course, because it's GOD1. Yeah, I don't need to say anything. I mean, you're not doing anything wrong fundamentally, you know. You're a really strong player. I can't offer too much. But the main thing I can point out is definitely the positioning. I think that the positioning could definitely be something to think about a little bit more, because it felt like there were a couple of times there where you had the opportunity, and I don't know what you were thinking, of course, but it felt like you had a couple of times where you had the opportunity to get away from the wall and you didn't take it, and even though it didn't end up mattering, if it did matter, I mean, it'd just be round ending. And then the other thing too is just, you know, playing around like the Sabaki and stuff, the parry, and like how you approach the stance and like that kind of stuff. But I'm sure you already knew that there wasn't going to be a whole lot I could tell you about, but you know, little things sometimes can go a long way, I guess. And yeah, the whatchamacallit, the like stance canceling stuff. So it's just Asuka being Asuka. I mean, the one thing that I think is mainly like a thing that you should incorporate into how you play Lidia is the down back 3 and then hold back thing to beat neutral can, because that's not real, and that is a huge problem for Asuka dealing with that situation. But if you don't block the can, then you just die. But yeah, I mean, a lot of how both of you played is just very, you know, typical standard high-level Asuka and Lidia. There wasn't even a lot of Sabakis. I mean, you know, the odd thing, too, is, like, playing around Sabaki, right? So there weren't a lot of, like, stance cancels. It did feel like a lot of the time we were, like, going in and then we were doing something out of stance. And we are, you know, you are doing the thing where you hold back here and then canceling stance, so, you know, more power to you. But, you know, like, I didn't see a ton of, like, this, right? I didn't see a lot of, like, using the mental frames with the stance to try incorporating a mix-up, you know, like here, instead of, like, and not to say that you should always be doing this, of course, but just as an idea, because I didn't see this a single time, instead of doing, like, the one and then going into heaven and earth immediately or any of that, we still have so much heat left that instead of doing like this into this, we can instead cancel stance and then do something like this while rising 4 here, stance, right? Something like that, you know, just to try getting more value out of the heat, while also trying to make it harder for Asuka to be able to parry us or Sabaki us or evade our stuff. Now, again, like, this Asuka clearly from the beginning didn't know what was going on with the matchup. So because of that, it's not a bad thing, and I'm not saying it is, but what I am saying is it's not a thing that you can think about. But yeah, it also does get to a point, especially at GOD1, where I'm talking about like my own personal preference in playing Lidia, and you might have a different preference, and you might not agree with me, and that's fine. But I'm just offering my perspective on it, and that is my perspective. But yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot else I can add, right? Again, a lot of this other stuff was just standard like Asuka stuff, and I think we could be doing other things to better play around, like her Sabakis and the other general bullshit that Asuka has, but it's also kind of hard for me to point out how exactly to do that and what those things are when this Asuka doesn't place those very well and know when to place them. So I usually do down 3 plus 4, 4 after down back 3, since I notice most people don't press. So, and you know, actually, that's another thing that we can talk about too. That's a whole nother thing we can talk about, because you're right on that. But off of like, I don't know where we do something. No, that was where the down back 3 failed. But another thing that I noticed as well that you didn't do, which kind of falls in the same vein of what I'm talking about, is like whenever we went in the stands, we were always trying to do something. And so like you're pressing 3 plus 4 or 4 because you notice people don't press like here, right? And that's sort of what I'm talking about playing into Asuka's parries and sabakis. And so it's really important in this matchup as well to be able to just like go in the wolf and then punish them doing that. Because like if we manually go in the wolf, it's like the same thing as doing 3 plus 4 or 4, right? But if we do these, it loses to sabaki. But if we manually go into here, then obviously we beat it. And even if we go into, like, hold on. See? If they full charge parry, then we just launch them with the full charge 1. And even if they cancel it early, they can't sidestep or do anything. So, can I just do the 3? I mean, you could. Oops, sorry. You could. Absolutely. If you want to do that. Like, it does beat parry. For sure. But, you know, the other thing too, nice. The other thing too is that if we are doing the 3, oh yeah, I guess you do get wall spot here. I didn't even think about it. It's been so long since I played Lidia. Yeah. Well, I'm actually able to do those a little bit more consistently on this. Cool. But yeah, I mean, you can do the 3, but I'm just trying to demonstrate in this specific instance because I'm not thinking about any of that. Just, situation or reason why you might want to go into wolf if you think the opponent isn't going to press. Because like the other thing is too, after the down back 3 hits, because you're saying that you're going to use the 3 plus 4, the 4, because you don't think the opponent's going to press. So if you don't think that they're going to press, then the 3 isn't really going to do anything, right? I mean, if they do parry, then it will, but it's not really going to do anything if they, you know, they don't press. So, that's another use case of going into wolf, is that if you go in the wolf, you can see them do the parry, and you could full charge the 1 and then launch them, or you could just go for the 4 and do the mix. So, yeah, that's another thing too that I would consider incorporating, is just manually transitioning in the wolf. I find it to be very powerful to do. But yeah, anyway. I hope that helps. I hope that was enough info. Bring back kitchen? What kitchen? All right, Chomanji, you are up, and Zay the Goat, if you are still around, you are on deck. It's Chomanji, Zay the Goat, and Shea. Or Shay. I'm just gonna stick with Shay. And then after that, we will do a roll call one more time. And it's probably, from what I've seen in the chat, going to be Devil and then Zenaris. And I think if Haru's still here, then Haru. I know I saw Cheese Connoisseur. I don't know if they're still here. And then that'll probably be it. It's been so long. I'll just record what I can record tomorrow before the update. So, I'm here. Pick any game you want. Cheese Connoisseur, you are still here. All right, sounds good. You are going to be... You are last on the list after we do the second round of roll call. So it's probably going to be a little bit. Haru is still here. All right, so we got... It's going to be probably then Devils, Zenaris, Haru, and Cheese Connoisseur on the last roll call. So let me put in the Tekken ID here. I didn't fuck it up this time. I didn't fuck it up. 2D7, I capital N, J H, capital E T E, capital D. Last game was a month ago, so last patch, I guess. Chomanji, have you not played any game since the update? Pick any game you want. Let me double check. Let me double check the games and see. Last game I'm seeing is from September 9th, 2025. Oh shit, I haven't? Do I need to? Dude, I'm so sorry. Yes, replays are deleted after every patch. Do you have any, like, videos that you have? Any, like, locals or tournaments that you've gone to that you want me to look at? And it doesn't have to be right now. You know, if you play a game, there's a new patch that's going to be tomorrow night. If you play a game after that, I'm fine with looking at that afterwards, but never mind then. Dude, I'm so sorry. I know you've been waiting for a while. I'm so sorry, man. That is so shit. I'm just double checking to make sure. I have a completely different. I looked up Chomanji and it is a completely different, like, Tekken ID and everything. So I'm assuming this isn't. They last played a game in September. Tell you what, I gotta go run to the restroom real quick. Chomanji, double check that your Tekken ID is correct. Because I don't see you. Double check. They have played since the last patch, but the patch was almost 2 months ago. No, unless there was not update. Nope, that was the last one. Didn't know I had to. Don't worry, man. I can send you a DM on Discord or something. Yeah, go for it. Again, double check your ID though, because you. I'm double checking. That wasn't like pasted in wrong or something. Capital N, J, H, capital E, capital T, capital E, lowercase v, capital E. I guess the game scraps updates after every month or so anyway, then that sucks. Are we sure this is the right Tekken? Actually, I guess I can, hold on. Can I copy? Does this work? That does work, okay. Let me look up my profile to make sure. Which Tekken did you start? Me, Tekken 5. Player search, here we go. Tekken ID. Yeah. Yeah, there's not even a button to watch replays because there's nothing on here, I think. Oh, wait, I think I have to click profile first. Watch replays. Goes plays replay list. Yes. Damn, man. Last game was a month ago. My PlayStation ID next to it. Shit, man. Well, yeah, again, just DM me. It doesn't matter what time. I don't care if it's next week. I don't care if it's a month from now. I don't care if it's after season 3. Just send me a message somewhere letting me know that you have a game and you want me to look at it. It's the best I can do. I'm so sorry that you've been here this whole time and you kind of got screwed because of that. I wish that I could do something, but I can't. But yeah, just let me know. The next patch is going to be either tomorrow or like it's going to be like tomorrow night, Tuesday morning. Depends on where you are. Then after that, the next patch is gonna be season 3. So if you play a game between then and season 3, or even if it's after season 3 comes out, just let me know. And I will look at whatever game you want me to look at. I will record it, and I will send you a recording of the coaching. I appreciate not your fault, man. It's cool, really. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. We don't look at the Tekken IDs like in advance to make sure that there are games, but yeah. Well, I'm gonna mark you here as just pending, and then we'll figure it out, man. Yeah, I really do apologize for that. That fucking sucks, dude. I'll DM you. All right, sounds good. Oh, nice, me too. Neat. No, it's not that set to private. Is it definitely a patch this Tuesday? Yeah, because tomorrow is when the season 3 season pass comes out. So, and that does include new outfits. So there is a patch tomorrow, yeah. All right. So, because Chomanji, unfortunately, we don't have any games. Zay, you're up. Shay, you're on deck. I haven't seen either of them in a while. Are either of you two here? I'll just go with whoever says anything, if anyone says anything. Zay, you are here. Brilliant. Let me pull up your Tekken ID. If you have any games, let me know. I'm gonna go run to the restroom real quick. Alright, cool. And then Shay, you're on deck, so if you could let me know that you're here at any point while Zay is up, then I'd appreciate that. And then after that, we're gonna do roll call again. So if Devil, Mort, Hollow, Love, Zenaris, The Fourth Ben, Mazino, Harmonized, Squiddy, Hollow, Haru, or Cheese Connoisseur, any of you guys are here, stick around. In about 20 to 40 minutes, depending on if Shay is here or not, we'll do roll call again, and then you guys will get to go. So Devil, you're here. Zenaris, you're here. Love, you're here. Okay, I'm gonna mark you guys as orange while I'm doing this. That might just make everything easier. And again, I'll do roll call again. Haru's here, Cheese Connoisseur, you're here, you're both Armor King, a law game, and that one won't work. Alright, sounds good. I'm assuming that you play against Armor King or Marek. Since you're a Reina player. Can't play any character except Reina. Alright, so I have you guys added. So the ones I don't have listed as being here for the next round are Mort, Hollow, Fourth Ben, Mazino, Harmonized, Squiddy, and Hollow. So those are who I don't have. It looks like Harmonized and Squiddy both have games that they specifically want me to look at. Okay, Squiddy didn't. Squiddy was very vague about it. So depending on how I'm feeling, I might do them as well. All right, sounds good. I don't think Shay is here, but they might come back before we get to them, so we'll see. Anyway, I'm gonna use the restroom. I need to refill my water as well. I will be back in a couple minutes. right. Ugh. Let's do it. Whew. Why am I in this menu? Armor King or Law? Okay. That is King. Armor King. I'm bad at Tekken. That is a hell of a name. I do see that we were going on a bit of a streak with the Armor King here. And that's it. There are no laws. Okay, let's do the Armor King then. Is there any particular... I mean, this was from a month ago, so you probably don't even remember. Well, what are we thinking then? Do you generally struggle more with, like, the Mighty Rulers or the Fujins? You want the top one? You want this guy? Okay, let's do it.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Oh, Fujin. Okay, no worries. See, this is the problem with me as a streamer. I have to interpret what the top one means, so I just go with the top of the list and not the top rank. My bad. All right. Nah, you're good, man. It's very rapidly becoming my least favorite character to fight. I will absolutely order 400 Jin if they're going to win from pure bullshit. Fuck that character. What, you don't like eating 2 grab 7 times in a row? All right. Sure. Yeah. All right. Get that as whiff punish. So one thing that I am noticing as we start out, 2 things. One is that we're doing like punishable stuff, right? We're not playing it very safe. We're doing a lot of things that are punishable. But 2, I like the Rainy costume. I do too. 2, one thing I'm noticing that I find to be very common when utilizing stance stuff and not getting the guaranteed follow-ups is playing very quickly. And usually that stems from us thinking like, I want to do this and to this and to this and to this, but then not reacting to the reality of, oh, my move hit. So we're doing like forward, 2, 1+2. We're like, they're going to duck. They're going to think I'm going to do 3 or the low because I just did the low. So I'm going to do the 1+2, the mix them up, and I'm going to go in the stance and I'm going to do a stance mix. But then when forward, 2 hits, you just hit the 3 button or the 2 button. And then you don't do any of that. But typically what I find is that this kind of thing happens because we're playing too fast. So when we go back here to round start, right? Forward, 2, and then do the 4, and then we do forward, 2 here, and that's the idea, right? I just did the low, so I'm gonna do the mid, and I'm gonna mix them. And you know, like this already has its own set of issues because obviously it's right a punishable mid, and we can do the 1 instead if we want to mix them like that. But I digress. Forward, 2. That whiffs, we get the punish. They didn't even duck. It's a clean punish. 1+2. And so that's what kind of tells me. And so and then we immediately do like the 1 because we're like, ooh, we're gonna hit him. I'm gonna mix him up. I'm gonna do the 2, and then we get hop kicked. And we're not looking at the reality that was presented before us. And so when we look at this, it's like, okay, we hit this. Oh my God, it hit guaranteed follow up. Playing too quickly because that's not what happened. The reality was this. And then the Armor King made a great defensive choice and hot kicked. It's actually insane that a Fujin would do that. I do not believe this Armor King is a Fujin. So yeah, good 1-1-2. And then what do we go for here? We go for the plus on block mid. And it looks like we are already doing the down forward 1 for the frame trap. Beautiful, it works. There's the grab. And clearly, like, when these ideas do pan out the way that we're thinking, we have the right ideas and it's working, but we need to slow down. So we're going here and see now we're at a point where You know, we're looking at the scenario that's being presented and we don't have a plan. We don't have an idea. And because of that, Armor King's just like, oh, so, I'm just gonna hit you now? See, and there you go, right? Now that we got the clear punish, we like, we know it's gonna hit. We're gonna do the 2, go in the stance, do the mix. Beautiful. So what are we gonna do? Forward, forward. And again, same thing, right? We're doing the 1+2. They're gonna duck. I want my big punish. So now we go into the other aspect of this, right? And the other aspect of this is what we're doing is insanely risky for no reason. So let me take control of Armor King here. If she does this, and I mean, yeah, like this is a good point, right? If I, as Armor King, just jab, then it like interrupts everything that you can do, including the 1+2. And if I really gotta read, sorry, it's not a hop kick. I can sidestep and then I can kill you for doing this, right? I can just launch you. But as well, I could get counter hit with something like back 1-2. But then on top of that, it gets deeper because now when this gets blocked, boom, I get punished. And that is a true punish, right? Unless you are in heat, that is a real punish. And it gets even deeper because now if I'm Armor King and I do instant Shining Wizard, boom, right now I get grabbed. And then, so it is even though on the surface it's like, oh yeah, well the move's like -12 or whatever when you do Power Crush specifically, and it's launch if you don't. It's actually worse than that because there's the floor break and that you can get interrupted, you can get counter hit out of it, etc., right? There's a lot of options that the opponent has to be able to beat this. And so what do you need to do as the Reina player then? You as the Reina player should be going maybe for the 2. Or what you can do instead is you can go not for the 1+2, but instead, what button is it? Oh, sorry, it is the 4. You can go for the 4 because the 4 is accomplishing the same thing as the 1+2 is, but when you do the 4, you're plus on block. So you don't die for doing this. So instead, play slower. You don't necessarily need to play, I say play fast because you're playing fast in your mind. What you're doing is you're thinking of what the situation is going to be 5 steps from where it is at present, and because of that, you don't react to what's going on in the present. So you have to tune your mind and your reactions to what is happening in the present instead of what you think is going to happen in the future. Hi, hello, welcome in. You think you can guess my controller? I mean, it could be literally anything. You're going to tell me it's a Guitar Hero guitar. No. Guitar Hero piano. So we're going here. Again, get grabbed. You're in a bit too late for the checklist. You are a bit late. We're going to be doing a second one, though, after probably this game, because I don't think Shay is here. It's actually an electric Liehart. There's the low mid, low mid. So we're kind of just getting like smothered by this pressure. So let's like break down why this is happening and what we can be doing, right? So we get hit by this low, you know, that happens. Has a follow. It's a mid. We try blocking low. It doesn't work. We get hit by the mid. Okay. You know, that's like, it happens, right? Generally speaking, these sort of low mid attacks from -13 on block generic. I think Armor King is actually -12. I might be wrong on that. Oh, it's launch. That's crazy. Oh my God. Yeah. So you get full launch punish out of that. That is insane. So, right. We could have just held back. That's fine. Let's continue on. We're on the ground. Wake up. Drop kick. -9. And we just like, he just gets the low anyway. And then again, right? He does the same low, boom, 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 and we get attacked through it. And you know the reason why? It's because we neutral guarded. Because we neutral guarded. That's the reason why the second hit us. And you can see our inputs. We try doing 1-1. We let go. We're like, oh God, he's hitting me. We try holding back. We're too late. And so if, just hold back here. Oh wait, no, we got counter hit. I didn't even notice that. But it beats neutral guard anyway. So either way, we were not holding back in time, even if this wasn't counter hit. So like the jab there is its own thing, right? But it's important to point out that when we get hit by that first hit, we need to be holding back immediately. We can't wait. We can't rely on neutral guard. We have to hold back. So continuing on here, that ends up getting blocked. And right, also, like when Armor King does this, he's -9. So what can we do as Reina? We can do crouch dash 3, and I probably have to go back a little bit in time to be able to do this properly. Hello? See, we can do crouch dash 3 on wake up. We could try like counter hitting him out of a wake up attack. Of course, forward 4-2 could work out here if he tries waking up. What other moves do we have? We have like down 4 to try flipping him. That could work as well. But yeah, then, oh yeah, this is where it gets blocked. My bad. But it's the same situation, right? So we wake up, block, that, counter hit launcher if they try doing a wake up kick. If they stay on the ground, it hits him. Boop, boop, counter hit, and then that ends up hitting the wall. And then same thing, right? So we are kind of, unfortunately, hitting buttons way too haphazardly, and that got us counter hit, and that got us killed that round when we really shouldn't have. So again, just playing slower and more patient, right? We're really trying to hit buttons. We're really trying to constantly be like doing something. We have that mentality of if I'm not doing something, then I'm not doing it right, but that's kind of getting us killed, you know? Security, you think 5 steps ahead, but you ignore the president is the philosophy of now you'll be then as soon as you are. True act. You know what? That is some Master Uruguay shit. You are so right. Okay, so we go here, wake up. And again, we hit a button, you know? We hit a button again, and we are just playing a little bit too fast. So if we just wake up, we block it, it's like, he's +8, but now we wait, and now we get that 1-1-2. We get like the 3, boom. He doesn't have heat anymore. We're golden. But if we get a little bit impatient, we go, oh my god, he's starting the fist, oh my god! We die. You wanna watch all the games today, or will there be a part 2? I'm gonna watch as many as I can because there's an update tomorrow, and I'm not gonna be doing this again until May because of season 3. So I'm punishing myself now for the benefit of everyone here. That was a fantastic sidestep. That was good as well. That was nice. That was good. Waiting it out. Unfortunately got hit there. Boom, boom, boom. Try rolling on the ground. Just back it up, back it up, back it up. See, that's great. You see what happens when you play slow. When we wait it out, we're not trying to run in. We're not trying to hit buttons. We're not scared of the burning fist coming for our face. We're just patient. We wait it out. Boom. He whiffs. Good. 1-1-2. Brilliant. Goes for the... Exactly. See, and this is what I want to point out as well, because we do this. What would happen if we hit the 1+2? In fact, he's not even going to block it for some reason. Oh, God. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this. Ah, shit. No, I hit the wrong button on my fucking controller again. Christ almighty. I can't even go in the Sentai again. But the point I'm trying to show... Can you go in the Sentai again, Reina? Okay, he's going to block it. Whatever. The point is that we get this, and then afterwards, when we get Crouch Dash 3... Holy shit. When we get that, that's like the same damage. So when we're not in heat, going for the 4 is just... I'm not going to say better, because there are obviously times where you use the 1+2 over the 4, because the 4 can get floated with jab. But in these cases, absolutely you're looking to do the 4 here. Since it accomplishes the same thing, but doesn't get you punished. And so now look, conversely, right? We had this round. We had this round 1. He does this, boom. Need to hold the back button. Right? We get hit there because we're trying to sidestep. Our sidestep gets caught. Now, we didn't hit a button, so we didn't get counter hit, so it could have obviously been a hell of a lot worse. But, like right here, when we're backing up, boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, that first hit whiffed, but, you know. Oh my god, he high crushes on... Why does he high crush like that? Whatever. He dies. So that's just another part of the whole playing it slow thing. Not trying to play too fast, not trying to get ahead, just playing in the present, waiting for whatever happens to happen. You know, when we're out here, Armor King can run in, and what I would do, unfortunately, there's a roll here, so it's hard, but even then, right, we can just wake up while rising 4, and he kind of just dies. In fact, he literally dies if I got the right moves with Reyna. Oh my god. Fuck it, I can Rage Art. I can Heat Burst. Yeah, that works, he's dead. But you, like, yeah. Just playing slower, right? But at the same time, there are times where we have to take an action after we block something. So like here, this is the same thing as after the drop kicks, right? He stays on the ground, it's 0, and from here, right? Or, because we're on the ground, we can try hitting him with like one of our front crouch moves. That'll counter hit him. We can knock him away. Boom. Whiff punish with forward 2, and then he's dead. But we just have to play it a little bit slower. But because we don't take an action there, we press there, we block that, and unfortunately the mid comes out. We end up dying from that. So yeah, I'm sure you get the idea. But the main thing is just playing slower. And you said it at the beginning. You said that this was part of the problem, and you can see how it's just like, you know, where we are making a lot of good decisions, but we are trying to play a little bit too fast. And again, I want you to look back at that last round where we were doing like Sentai in the 4, and then compare it to the beginning of this round, right? Just look at the difference. You see? You see the difference between the two? Because you were doing better about it when you got to the end. But right, like, see what I mean? The difference between the 2 rounds and how much damage you're eating because you're doing this. Like, even if, let's like say in a hypothetical, right? Let's go here. Like, even if we're just like forward 4 in the Sentai and then do nothing. Ah, cool, he whiffed. So that's what we gotta be thinking about. And again, it's not to say you need to play slower, it's that your mind needs to not stay in the future, right? You have to, while you are doing all of this stuff, you need to keep focus of the present. And when you are in focus of the present, and when you're in focus of the present, your mind that's thinking in the future is synced with what's happening in the present, right? And when that stuff happens, like here, it's great. You know, no problems at all. Boom, beautiful. But if you play too fast and you play too loose, like this, then you get punished super hard for it. And that's the main thing to look at. And like, again, if we go back down here, this is a not prime example of it, right at the wall, right? We're waiting, because we're like, I don't know what's going on. I can't see the future anymore. My superpower is gone. And now you have to play in the present. And now when you're playing in the present, because I think you're not used to it, because that, you know, let me shift gears here, right? When it comes to defense as well, when you're defending against an opponent, you can only play in the present. You can't play in the future because you can't know what the opponent is planning 5 steps ahead. You can only know what they're doing now. And almost every time we're in these defensive situations, you stop, you freeze. Because your brain is sitting there trying to go back to where it's comfortable, which is over here in the timeline. And you're sitting like back here in the present, and your brain's just going, and it can't get there because you don't know what they're going to do. So that's causing you to go, oh my God, what is going? And that's what's causing this situation. That's what's causing this. So, yeah. Main thing, slow down, play in the present, think of the present. It will help your offense and it will help your defense. Obviously, I don't know exactly what's going on in your head. I obviously don't know exactly like what you're thinking or what your thought process is. But generally speaking, when I see this kind of stuff happening, what it usually stems from is that you are having trouble with focusing on what's happening right now. So just try to make more of an effort to focus on what's happening right now, what the situation is, how you deal with it right now, and not like what happens after that. And that should help you a lot. Learning leverless, so that's the journey. Hey, well, good luck with that. You can play Tekken like chess because there aren't force moves in this. You can't check his king and the pressing -15 button that rewards you with a queen. They can just not do it. True. That's absolutely 100% accurate. I could look one step into the future. It will not block fully charged 1-2 down 2. Oh, the Elisa play is really coming out. All right. Full beans. So, after about 7 hours, like I said, 4.5 hours was generous. After about 6 hours, because the first hour was bullshit. We're done with the first round. We are done with the first round of roll call. Thank God. I haven't seen Shay in the chat. I assume Shay isn't here. Understandable. So if Shay comes back, then they will be up next. If they come back now while I'm doing roll call, they'll be next. If they come back later, they'll be on deck. So, here's what I got for round 2. And this is going to be the last one for today. And anyone else that I miss is going to be after the update. I'm going to record it. It's going to be after the update. I'm sorry, but that's just how it's going to be. Including for the people that were here, Field of Stars. Well, Field of Stars, you let me know if you want to go. Shay, whatever. So, second round of roll call. We got, I have right now listed as being here, Devil, Love, Zenaris, Haru, Cheese Connoisseur. If I called your name, you are good, you are set. There are 5 of you, so it's gonna be like another 2 hours, but it should be fine. So, the ones that I do not have, if I call your name this time, I said Haru. If I call your name this time, I do not have you listed as here, so let me know if you are here. Mort, Hollow, I see you in chat. I will mark you right now. So Mort, the 4th Ben, Mazino, Harmonize, Squiddy, and Hollow. The names I just called, I do not have marked as here. So if you are here somewhere in the chat, let me know, or I am going to launch an Apache helicopter in your direction. Haru here. I said Hollow, not Haru. Can't see Haru anywhere. You know, actually, yeah, same. Yeah, actually, you're so right. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone, and also Shay as well. Shay, you need, if you ever are here, you need to let me know. Damn you, Seth. What? What did I do? I'm setting Murray on fire. Well, that's not my problem. All right, we're done. Last roll call is done. So again, the order is going to be Devil, Hollow, Love, Zenaris, Haru, and Cheese Connoisseur. That is the order. And then after that, I'm done. There's still, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god, there's still 9 after that. I'm going to be recording all of them off stream after the update, except Harmonize, because Harmonize has a specific game you want me to look at, so I'm going to record it. I'll actually probably record Squiddy's too. But yeah, that's it. Remember when I told I'll get the highest rank offline? I'm already at red rank soon. I feel like this was months ago, was it not? Well, good luck. Hi, Kentaro. Hello, welcome in. All right, Devil, do you have any games you want me to look at? I'm gonna scream. 5, 7, 8. Oh, TB. My bad. Oh yeah, it says 11 out of 12 characters. All right. This one, first one, Miari Mirror. All right, I got you covered. Are you still looking at games? Yes, kill me. All right. Here we go. Oh my god, it's a mime. Oh no. Been quick match for like 15 minutes, and all I get is a laggy Wi-Fi Lily. Yeah. Lily Law both start with an L. Okay. So I don't know how much you want to know about like the Miari Mirror or what you're doing or whatever. I know, right? Dumbass costume. So, right here, -8. So, couple of things. I mean, one, the jab string, you know, high, right? You can duck under it. It's gonna be, there we go. But even if you block this, I mean, you can launch them out of anything. They did the fastest move in there, 13 frames. You can just launch them. Hop kick, down forward 2, whatever. You can just launch them. Down forward 4, counter hit launcher. So don't let them like mix you for free when you block these moves. And there's the high. It's forward 2 to get back in while running 3, going in. I actually like that tip range 3. That was smart. And then yeah, the block. So we're just shifting momentum here. I don't hate how this the offense was structured at all. I don't. I have no problems with that. And I have no problems with you trying to get in there with the 1+2 either. It was unfortunate I did the 3-2, but I have no problems with that. Yeah, and like I would have done the same thing. I might have done While Rising 4 instead of While Rising 1-2, but this is really smart because we see that they hit a button, we got counter hit, and so then we can be like after this next one, okay, they're probably gonna hit a button again. And so I think that doing the While Rising 1 makes a lot of sense. I would probably do the While Rising 4 though, because of the pushback, right? So if this hits, then it's great. If it doesn't hit, then they do something stupid, and then boom. We get full launch. We get full combo, which is great. In fact, we might be able to with he actually kill them from there because we can get to the wall. But yeah. It was a French connection. Yeah, I can see why that might be a bit of a problem then. Yep, while running 3, and then the 3. And so this is something I do against you when we play in viewer games a lot, Devil. And it's important for you to know as well. So, when Miari does this, and then goes into bow, even off of this, and actually, let's see what you do here. Try doing 3-2. So, when they go in the bow, what you can do is if they're going to do the high or the mid, so if they're going to do 1-4, which she does here, or 3, the mid homing and heat engager, you can just power trash. Beats both options. It loses the 4 counter hit launches you, but back 1+2 beats both options. Power crush beats both options. Now the thing is, if they do the 1, then if you try jabbing, jab will lose. But when we're in this situation, obviously, you can't power crush here, right? You can't power crush because if you power crush, you don't have the health, so you just die. But what I do all the time here, jab beats the 3, oh Jesus God, and the 4, and it loses to the 1. So if you think that they're not going to do the 4, if you think that you're gonna do the 3 or the 1, then you power crush. If you think that they might do the 1, and they might go between the 3 and the 4, you jab. And that's what you could have done here to beat this, to get out of this. This just feels like, oh, it's a 50-50, you know? I block it, whatever, I'm -9. I get it wrong, I die. We duck here, I assume, because we think they're gonna go for the 4. It could also be because you think they're gonna go for the 1, but with the health that's left, wouldn't make a lot of sense to duck when we could just block it, -5, right? Try coming back from there when we're at risk of getting hit by a 3. So I assume that, yeah, you're doing it for the 4. So if you think they're gonna do the 4, jab. All you do is jab. Because as long as they don't do the 1, if they do the 2, the 3, or the 4, jab beats it and you flip them. That's a really important bit of anti-Miari tech. And it's important for you to know as well, so you can think about the dynamic of how you apply the mix-up yourself. That was a good flow. Nice. Good combo. And so here as well, one thing that you can do for the combo here is you can do, yeah, while running 1+2. The point is I'm trying to show that because you have no while running 1+2 move, and that actually hit there, while running 1+2 you can use to like convert off of here, but if you run too many steps, then yeah. There you go. So you can do that to finish off the combo if you like. That was a great whiff punish. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Down forward 4. I like it. Keeping it out. Up forward 3. I assume that up 3 was supposed to be up forward 3. That was great. That was beautiful. That was fantastic. I think I have to take a break from Tekken. Do it, man. Season 3 is a month away. I really recommend taking a break so you don't get burned out. I just broke something. Well, I even more recommend taking a break then so you don't break more stuff. Okay. It was my headset. Oh, man. See, let's look at the silver lining. Okay. It could have been worse. It could have been your monitor. It could have been your controller, depending on how expensive your headset was. And you still have speakers, right? Probably on your monitor or your computer or somewhere, you still have speakers. You might have earbuds. You might be able to go to like Walmart or something and get $20 earbuds. So it sucks, but it could have been worse. That's the first thing. If you're feeling like, God damn it, I broke my headset, whatever, it could have been worse. But 2, get like something else to spike if you're going to be mad. Because I'm not going to say like, just don't spike the headset. Because that's stupid. Of course you don't want to spike the goddamn headset. But at the same time, sometimes it's hard to control it. So you know what you need? You know what you need? You need an emergency chuckable plushie. I actually can't throw it down there because I have stuff on the floor that could get damaged. So just get something that you won't break if you chuck it or punch it or whatever. It still works. It's just one the earmuffs broke off and now it's hanging by a wire. Understandable. Hi, Fourth Ben. Just got home. Looking forward to the stream. You are 7 hours late, my man, but welcome in. I have you listed as being here. Breaking the rules a little bit, but I did it anyway. I can't even get it to sit right. Again, it could have been worse. But if the game's doing that, take a break. Rest, refresh for season 3. I've uninstalled Tekken. A good choice. All right, let's continue on here with Devil. 1-4-1-1. Yep. Like, again, I like the offensive pressure sequence. I have no problem with this. I think that using the heat there, because the health is so low and you still have heat, 1 mix kills, I think that was really smart. Now, I do think that using the forward 1+2 wasn't the right option here. I think that instead what you're looking for, I have control of the wrong character. Oh, Jesus God. Oh wait, I just realized this is you that's getting hit. Fuck me. Wait, we can't see the game. My bad. Now I'm just gonna dip and chill. Well, I hope you have a more chill rest of your day, Aaron. I'm sick of Tekken. No, that's understandable, man. I get ya. I hope you have a good night. I hope you have a good rest of your day. All right. So I kind of realized that when I was talking, well, it's actually a good thing that the screen was on my big head, because I thought that the French person was Devil. I need something also because I bang on my desk a lot. Get a desk plush. The hell? I'm sorry. 2 seasons in a row, I failed to get Tekken Cake. Man, don't worry about that much. You're fine, dude. I know. I'm trying to be a perfectionist. If you get one thing, it's just gonna lead to another and another and another and another, right? You're fine, man. Don't worry about it. I can't believe you accused Devil of something as terrible as being... Yeah, I know. But their offensive sequence... See ya. Bye, Aaron. Again, have a good night, man. Their offensive sequence here is really... It's very good, and it's important to digest so that we can understand, like, why we're doing this and, like, how we can apply this ourselves. So down back 3, while rising 3. Plus frames. Keeps the +4. Stays in standing, doesn't do the while rising 4. That angle is crazy, by the way. We go here, down forward 1 frame trap, down forward 1-1, second hit counter hits, backdash up 1+2, just connects to tip range, get the follow up at the wall while running 2-1, 4-3, 1+2, 1 mix up does it. They do something really dumb. Now we're back at reset neutral. So, like, if we're looking at this for Devil and, like, how can we apply this same logic? Down back 3, you know, great low, keeping those plus frames. Frame trap here with the down forward 1. Keep you locked down, make it hard for you to be able to respond. Devil thinks it's only going to be the first hit of down forward 1. He tries responding, second hit ends up counter hitting. Up 1+2 again to keep up the plus frames. Guaranteed follow up. Run in with while running for 1 or 2-1 at the wall, using the plus frames to force the mix. Like, this is very difficult to deal with, and it's very well structured. So how can we then, as Devil, deal with this? Well, the first answer is that we just hold back, right? So this is going to be daunting to deal with. This is a high. We can duck it. Even if we don't duck it, just if we block it, boom, boom, -3. Now we can get it and start trying to do our stuff, press our buttons. But even after that, after this gets blocked, we have access to Power Crush. But not only that, also after this hits, oops, we can, sorry, not Power Crush because we're crushing, we can Heat Burst, right? Because even though they're -5 here, if we Heat Burst, this is going to go through the Wild Rising 3, the Wild Rising 1. It's not going to go through Wild Rising 4. Wild Rising 4 would beat this, but that is an option we have. We also have access to Sidestep left, not right. Sidestep left, which will lose to Wild Rising 1, but if they do Wild Rising 4, Wild Rising 3, that's another option that we have at our disposal. So continuing on, boom. Obviously, again, we could have ducked there. You're not taking control too early. Here, we could have ducked, and then if they do that, you know, -13. This is a little bit tricky to deal with. We could also sidestep to try getting around it. See, we could try sidestepping to get around if we block that. And even if we get hit by it, you know, we're -5, sidestep still works here. Backdash works as well. But we go here, while rising to 1, or while running 2-1, and then here you're just in a mixed situation, right? I mean, one thing that you can try to do is Power Crush, but the 4 beats Power Crush, you know? So that is tricky. Obviously, the only real answer you have is to just block this or hot kick, right? Just get the read, smile. You could also down jab, but that loses to the 1, and the 1 isn't unlikely for them to do because they're in heat, so it's pretty risky. So really, this is a situation where you're kind of just forced to eat the mix because you didn't duck the high. And then here with the pixel left, this was a bad option for them to do the forward 1+2, so now neutral's reset. So now we get to a position where we're like, okay, how do we win this now? Wow, they blocked that. That is crazy in the replay. But if they duck, that's so interesting. Then we get all of this. Neutral kind of resets here. We can activate heat, and that gives us the opportunity to get back in the game. So this is really our opportunity to be like, all right, I'm in this. I have a very slim chance, but their heat's about to run out. I have some rage. They whiff the move. I can go in. I have a chance. So what do we do here? While running 3, it's a good option. And then we do the 4. And then we die. So what's important about this is that we don't need to risk our life on 1 low. Because 1 low isn't going to win us the game. 1 low's not going to win us the game. It's just not. But 1 mid could win us the game. So when we do this, and then if we do this afterwards, look how that wall splats. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, Jesus, God damn it. Fuck, God, shit. Fuck. But look, this wall splats. And then let's just go simple combo, especially because of time. Here, boom, boom. We're back in. Oh, God, they hit me with a wake-up kick. But then I can do something like up forward 3, you know? So let me do this properly so I can fucking go here, boom, boom, so I can demonstrate properly instead of being lazy. Boom, here, bop, bop, that knocks them away. I am actively in heat. I'm an idiot. I kind of forgot that I got heat engager, just going through the motions. And again, this isn't the right combo, but I'm just doing this for the sake of example. They wake up kick. Ooh, boy, we hit him there. And now look. We hit that 1 mid. They whiff a wake up kick. We punish them with up forward 3. We still have all of our heat left. They're almost in rage. We still get mix up afterwards. Their backs to the wall. We're feeling good. Now, let's look at the situation if the low hits, right? So let's say that they stand block. Boom, boom. Okay, that's whatever. And toe kick's not gonna work there because of how it works out. It will work here. And now, neutral resets, and then we hit 1 low and they die. So, there are times, obviously, to do the big chunky lows. And there are times where, you know, the big chunky lows, like, yeah, it's a lot of damage now, but is it a lot of damage in the future? And it depends on the low, but sometimes no, it's not. And because of that, it's better to just go for the mid. We had the right idea running in, doing the while running 3. We saw the vision on how we can win the game, and we did the low because we were like, I want to start stacking damage. I want to get that 39 damage in with the low. That's going to take out a big chunk of their health. That's going to get me back in this game. And, you know, if it hit and we were able to follow up after that, sure, maybe it would have been a start, but it wouldn't have got us off to the races. Instead, what it would have done is it would have lowered their health. Which sounds like the same thing, but it's not quite the same thing. You know, because the difference is that if we hit the low, yeah, you know, it lowers their health. And that does help us achieve our goal. But now we have to deal with the opponent hits us, then we lose. Whereas, if we hit the mid, it not only drains their health, but it also puts us in heat. It gives us a combo, it gives us Oki, it gives us mix-up, it gives us plus strings, and it allows us to be able to continue our offense and limit the amount of times that they have the ability to be able to finish us off. And what happens if they get blocked? Well, if the low gets blocked, we die. If the mid gets blocked, you know, it sucks, but there's enough pushback. We can backdash, we can wait it out, we can try to wait for another opportunity, and we're basically in that same situation as the low hitting if the mid gets blocked. So yeah, moving on to the next round now. While running 3, again, going for the low. And we gotta be careful of doing those lows. And another thing as well, when I play against an opponent who will just raw block my low in stance like this, every single time I have an opponent that does that, you know what I do? Mid. And you know why? It's because of what I just talked about. It's because of that dynamic I just talked about, where if I hit the mid safe heat engager, then I basically just win the round on the spot. But if I hit the low, it's kind of the same situation as the mid getting blocked. So, sure, I can take the damage from the low if I want. Yeah, absolutely. But if my opponent is ducking for the low so much, and them getting hit by the low is like the same as the mid getting blocked, but it's unsafe versus the mid being safe, why do the low when the opponent is ducking? And so this is all to say, you really only want to do the low in the same kind of situations you would do Lidia's unblockable. And that means that you only want to do it when you know without a shadow of a doubt that the opponent is not going to duck. But if you have an opponent that's just ducking like this with reckless abandon, it means either they don't know, they don't understand this or what that I'm talking about that comes with getting hit by the mid, or they don't care. And because of that, it's better for you to just go mid instead of doing the low. Yep, might launch punishable. That was still a punish, sure. Yeah, and there you go, exactly. And now, we get a grab. That works fine. And look at that health. We didn't even do anything fancy. We did heat engager and then grab. And look at that. They were 161. Look at this. 161 HP. Boom. 40 damage. Grab. Boom. 35 damage. It's a combo's worth 75 damage off of that with Oki. This is why if you have an opponent doing this, you hit the mid and you don't do the low. Hit again. Boom. They're down the stairs. They have just, in the span of about 3 seconds, lost 101 HP. And again, we didn't even do anything fancy. Minus 13. Good punish. Got the punish there. Again, that's a hive. Sure, just go for the heat smash, but that's exactly why. All that entire round, we won off of the 3, and that would never be able to happen with the 4. So my play card so you can check mine out. I want to know if I'm doing something wrong. Well, again, the next time that we're going to be doing coaching is going to be for a while. So I'll let you know what's going on with coaching at the end of the stream. Actually, you know what? I'll do it after this game with Devil, because it's going to be a while to the end of the stream. As long as I don't demote to beginner ranks, I'm happy with my rank. That's a good mentality to have. So yeah, we tried going for the punish. We're late. Don't duck under the high. Just waiting it out. That is unfortunate that connected. Power crush. Great punish on the power crush. forward, forward 3. And again, we have to be careful when doing those 3-2s because they can just get ducked. But right now, it's just a bunch of scrapping. There's that. Yeah, I mean, our punishment is off, right? That was good. That worked. But yeah, our punishment is just really, like, neat. Leaves a lot to be desired. And we had the right idea on the 2. We just did the 2 late. And then we got the mid. So that last round was a real, like, scrap fest between the 2 of you because you guys weren't, like, obviously doing the right punishes. You were trading a lot of things that were punishable, a lot of highs, weren't getting the ducks, weren't getting the punishes. You know, that's stuff that's going to happen. That's all right. That's not the main focus, right? The main focus is when we look back, especially at the rounds that we lost here.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
The main, like, problem that we had, I suppose, the best way to, like, describe it were those lows, right? And it was that we weren't letting the opponent get themselves killed. So, get hit by the 3-2, a lot of counter hits, right? The Wild Rising 1, we go there. We tried doing the Wild Rising 1-4. And again, like, it's fine, but I guess there are 2 problems. One of them is, like, that general counterplay against Miyari, right? Which we talked about. But then the other problem is doing a lot of these moves that inherently carry a lot of risk with them and not, like, getting any reward out of them. So, like, if we did more stuff like that, then that's great. More stuff like that, that's great. But, like, when we go into this round, you know, this other Miyari player had great offense from this point, but again, we get the whiff, the low, the mid, second hit counter hits on down forward 1-1, that counter hits on up 1+2, and so we're just getting counter hit by a lot of like options, and that means that we're not picking our timing for retaliating and hitting our buttons very well, because that's why we're getting counter hit, and the options that we're choosing at times are really good, but at other times just don't really work with the frames that we're being given. And so those are the things we need to look at and work on top of, like, this, again, this idea of, like, when are we doing the low? When are we doing the mid? What's the risk reward on it? What do I get out of doing the mid versus the low? That kind of stuff. Shouldn't use so much lows against an opponent like this. Because, once again, good night, everyone. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Rue. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well, man. Once again, when is this opponent blocking lows? And why are, like, okay, I want you to think about it like this. Why are they choosing the options that they're doing? Like, I talked about this whole offensive sequence and why they're choosing all of the options that they're doing. So, like, here, why are they blocking low? Get into their head. Think about the opponent here. Why are they blocking low? And whatever answer you come up with, is it a good answer? Is it a good reason for blocking low? No, right? Because we just demonstrated with the mid. If the mid hits them, they die. So why are you taking that risk to block low when you could die if you get hit by the mid, when you can just get hit by the low, wake up, and then kill them with one attack, right? It doesn't make any sense. No matter what way that you slice it, no matter what way you think about it, it makes no goddamn sense to block low here. It's just a bad option. Now, obviously, when you get to, like, much higher ranks, then choosing the bad block option becomes a good option because it's not obvious, you know, because, like, it becomes a whole mind game where it's like the opponent's more likely to do the low because it's a bad option, so then the opponent who's blocking it might be more likely to block the low because they know it's a bad option. That kind of dynamic is not happening here at Bushin. That is something that happens at, like, GOD2. It's not going to happen here. And so if you exclude that, any option you can think of, any reason is not a good one. So if you put yourself in the opponent's shoes, you think why they blocked the low, and the conclusion that you come to is there's not really a good reason, then they're not going to have good reasons for blocking low in the future when you put them in these positions. And that means you should punish them with the mids. Now, if you do think of good options why they would block the low. For example, let's say that the sides are flipped, right? Let's say that they're the one on 1 HP and you have full health. Now the reason for blocking low is, well, if the low hits, I die. And that is a valid reason. If the low hits, I die, and they've been using it quite a bit. Sure, absolutely. But now you have that info that they might stop blocking low when their health is low and they're in a situation where that low will kill. So then you might want to use the mids. Or you might have it the other way around, right? Why are they stand blocking? Why are they not trying to block low? It could be, well, they haven't been using lows. My health is high. Or, in the case of if their health is low and you have a lot of health, well, the mid will kill me. And I think they're going to do the mid. So that's what you got to think about. You got to just get into the opponent's head and you got to think, like, not only why are they blocking low, but also when you're doing this in this position, would you, Devil, if you were the French player, I'm sorry, block low here? Or would you block mid? And why would you do that? Why would you make that decision? And then if their analysis of it is different than yours, then you think, okay, why did they choose to block you? Why did they choose to do that? And then you go from there. So, you know, it's not just a flat, like, you shouldn't use lows, but it depends. And you got to think about why the opponent is blocking low, what situations they're blocking low in, and if it makes sense or not, and how that might change your decision on doing mids or lows in the future. So, anyway, that's what I got. I hope that's helpful. I'm gonna move on now. Hello! You are up, and love, you are on deck. I don't know how I'm gonna get fucking love coaching, the number 4 Zafina player in NA, but fuck, in NA and SA. But sure. Good. 3 versus Xiaoyu. Okay. I see XIA and I think Shanghua. This one? Oh, that is a June player. I'm not playing a lot now, so I'm a bit woody. Gotcha. Bit older, but my new was from Tourney versus GOD3, etc. Damn. It is this guy. Any of them in particular, then? I'm assuming you don't want me to look at the 301. Maybe, but I don't know what that would really help with. Gonna use that in the future, built different fundamental then? Hell yeah, man. I hope it helps. Let's go the 3-2, the one that you won, this one. $32, 3-2, 2-3. Yes, okay, sounds good. All right, while this is booting up, I'll let you guys know what's gonna happen with coaching. I've been thinking about what we're gonna do with coaching going into season 3, because right now there's no real reason to do coaching until May. So, what I'm going to do, for those of you that want coaching, is I am going to have a period of what I'm going to call rotating public coaching. I don't know. So what I'm going to do is after season 3 releases for 2 weeks, so going up until the first, or maybe it's going to be 3 weeks, going up until the first Wednesday in April, I'm going to leave the coaching thread open in Discord. I'm going to open it on the day that season 3 comes out. I'm going to leave the coaching thread open in Discord, and I'm going to let you submit whenever you want, and I will record coaching for you during that time period when I have the opportunity to after you submit. So there's not going to be a set day for it. There's not going to be like how we normally do where like there's 30 people in the queue and then I do them all at once on one stream. I'm not going to do that. What I'm instead going to do is if you submit and you want coaching on a specific game on, say, let's say March 24th, then the next time I get the ability to, which will probably be the 26th, I will look at a game of yours, I will record something, and I will send it to you in Discord. It's not going to be streamed. It's not going to be any of that. I'll look at a game or whatever game you want me to look at. I'll record it and I'll send it to you. And so the goal of doing this is going to be to help everyone who wants help with the new season 3 stuff understand the new season 3 stuff. So that's going to be the primary focus. Of course, I'll still give help with general coaching and stuff, but the whole idea is that, one, I don't have to do coaching on the first Wednesday of April, right when Kunimitsu's going to release and right after season 3 comes out. But also, for everyone that wants help with season 3 stuff, I got you. So that's what we're going to be doing. So anyone that's here that wants coaching again in the future, again, because season 3 is coming out in the middle of March and there's no sense in doing coaching 2 weeks before season 3 comes out and 2 weeks after, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to leave the thread open, and then if you want help on season 3 stuff because you don't know what's going on and characters are crazy and a bunch of random shit's going on, then that's what I'll help out with. That's the idea. What happened with the patch wasn't supposed to be today? No, patches are on like Monday night, Tuesday morning, depending on time zone. They're not on Sundays. All right, here we go. So far, not really much going on here. It was a good grab. That is... I've seen some shit, man. This is some of the most egregious bullshit I've ever seen in this game. This is... Are we serious right now? And Xiaoyu wins this. Some of the biggest horseshit. Can you convert off this? You can't. You can't convert off of it. Wait. No, you can't convert off of it. That is unbelievable. While running 3, 1+2, spring kick, heat smash. Yeah, I mean, nothing really happens this game, right? Just really good offense by Hollow. Not a lot the Xiaoyu can do. Not a lot of back and forth. Nothing to really talk about on that. That was all good. -13. So, like, this is something I bring up a lot, right? Mid-power crush, right? Make sure that you punish these. I know it looks like Lee's. I know it's like the same animation as Lee's, which is a high. Xiaoyu's is a mid. While running 3 could float there, maybe. No, there's not enough time. While running 3 wouldn't be able to float if you're, like, right in their face. Maybe it would, but not from that range. Right, so that gets punished. Sidestep 2. Good whiff. Yeah, and then we do that. It's punishable. That's something we gotta look out for. I think we saw that in the first game as well, where, yeah, because we did like the more 1-2 or something, and then got punished for it. Yeah, this Xiaoyu is being very, like, inactive in what they're doing. Yeah, and then we get launched out of it. Yeah, I mean, that was good staying on the ground. That was insane. While running 2-1. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this game, again, this, like, there's not a lot to talk about. You're just, at this point, you're playing like a fucking GOD, man. bad game to look. It might be. You're actually playing like too good. Like, look at that whiff punish with hop kick. I mean, it kind of comes to a point where, like, what do you want me to say? You're playing this almost perfectly. There's nothing to critique here. Like, yeah, I could be like, yeah, 1 or 2 times you used the move that was punishable and you probably shouldn't have, but like, that is a 1+2 break. But like, it's a grab, who cares? So how do we deal with the wake up here? Go in the heat, it trades, just missed the mix up. Yeah, and then, okay. I mean, that's just like airborne, it happens. Heat smash. Gets counter hit. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing as well, is that like the counter hits here. So like here, what do we try doing? I mean, we tried doing power crush though, so it's not even ridiculous. It's not even ridiculous because it's just power crush. This might be a horrendous game to look at because legitimately you're just playing like out of your mind. Okay. So now we might be shifting into territory here where it's a bit dicey. Obviously, I don't need to explain why we don't want to just backdash in the hop kick, right? And so what can we think about instead of doing backdash in the hop kick if we're going to backdash in a button? Obviously up 1+2, you know, because it's essentially doing the same thing. Like, sure, it's not a combo, but when you get heat engager afterwards, is effectively the same thing. It looked cool though, double floor break. You just hating. Wait, Chow, you won that? Never mind, fuck this game. That's what I'm saying! Tell the guy in chat that his costume is fire as fuck. It does look very good. But then again, the Xiaoyu doesn't punish. That was a good down jab. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm starting to understand the thread that we need to unravel here for this game. Even though you're playing very well, there is one thing that I'm noticing that you are doing a lot that probably needs to be looked at. And that is that you are doing a lot of very punishable things for no reason. So there's the heat. 1+2, 3-2. Again, right? 3-2, 2-2. Hop kick. Unfortunately, the Xiaoyu isn't really punishing those things. Unblockable. Yeah, that's a setup. Like someone prep battle with bad game. The costume is Harabelle. I don't know the reference, but it does look nice. Yeah, I mean, down back 3 while rising 1. Don't even finish it. Great whiff punish. Into stance. Go there. Grab. I mean, again, like, we're not punishing that stuff. That's -13, but, you know, there's a whiff punish. Power crush makes sense. Go for the low. Pixel left. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there's nothing. We can't talk about this game, you know? Like, you barely did anything wrong. The only thing I noticed is that a couple of times you were doing, like, 2-2 and, like, the hop kick. But, like, there's nothing to... You didn't do anything wrong this game. Legitimately. Like, you played this like a GOD. Do you mind if we look at the 3 zeros or the 3 1s? Not the point. I'm disappointed now. Do you mind if we look at the 3 zeros or the 3 1s to see how this changed? Because clearly, like, something here changed. Yes? Okay. Let's look at... Let her fuck me. Right from the mouth of a Miari player. Let's go with this one. Let's see how it changes. Let's see what the Xiaoyu does that makes this situation flip on its head. I think I should have set my Xbox account. I have bad games on there. All right. I'll keep that in mind. All right, here we go. So let's see what changes. So we get counter hit by that, backing up, activate heat. Xiaoyu also activating heat. Just trying to back it up, be careful. Yeah, so this is like the thing from before, right? So this plus on block, we try doing, it seems like manually going in the bow. We get wall splat, full combo. And again, it's kind of what we were seeing before, where we were having instances of doing things that was super punishable for seemingly not a very good reason. We don't get the combo off of this, right? That's just one down forward, 1-1, 1+2. We jump on the wall, we get out of that, that's fine. Xiaoyu runs up, spring kick. And so it was to avoid the low. Sure. And you know what? Fair enough if we're trying to avoid the low. But it is one thing in a series of things. It's not that one thing in particular was bad. Obviously, it was fine. If you avoid the low, that's great. But it's a series of continuous instances I'm seeing of a pattern that is emerging. So like here, right? I don't know why they did Waning Moon as a punish off of spring kick, but it's the punish and sure got launched anyway. So we wake up, that gets punished, right? And I understand why doing the power crush to try beating that, but at the same time, now we only have a pixel left, do the grab, duck under it. And so, you know, like one thing to think about as well when it comes to, if we go back to this round, is think about, you know, why we're doing the grab, right? Because if we do the grab here and we're like, oh, they're going to do power crush, you know, like that, maybe that's the idea. Oh, they're going to do power crush, so I'm going to grab. If they power crush, then if we block or we do the 4, then we win. And the problem is if we go for the grab and they duck, then we die, you know? And we also die if they block the 4. So there does come a point where we need to think about, like, why are we doing the grab? Why are we taking that risk? And what is it trying to accomplish for us? Especially at that health. Because at that health, and I want to go back here. I keep hitting the wrong buttons to change the I have control of here. But if we do this, boom, boom, that counter hits, boom, we can go here and then try backing up with the wall, right? And then try wall splat or something like that if they whiff. If we think that they're going to like do a low or a down jab or something like this, I mean, this beats that, you know, and gives us full combo. But also, even if we just do a simple 1+2 here, that works. Up 1+2, oh my God. Apparently up 1+2 doesn't work, but 1+2 does work. So I don't know why we did the grab, but it's just one of those things that kind of is adding up to this thought of we're kind of taking a lot of risks, doing a lot of these high moves, and we're not getting anything out of it. Down back 3, while rising 1, there's another low, -18, good punish, right? Good job waiting. But then again, right, we run up and we go here, and then what do? We grab, and the opponent ducks, and then they could have punished, right? They could have, what's the hop kick for Xiaoyu? Hop kick punished us. And so why are we doing a grab? That's the next question. Why are we doing a grab? And the answer is probably going to be, oh, I think they're going to power crush. I think that Xiaoyu is going to, right? That might be the idea. Oh, I think they're going to sidestep. But, you know, I mean, obviously what we can do instead, forward 4-2, and if they do power crush, that wins. You know, if they duck, it wins. And they can't really do anything about it. So we have other options to beat that are safe, but like in this instance, duck under it. Doesn't get punished, but whatever. And then we don't get the punish on the back 1+2, which is a whole nother thing, but you know, it's character dependent, so I'm not going to be too like upset about it. Down back 3, getting counter hit, but again, the problem with this again is that when we do like the while rising 1-4, we don't get heat engages, so if they block, you know, and that's really bad for us. Now we've just lost all of our momentum. So what can we do instead to be safer? Do this, while rising 4, back away, wait for them to do something stupid, run in, hit them. Boom, boom, boom. But instead, we go for the while rising 1-4. And obviously it hit here, which is great. But when we're not getting that added benefit of getting the heat engage or anything, this is doing more damage than the while rising 4, sure. But at the same time, we're taking that risk of getting punished again. I know the grabs are a problem. I use this too often. And you have to think about the context behind when you're using it, you know? You have to think about, like, after the down back 3 hits and you +5 and you try frame trapping with the Wild Rising 1. Obviously, it's better if you have heat and you get heat engager off of it than it's not. And because of that, drink water here. The inherent risk reward, specifically the reward, off of doing that frame trap when you don't have heat decreases. And at that point, with there being no wall, it's not really that worth it to just go for the Wild Rising 1 like that when you get punished and then just lose the game off of that punish. Now, the Xiaoyu doesn't have heat either. That's another thing to take into account. Now, the risk for you is lower as well because they don't get a heat engager as a punish. But still. And that's a launcher there. Boop, boop. And what did we try doing here? We tried doing orbital. Sure. Yeah. And again, right? So, I mean, this isn't really so much of an again, but we block this and then no punish. So I guess it is kind of an again, where we're not looking at our punishment, you know, and the side switch because this game is a goddamn mess. But, you know, we hit this down forward 4. The wall's here. I don't know what the hell's going on with this at this point. Down forward 2, counter hit launches as well. But, and then that -12, not punishing. So that's a common thing that I'm seeing, is that a lot of the stuff that we're blocking isn't being punished. And, you know, there are a lot of general rules with this stuff that can tell us if things are punishable. Strings ending in mids. If it's a normal hit launcher, that launches crouching, right? Xiaoyu's back 1+2 does that. So that's something else we need to look at. And then there, we did up forward 1. That's -15 on block. Why do up forward 1? Oh, because it'll kill the opponent stuff. Okay, well, if it kills the opponent, then why not do this? Because that also kills the opponent, but we don't die, right? Because they're not going to power crush through it. And it wall splats, and that'll give us the kill as well. And then we down back 3 again. We get hop kicked out of it. And, you know, this is a simple case where, right, I'm not going to be like, yeah, you should have just known and just not hit anything. But what I am going to say is that from this position here, back, if we just block, then Xiaoyu dies, you know? And that's something that we gotta think about in the future as well, because if they're going to take those kind of risks, god damn it, with hot kick like that for no reason, then that should be telling us, hey, block more. So we don't duck under this high. This is natural on counter hit, but on normal hit, we can actually duck under that when the first hit hits and then launch them. But it looks like what we were doing is we were trying to backdash while we were getting hit, and then that caused us to be neutral guarding, and that's why we got hit. So we have to be holding back during those instances. Yeah, common Xiaoyu, shut up. Shut up. Set up. I'm tired. Sure. And you know, like, grab here is fine. Obviously, it beats power crush. But when the Xiaoyu's been crouching, what I'm going to challenge you on here, sidestep. Because if we sidestep, maybe we have to sidestep to the left. I don't know. Wow, that's actually so funny that this is so goddamn slow. But still. And even if we just step block here. Oh, that time it whipped. Sure, whatever. Call me crazy by calling me not crazy. There we go. So yeah. Great. Amazing. Combo drop. Playing against Xiaoyu. But you see how, like, if they do power crush or they do their own heat burst, if we sidestep, it's accomplishing the same thing as grab, but if they duck, then we don't die. So that's what I'm kind of trying to get at here, is that a lot of the stuff, and again, this is kind of what I was trying to get at in the first game as well. What I was seeing, a lot of the stuff that we're doing is just very, very punishable, and it doesn't have to be. Sure, -14. Again, no punish on that mid string. No punish from the Xiaoyu either. That was a good break. -13. Good punish that time. Tried power crushing on reaction. It didn't work, but it was the right idea. That gets interrupted. And then, yeah, like that is the culmination of everything I'm saying. That is like the textbook definition of what I'm trying to say. We throw out Rage Art and we die. And again, like this is what I was seeing in game 1 as well. And when you aren't doing that, you play great. You play fantastic. You play like a GOD. But doing those moves where you are putting yourself at such a disadvantageous position for no reason, when you're leaving yourself so punishable, is what's costing you this game. Just straight up, that's what's doing it. When you're doing the highs, when you're doing the grabs, when you're doing the stuff that's launch punishable, like the up forward one, and even going back to that first game where you were playing really well, again, like just throwing out 2-2, throwing out hop kick, you can't be doing that stuff. If you just tightened up on that a little bit, it would help you a lot, because how many times are those things like really doing anything for you or getting you damage? Sometimes it is, sure. It's not like it's never doing anything, but also how often is it that's costing you the game? Often. So that's what you got to look at. You know, you can't just be like very gung-ho about using these things that are punishable and like, surely my opponent isn't going to punish it and there won't be consequences to my actions, because there are. But I mean, other than that, you know, you played great. Yeah, exactly. You lose more from those moves. So you just gotta tighten that up and work on your punishment too. I don't know if it's just a Xiao Yu thing, because you don't see Xiao Yu a lot. I don't know if it's a general thing, but punishment is definitely a big thing as well. Even if you just do like a 1-1 and then you hit confirm in the 1-1-2, great with Miar. You don't have to worry about like if stuff is minus 12, 13, 14, whatever. You just 1-1. Ooh, it hit. Let me hit confirm it. Oh, the purple letters came up. Now I know that's punishable in the future. Yeah, the Rage Art was like, okay, finish this. Sure, that's fair. But yeah, again, I think you get the point. I think you get it. 4-4-2 on Maurice during heat engager is basically one of the best options you can do. Oh, right, Maurice's Miari. I'm dumb. It's basically one of the best options you can do, IMO. The only way to beat this is with a specific parry or Sabaki. If the opponent does that, you can gain info for later. Exactly. Yeah, 4-4-2 post heat engage with Miari is insane. It's broken. It's so strong. Thanks, boss. Yeah, no worries. All right, love. You are up, and then Zenaris, you are on deck. And then it's the fourth Ben. If the fourth Ben is still here, then Haru, then Cheese Connoisseur. That is the order. And then we're done. That's it. We're done. It's over. So, love, please let me know if you are here. Otherwise, we're going to do Zenaris. Zenaris, please let me know if you are here. Zenaris, you are here. Good. I'm still waiting on Love to give me their okay. Perfect. Love is here. For my game, can we look at the Miari games? I played the odd day. This Miari was really good. Sure. This would probably be good for me, too, honestly. And sorry, Seth, for wasting your time for the first game. No, dude, don't be sorry. You're good. You're good. Never need to be sorry about anything. You are absolutely A-okay. Oh, it's way down. It's like in the 70s. This guy. Whichever game I lost, 3-2. Wow. Doesn't matter what game. I assume if you say whatever game I lost 3-2. Well, I mean, there are different stages, so you might know. You saw something new with the floor break. That is true. That was very funny. This one, the one I'm hovering over? Okay. Is it this one? Because then you won 3-1, 3-1. So I just want to double check that it's this one and not the one where you lost 3-2 2 games. Yakushima. Okay, good. Good thing I double checked and made sure.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
Oh man, only 4 more after this, and then we are done. Phew. All right. What do we got? Again, by the way, for everyone, last night must go. It's 2 a.m. Well, good night, Hollow. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night, man. Sleep well. Love is currently the number 4 ranked Zafina in America. So, I don't have a lot that I'm going to be able to say, but I can try to help with some Miari-specific matchup stuff, right? Toe kick out. Yep, that's minus 13 on block. Boop, boop. Sure, a lot of gray health. Good block. 3-1. Yeah, so like when Miari does heat engager here, I don't remember what frame this becomes active on. But it must be frame 5, right? So 3-1 is like the only option that Miari has to be able to beat this, but it's obviously a good option. Thing is though, as you can see, if she doesn't go in the stance, she's only +1. I wasn't expecting the down 1 +2. It was a down 1 +2? I must have missed it. So what that means for you obviously playing Zafina is after they're going to go for the low here, you can try interrupting, right? Even though you're like minus whatever. And then I guess this, I did not know this is low track to sidestep right, but not sidestep left, which is very, oh no, it doesn't. Okay. So yeah, you can also try sidestepping this. Apparently it's being a little bit finicky. Maybe it's because of the replay. But it's not just inherently like their turn, you know? They're only +1. It's not that good frame-wise. Super unrelated, but I just found insane simple Oki for Elisa's back 4-4 punish with manual dual boot 1 +2 and dual boot forward 1. It all connects is basically 90 to 110 damage with little gray health left over. Nice. Sounds crazy. Oh, wow, what a drop. Yeah, a little bit of spaghetti from both players there. Yeah, I mean, that was just a good block from the Miari, and that was a good down forward 1, you know? Like, that's just how it goes, right? So, again, sidestep. Yeah, and that was, didn't get the down forward 2 punish, right? Went for down 3 instead. Go for the plus frames. Miari blocks. And she's just been really good about blocking lows. I understand why we're going for mids. I would be too. Okay, so that's another thing as well. So that tells me this is a consistent matchup knowledge thing. This Sabaki here, minus 13 on block. Samira was stressing me out during the games. That's why sometimes I was mashing unnecessarily. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, so this Sabaki, minus 13. Just, again, waiting it out. Understand why. A lot of gray health. Ends up ducking. Yeah, and like I said, this is why it makes sense to just go for the mids. I would be too, because they just duck there and then they ate shit. Go for the mid, go for the mid. Not much that they can do here. Just gotta block all of it. Tries the hot kick, gets out of it. Forward, 3. Yeah, I mean, second hit whiffs. Yeah, so I mean, again, that's one thing I'm noticing is that you're not, and it might be because you're getting stressed out, is that you're not getting those launch punishes. Tried going for it there, but unfortunately it didn't work, but right idea. Good down jab from the Miari, right? I mean, I don't need to tell you how you beat the down jab there, but it is the first time that they've shown that they're willing to do that, which is interesting. And then Wild Rising 4. So after the Wild Rising 4 here, this becomes a bit of an interesting situation, because if you look at the pushback here, it can make it so that, and I'll probably have to rewind it a bit so I can show this a little bit better with the replay. But if we do Wild Rising 4 and then back it up here, I can get out of a lot of stuff with Miari. And because of that, after this, if I backdash in and low block, that's a pretty good option I can use against Zafina, because if I backdash in and low block, Zafina doesn't have a lot of options to be able to like chase Miari doing this besides lows. The only thing that she could really do that would be super substantial is forward 3, you know, that could be a very good option to try chasing Miari for a mid, but it's also slow, right? And because of that, there's not going to be a ton, and even then you can see like if she sidesteps, then you eat it. So this Wild Rising 4 is a really tricky situation to deal with. She sidestepped low parry, which was just absurd, and then ended up dropping the combo, but it is what it is. So again, just trying to put the offense on, having good, well-placed power crushes. 4 ends up connecting, and the 4 does make sense. It definitely does. Yeah, and then she just didn't interrupt that. Goes for the low.
Why do you hesitate? Fight!
Go for the low, getting the backdash. And again, this is like part of Miari's backdash, right? See that one simple backdash and we're out of range. She didn't end up getting the punish on it, but you know. Forward 3, again, power crush. And really, you know, like one thing I'm going to say to you, love, that might pertain to like your Zafina gameplay. What I see you do a lot all the time, I was noticing in the last rounds as well, but I think this is a really good time to bring it up, is this. And do you see what I'm kind of trying to get at here? What I'm kind of trying to get at is that this Miari has good defense, right? They're mixing up the timing on when they're doing power crush. They're having good low blocks. They're not leaving themselves too open, and they're dealing with your stance well. And now the next question becomes, why is this effective? Are they getting lucky? Are they guessing right? Am I being too obvious about like what I'm doing in stance? No, it's none of that. They're choosing good options, and they're choosing high probability options that are leaving them from getting punished. The problem is this. The problem is that whenever you have the opportunity to go in the stance, you go in the stance. That's the issue. And so that is what's making it so easy for the Miari player to choose these defensive options, because she knows that you're going to go in the Scarecrow, and she clearly knows this matchup well, a lot better than I do. And so that is allowing them to feel confident doing this. And so what I think is an important thing to consider for you is not going in the stance when you have these opportunities where you can. And this is obviously a playstyle thing, but I think it's an important thing to consider, because when we do this forward 4-3, if we instead just don't go in the stance and they try power crushing like this, then we can just punish them. We don't have to commit to any stance options. Just boom, -13. See? Forward 4-3, right? They get hit, cool. And then that makes it so it's so much harder to deal with the stance pressure, because now if we're doing forward 4-3 and they power crush and we sidestep it, then we just launch them. So now all of a sudden it's gone from like, you know, like we can do this, and then if we try going for the low or whatever, right, now it's, you know, like that beats the power crush, but they've had good low blocks, so we're having to commit to our options, and we're having to like, yeah, I mean, just be committal, to now all of a sudden, well, we don't have to be committal, and if you try interacting with me, guess what? You just die. I'm being very bad at this because of how the replay system works, of course, but yeah, you just die. So that's one thing I think that you should really consider, is not going in the stance as much, especially when you have an opponent that has as good defense as this Miari player does. That was a great whiff punish. I mean, it wasn't a punish, but it was still like, it worked. The idea was that was a whiff punish, and it was very good for that. keep out from the Miari player. Bar rising 4 again. Yeah, and so when they do this as well, after they do the up 1+2, if they do any of the mids, you can just... Right, and then they die. I tried doing the back 3 there. So, I mean, you can do that. I guess Safina's normal Power Crush is back 3, which is pretty bad. But even if you just do this, I mean, this is safe, right? Because you have the install. So it only loses if they do the low. Yeah, and then I think I'm seeing that stress coming out because we made 2 really bad decisions here, right? We made 1 bad decision out here when we initially got hit with the hot kick, right? Instead of just waiting it out, we ran in, we tried forcing the situation with the back 1+2, and that got us hot kicked when we didn't need to. And then we made the bad decision right here when they were -1, trying to get that down 3 counter hit, and they just said, no, I'm just gonna 1+2. What's happening a lot in these games to me, I have godlike reads. I could get counter hit even. I couldn't get counter hit even if I tried mixing up my timing. Yeah, and that's why but here's the other thing I'm going to say as well. Look back at those other rounds, right? So I don't remember what round exactly it is, but right, launch punishable. Wait, -13. Wait. I mean, we get counter hit there, so that's definitely not helping, but that's not the point. Don't remember what round it is. The moves Sesujin and I'm block. Nope. There. That's what I was trying to get at. Boom. So we have these opportunities. Like, we are creating these opportunities for ourselves, but the problem is, obviously, when you have an opponent like this that has really great defense, we have to capitalize on the times where we crack that defense. But I think the reason why this Miari does have great defense, but the reason why it seems like the defense might be a little bit stronger than it was, and it was hard to crack them, I should say, than it really was because we weren't able to capitalize on these opportunities as much. And because we were, again, telegraphing, like, going in the stance because we kept doing it. See? There. Another one, right? Whiff back 1. Didn't get a whiff punish. 1-1-2. Dust the mid. We thought they were going to go low. Fair enough. Again, we trying the sidestep there. And like what we showed before, after this, right? We can do this. And 3-1. And the option select there, by the way, is down forward 1. So after Miari goes into stance off of 3-1 here, not that, Jesus Christ. This is the option select. That beats everything, including Power Crush. But if you jab, then Miari can do that. Seth, you one cool dude. Oh, thank you, Jolter. I don't know if I'd say that, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and after the forward 4 here, doing the Power Crush was not incorrect. It's just this one in particular beats the Power Crush for some reason. I don't know why. Then we 1-1-2, and this works because we're neutral guarding. So we're just trying to backdash after this, and we really shouldn't be because that's what ends up getting us hit by the jab. We need to just be holding back here. And then, yeah, this is the same thing, right? So when this hits, she's only +5. So again, this is just going to be every mid that she has. It only loses to the low or the grab, or obviously if she does nothing. Yeah, that one's safe. It's -6. Heat activate makes sense. Backing up. Yeah, we were just a little bit late on the whiff punish there. But what I'm also going to argue here is that we really didn't need to use our heat, you know? So, like, when we're out at this range, we do, like, forward 1+2 because we're like, oh, it has more range, so it's going to whiff punish. But, you know, it's also 19 frames, and it's slow. If we did, like, down forward 2 or, you know, something like that, then we'd be able to preserve our heat, and that's what we should be going for. It tells me that we weren't really confident we were going to get that launch. But again, like, what I'm trying to also demonstrate here by showing this is that this Miari has a lot of cracks in their defense. We're just not able to take advantage of it. That's really our problem. And we are creating those opportunities too. It's not like we're in a situation where we're not able to create those opportunities that are crack this Miari's defense. We are. We're just not taking full advantage of it. But yeah. Anyway. I'm sure you got the picture there. I'm sure I don't need to tell you too much more. I gave you the Miari stuff that happened in that game. Just some ideas about like the stances and stuff and looking at the punishes and all that good stuff. But I'm sure you already know and you could see most of it. I'm just pointing it out. Down forward 4-1 needs to be used more. It's safe now, and she doesn't seem to be interrupting it with jabs. Might also be true, yeah. Are you a Miari main? Yes. After this game, can you take a quick peek at the Lidia game where I started winning just to see how I adapted? Sure.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
And then Zenaris, you're going to be up. I know you're here. And then the fourth Ben, you're on deck. Yeah, see, we still, like, we're trying the whiff punish there, but we're still having that same problem, right, where we're late on it. That was a good counter hit. Power crush. I definitely think that we're playing calmer. I don't know if you'd agree with me on this, but I feel like we're playing calmer and we're playing slower. We did that down 3 again, which I don't know if I agree with because I saw that coming. I expected that. I blocked that. It seems like that in this kind of situation, you're doing this down 3 a lot. And then you do the follow-up. And maybe that's why you did the follow-up, because you knew it was expected, and that's why you did it. Yeah, that's minus 14. It's a good sidewalk. She didn't get the follow-up there. Minus 13. Yeah, didn't get the punish. That was a big counter hit. Activate. You know one thing? You know one thing that's really important about this that I noticed? How many times have we gone the Scarecrow in this game? Like, in general. I mean, we win in there at the end, but I don't think that we've really gone the Scarecrow at all this game. Again, that was a good punish from the Miari. That was a good low as well. I think that's a big difference between this game and the first game. Which is not going in the stance. Which is kind of what I was talking about with the 4-4-3, you know? Because when we go in the stance, this Miari player, like, yeah, I mean, we didn't even, besides combos and stuff, we didn't go in the Scarecrow a single time this entire game. All 3 rounds here. Okay, there we went into it. That was like the first time. Maybe the second if I missed in round 1. But we didn't go in the Scarecrow, like, at all. And I think that was a big difference in that. And this is why what I was talking about with the 4-4-3 not going in the stance. A lot of the Miari's defense was having good defensive decisions and good reads when she knew that you were going to force a situation. And so if we just don't do that and we play our neutral game, that was the adjustment, right? The adjustment was just we didn't go in Scarecrow. We didn't do any more 4-4-4s. We didn't do any 1-3. We didn't do any of that. We went in the Tarantula, sure, but we didn't go in the Scarecrow. And by not going in the Scarecrow, the Miari's defense just, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't get any damage. She couldn't generate any momentum. And she died. I remember thinking to be a bit more defensive. Yeah, I could see it. Like, it felt like you were playing slower, more defensive. There was still a couple of things in there I'm like, but yeah, I mean, you definitely played more defensive. Like the main thing there that I'm thinking like was like was the was it the down back 3, right? That low mid thing that you did, and I said, you know, that was like, to me, it was pretty obvious that you would do that after the forward 4-2 because it felt like you were doing that in the previous game. But yeah. Anyway. All right, Xenos, do you have a game? And then the 4th Ben, you are on deck. So 4th Ben, if you are here, let me know. Oh, down back 4, my bad. But yeah. Doesn't matter if it worked. Also true. Except it didn't. It got blocked. The second it did. I'm sorry. Xenaris, why does your name have G-A-Y in it? That is crazy. Any ones with Jin, I guess, or any that you want? All right, gotcha. What does it stand for? I'll leave that up to your interpretation. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. But yeah. So it's Xenos, 4th Ben, Haru, and Cheese Connoisseur. I know Haru said that they wanted to get tagged in Discord. So, I'll let them know when they're up. And then that'll be it. We're done. Thank God. And then Shea as well. If Shea ever comes back, then they'll also be on deck. But I haven't seen them in a while, so. I was convinced that Miari move was Seth and I'm blocking, hoping for a counter hit, which was a bad play on my part. To be fair to you, it doesn't look like it's punishable on block. But yeah. Thank you so much for the help. Yeah, no problem. Hi, Harmon. You're doing mine off stream, right? Do you want me to? Because I can. Otherwise, you're going to be last at best. And I'm only considering it because you had a specific game you want me to look at, and because the update tomorrow is going to get deleted. But I have been here for 8.5 hours, and there's still 4 more people left, so I'm probably going to be here for another 1.5 hours. So off stream is good. All right, I will do it off stream then. Do you like my name is because I'm hard stuck warning I suck? All right, yeah, I fucking... No! Don't bring yourself down like that. Come on, man. Oh, Chomanji. Damn it, they sent me a fucking DM 2 hours ago and I didn't realize. Chomanji, if you're still here, I will watch this right now on stream for you. In reference to warning, I spam. Okay, it is a bit clever then, yeah. Fuck, man. I knew he said I'm going to DM you, but I didn't actually look at my Discord, so I didn't know that he did DM me. It's unbelievable. I'm training my Ana for a tournament. I'm also stuck. I'm also stuck with her. I'm so sorry that you have fallen into the pit that is Ana right before Season 3. You are not going to be happy with what happens. Describe it and I'll tell you if I know it. I think I've lost the plot. I don't remember what you're referring to. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Sorry. You're replying to Neverendo. Yeah. My bad. I didn't have the plot in the first place. I just want to have a win at the locals. My Miari ain't shit. Okay. You know what? Fair enough. I can't argue with that. My main is Cooney. Also can't argue with that either. In fact, I support that. All right. Let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let's do it. It's not gonna be there in April from what I hear. First, we'll see how the balance patch is received, I guess. Yeah, but if she's first week of April, that gives them 3 weeks. So, all right. So anyone with Jin, I'm assuming you don't want the one where you win 3-0, 3-0. So let's see if we can find another Jin one here. Late spring, though. Don't trust them when it says late spring. Don't. And what the hell is a Jin game in here? Holy. You are so lucky not seeing any Jin players. Oh my god. This Heihachi, but that's not Jin. Pick anything else, no Jin. It was just if you want. Oh, if I want, I see. Okay, gotcha. Do you want me to watch your game with Ana or Miari? If anything, Miari is better. Okay. Try to prioritize that then. Damn, you beat a GOD2? You beat a GOD2 Azucena? Holy shit. Good shit. Let's look at the Kazuya game. Yeah, let's look at the Kazuya game. But then I lose in ranks. I mean, yeah, it happens. It happens. That's still great, though. Not many people can do that. All right. Good block. Good punish. So after this hits from this range, you know what you can do to follow up? You need to dash in. It's just out of there. Oh, wow, wait. Is it just outside of range for this? Oh my god, it is. Oh, that's so aggravating. It's like it brushes his goddamn hair. Look, oh, that's so dumb. Oh, never mind then. I was gonna say, yeah, you can down forward 3+4 for extra range if down 1+2 isn't gonna hit, but yeah, never mind. Bad coaching, bad coaching. 1-2, up forward 3. Got flowed out with electric. Boop, boop. This is great defense, man. I mean, these are good ducks, you know. Great sidestep as well. Good punish. What's the Oki? You know, that was a really good attempt. Tries to go for the low. 1-1. I mean, this is all fantastic so far. Yeah, you gotta be careful with those highs. That's one thing. That is a punish. You were just late on it, but that was the right idea. Didn't get the block on that one. And I like that you tried ducking there. Nice counter hit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. All right, let's see how this continues. Yeah, so fumbled. It happens, right? It's something to think about, but it happens. You played that round pretty well regardless. But one thing I'm noticing is that you're not ducking these highs. So you're getting great blocks on the low string. But off of this, we keep blocking that. And so that's just giving Kazuya the ability to keep going and going. And then see here as well. I don't have ranked anxiety, but it looks like I have. I'm not gonna lie, it does, yeah. And then here, right? So we block this, and then, oh, Jesus Christ, this goddamn left analog stick. Where are we? Here, here. And then we go for 1-1, you know? And why go for 1-1? Why go for 1-1-2? And the reason I asked that is because, you know, like if this hits, then it's like, cool, you know, 1-1 hits. But if it's gonna hit here, it's gonna be like counter hit because it's a high. So when we're +9 like this, why go for the jab when we can just do this? Because now, like if we do this and it counter hits, it's like, okay, cool, great. And if it doesn't, then we still can try to, you know, go in the stance, make a play from there. Or, you know, we could just up 1+2. Oh boy, look at Kazuya here. He did something stupid. Oh, up 1+2. He's dead. So, just utilizing the frames, right? I imagine that was down forward 4 and you got from crouch down forward 4 because he did a high. You know, fair play. Makes sense. Down forward 4 again. Does the instant while rising 1. Again, fair play. Power crush. Yeah, we're getting a little bit too hasty here. So, and I think this is the kind of the same, stems from the same issue as doing the jab, in that we immediately run in and we're like, while running to a 1, let me get some, hit the mother, and he stays on the ground. So, you know, what can we do instead? You know, run up down 3, right? That could be a great option because, you know, if they duck the high, then they're gonna duck the low, of course. But, you know, if we run in, we do the low, and actually because it's Kazi, he's gonna be able to launch it. So if we do from crouch, or not from crouch, if we do down back 3, then if he stays on the ground, then cool, like these hit him, and then we can, right? Like that. Matchup knowledge is so bad. Him check the rank up on Jin as comparison layer. If you want to see the duality of me, sure, I can do that. Again, we get the low. That was a good sidestep. Just hit a button a little. And in fact, let me look and see what happens if we don't hit a button here. It does still track, but obviously we don't get counter hit, which is nice. Yeah, we did the down forward 2 post. Yeah, we did the down forward 2 post flash animation. So this is another thing I'm talking about being hasty. Instead of waiting for the whiff and then confirming the whiff and then launching, we just immediately assume, oh, he whiffed. And then we down forward 2 without even waiting to see the situation. And so because of that, if I, hold on, let me make sure I go back. It doesn't work, right? But we don't get hit by it, you know? It's only because we're being hasty. So good punish on that. Go for the single 4, activate heat, wait for it. That was a good delay timing. That was really good. And yeah, again, down back 4 because we're being hasty, right? That was a good down forward 3 for keep out. But again, we did the down back 4 without dashing in or waiting because we're being hasty. I struggle with struggling my offense a lot and also aggressiveness, as I only have 87 attack. Yeah, it seems to me like we have instances of good choices that we're making with offense, but we also have a lot of times where we're just kind of like that. 67, not 87. Ah, whatever. It's a Tekken 8 stat. But yeah, I mean, like, this is another example of what I mean by being hasty. We block this. He does the down forward 1. We try heat smashing. We're -5. Boom, boom. We're here. Second hit. We get counter hit. We try power crushing, which, you know, like, I understand why, but we end up eating the string because of it. And then again, wake up, hit a button. It looked like we were trying to heat burst when we didn't have heat. Lose the round off of that. So we're being really fast and loose with our offense. Okay, I'm glad that you blocked it, but this is a classic thing. So after this, just stay on the ground. Oh God, that whiffed. Just stay on the ground. Why can I not spring kick? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Just stay on the ground. You know, if we don't wake up, then house sweep can't hurt us. And if he whiffs house sweep, then we hurt him. So, I mean, eat house sweep. Eat house sweep. Eat health sweep. Eat health sweep. And then we're like, all right, I've had enough of this. Block low. Launch. Great. But what if, just stay with me here for a hypothetical, right? What if, instead, Kazuya did, if I could actually get in there, forward, forward, 3, then we lose. Then we lose. That's why we gotta stay on the ground against Kazuya. This is a classic thing. I suck so hard. No, you're good. This is fine. It happens, but this is an important lesson. In fact, like, this is the textbook definition. This is what they show you, like, in school, on why you want to stay on the ground and not wake up all the time. This is the exact scenario that gets brought up in lessons as to why you don't want to always just wake up. And you see how if you stay on the ground instead of waking up, you can mitigate this, right? And even the low block there is risky. If he decides, hey, I'm gonna do forward, forward, 3 this time, you lose the round off of that. You lose the game. Hit by hell sleep spam is a rite of passage. It's true. I'm sad about my performance on Ring. My self-esteem is at its lowest. It really shouldn't be, man. And then this bum-ass Kazuya key charged afterwards. What a fucking scrub, dude. This guy really was just like, I did 5 house sweeps in a row. I'm so sick. I got the damn glasses on. I got the shoes on. I got the glasses in real. I'm the coolest Tekken player on the planet. This guy really thought that. When you are feeling sad about your performance, just remember you're not this guy. You're not popping off because you just hit 5 50-50s in a row. Just keep that in mind. Can I send you my comments on my profile on Steam because you should see them? I'm good. I imagine based on the context of the previous messages that you sent, it's going to be something negative, and I do not like negativity for anyone. Except if it's this Kazuya player, then you know. But yeah, I mean, like, a lot of this, and I'll look at your other game as well. I'll look at your rank up game for sure. But again, it seems like a lot of what was happening was you being way too hasty and quick. And so, and I'm not saying in the situations where you were being defensive, you need to be more defensive. That's not it. But I'm talking about the situations where like that was perfect. That's what you want to do. That's what you're looking for. But I'm talking about the situations after, like, you know, down back 4 whiffs, right? I'm talking about the situations where we're waking up on the ground all the time, you know? That kind of stuff. That's what I mean by being too hasty. Like, this right now is great. The way you, like, unfortunately you didn't get the punishment, but look, the way you're playing here is great. It's a night and day difference between here and how you're playing against that Kazuya. Boop. Sure. And you know, like, the first hit of that hop kick whiff, but hey, you were trying to do as whiff punish. Different thing. Just wait it out. Fucking, that was brilliant. That was so good. That was beautiful. Mwah. Beautiful. From crouch move. Get counter hit, unfortunate. Nice punish on that. Didn't get stuck. That is such a... This guy thinks he's so cool. This Jin player thinks he's so sweet. The fuck, amazing block. Down forward 2. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that one thing is definitely working on offensive structure, you know? So, like, here, after heat engager, instead of the down forward 2, obviously forward 2 for, like, because it beats crouching. But even if we do, like, instead of down forward 2, even up 3, god damn it, up 3, 1+2, because that can launch as well. So if they just duck, then we still get combo. Doesn't quite kill, but it's close. And down forward 2 is kind of going for that same idea, but because it doesn't launch crouching, it's only really going to launch counter hit, and that's not a realistic thing to happen. So it's the right idea, but we just have to like change up how we're thinking about the offense, specifically with doing, you know, like up 3 in that instance as an example. And then the down 1+2 here, you know, or down 2 at this range, down 1+2 is guaranteed. That's what I was trying to show before. Do heat smash on wake up, the 4, sure, it counter hits. That's good. Much better than my Miari and I'm Bushin too. Zanaris' Miari is legitimately like gold rank. No one launches that shit at Bushin, man. Like, what are we talking about? I suck. No one launches that shit at Bushin. I see people not launching that shit at TGS. How are we going to say that you're bad? Come on, man. Like, sure, there are things that we can work on. We can work on like how we structure our offense. We can work a little bit on our punishment and stuff. We can work a little bit about when we're hitting buttons. But like, this game isn't anything like the Kazuya game. We're doing so much better here. Good punish on that. We didn't duck that high, but that's fine. Down 1+2, that's a little bit hasty, but we still got it. I'm sure the nerves are going because it's the Tekken King promo. But, you know, like, you played that game like a GOD. You played that game like a GOD, man. No ifs, ands, or buts. No compromises. You just did. You beat that Jin's ass. I fought that Kazuya key charged his ass. So good. And I do worse on Fuja in the next game. I'm so inconsistent. Sure. And you know, that might be something to think about. Inconsistency. Absolutely. I have that problem you want to, don't even get me started on my problems with inconsistency in tournament. Jesus Christ. I could go on a 30-minute rant about it, and you know I will. I have that problem too. It's frustrating as hell. It fucking sucks. But you know what? You know what? You have the potential of GOD in you. Nobody can look at that game. If I turned off the ranks and we were doing guess the rank, you know what everyone would say? Everyone would say minimum Tekken God. And if you're telling me you wouldn't, you're either in the always blue crowd or you're lying. Or you were looking at how the Jin player was playing, but not at Zanaris. No way. So you did good, man. You got that potential in you. I think that, like, something you gotta think about when also sorry, YouTube chat, there's been a conversation going between two people in YouTube chat, so I haven't been keeping up with it. I apologize. When you're having these moments where you're feeling like you're not playing at your best or you're not playing like this, you know, take a second and think, like, why is that happening? Why am I being inconsistent? What is causing this problem? Because usually there's a reason for it. And you know, sometimes it's just like you're having a bad day. Sometimes it's something mental. Sometimes it's something going on with the game. Sometimes it's something with a matchup. Whatever the case, it's probably very accurate that you have an inconsistency problem. And that is going to be your biggest factor in stopping you from getting the GOD, because you have that potential. You do. After playing this game, you played this game like a GOD. You can do that. You beat that GOD 2 player before. You can do it. But you have to figure out where that inconsistency problem is coming from. That's step number 1. If you can figure that out, and you can get that down, and you can figure out why that's happening and stop it, whether it's, you know, just, again, I'm having a bad day, so I shouldn't play today because, you know, I feel like I'm not going to do well, or it's something with a matchup or whatever. I can't tell you what it is, but that's why I would recommend figuring it out. Maybe I'm autistic or I have ADHD. I mean, I have ADHD, and, you know, that's like a real problem that I have. So happy about, but really sometimes like I go, there's no way it's me playing. Brother, you want to preach to the goddamn choir about this? I beat King Ray Jr. in a tournament. I beat King Ray Jr. in a tournament. I went 1-2 against iMusician. I almost beat iMusician in tournament. I played against Sesujin in casuals for like an hour and a half, and we went 50-50 with each other. And then I'll hop on Tekken Online, and I'll play against some goddamn Tekken god Kazuya that doesn't know combos from his goddamn hairstyle, and I lose to it, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm fucking trash. This game sucks. I can't do shit. It was all a fluke. How am I at GOD? I'm fucking terrible. I get it, man. Trust me. If anyone gets it, I do. And what I can tell you from my own experience is if you done it, you done it. If you've done it, you've done it. There's no fluke. There's no it's not me playing. There's no I'm not capable of this. There's no I'm not good. There's no warning I suck. There's none of that. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can do it, you did it. If you did it, you have the potential in you. So don't call yourself that, because it's counterproductive. It's not actually helping to address or fix the issue. Instead of thinking that, think of like, why am I not playing at my best? Why am I not playing at the level that I know I can play at? Instead of you saying, why am I... Instead of saying like the other way around, saying those other times were fluke, or it's not me playing, or like I'm playing Unga Bunga or whatever, and this is where I'm normally at. No, don't do that. Be, why am I not playing at my best? Why am I not playing at my highest level? Why am I being inconsistent? And figure that out, because that's how you address the problem. I can't play at this level more. Why am I struggling at this level? Something like that. Something like that. It's not exactly what I'm trying to get at, but it is the idea. Best thing about all of that is you say the magic incantation, read my above message, please, and there's a 100% chance that they will. Look, I'll prove it to you. Dumb stuff that shouldn't work but works. Miari whiffing 4-1+2, yep. Sequence on purpose. I sometimes do that as a round end their neutral opponent wants to punish, but they get sucked into the string. I have never done that, but that is kind of funny. You still alive, Sesujin, respect? I am. I'm trying to get through as many people as I can. Doing Lord's work here. The viewers should appreciate the free coaching. Keep up the awesome work. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I really like how you help a lot of people and how you support others such as myself. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. I'm doing my best. I'm trying my best, and I'm glad that you all are getting something out of it and you appreciate it. Thank you. How long is the stream? 9 hours. Please, God, send help. Playing this feeling persists at all ranks, these rants. Oh, wow, I love this content. Hope the stream's been good. Thank you, Hazard. It's been going all right. I hope you're doing well. He parried my message setup. What a show off. I got played. Well, I read the first one in advance because it has this, when you at my name, it has this giant orange like box around it that you can't see around my name. So I read that one to myself and it said read my message above. And so then I read the message above out loud because I didn't feel the need to say read my message above out loud. Help. After rounds and even matches, I'll say, what did I do well and what could I do better? Exactly. I was struggling more on blue rank than higher ranks, and thanks for the advice cheering me up. I was pretty defeated. Yeah, don't feel defeated, man. And, you know, again, at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel defeated about a game. Because it's a game, you know? It's just a game. It's just Tekken. And sure, you know, Tekken is a very deep and complicated game. It means a lot more than if you're just sitting there playing like Expedition 33, you know? Like people who say, it's only a game, why are you upset? They don't get it. They are ignorant. They don't understand. But, despite that, Cleox! Let me finish my sentence real quick and then I'll thank you. But thank you so much for joining the membership. But at the end of the day, it's still just a game. You know, it is not everything. It is not what your entire existence needs to revolve around. And it doesn't determine your self-worth. So you shouldn't. It's fine to get upset about it. It's fine to get angry about it. It's fine to get upset yourself about it. But you should never, like, always be bringing yourself down because of Tekken. You know. It's like, it's, you know, it's no different than stuff like, you know, other competitive sports or whatever, like chess, you know? People will not say that stuff about like, oh, it's only a game, because chess is chess, and so people are more aware. But Tekken is no different in that regard, because it's very skill intensive. It requires a lot of time investment. It takes dedication, years of your life. And so obviously, when you dedicate yourself so much to anything like that, even if it's just a game, yeah, you know, if you don't do well, it's gonna make you upset, and it makes sense, and that's fine. That's normal. That happens to most people who take stuff like this seriously, and it's fine to take it seriously. Just don't let it bring you down like that, because not only is that not healthy, but also if your goal is to improve, bringing yourself down isn't going to help. You know, because if you're bringing yourself down, like I said before, that mentality is going to detract from the main point and the main reason for why you're struggling, and it's going to stop you from being able to improve. So it's not just the case of, you know, you need to do it for your mental and all of that, even though that is important, that's the most important thing, but it also is going to take away from your overall goal. So whenever you're feeling down, whenever you're feeling like that, whether it's using us or anyone else, just remember that. You know, at the end of the game, yes, it's an important game. Yes, it means a lot. Yes, there's a lot of dedication. But it's still a game. And you still have time to improve. Tekken isn't going to crash and burn tomorrow. And at the end of the day, growth in Tekken is logarithmic. When you start getting to those higher points of knowledge and ability, then you start improving less and less. And so when you overcome those humps and when you get past those points, even if you like are being a little bit slow, or you're taking a little bit more time, you're getting stuck, or you're hitting a wall, whatever, when you overcome that, you're catching up with everyone else. You know, even if someone else, like, even if one of your peers is like, hey, I got TGS, and you're sitting there stuck at Bushin when 6 months ago you were both at Bushin, and you're like, why am I at this wall? Why am I hitting this wall? I can't move on. Give it 8 months. You cross that barrier, you figure out what the problem is, boom, go up the ranks. Now, after 9 months, you both are at GOD all of a sudden. It happens. It's a real thing that happens, you know, and it's just like, that's just a random ass example, but, and I'm kind of going on a tangent, but you get the point. Don't overthink it. Don't get mad at yourself. And Cleox, again, thank you so much for joining the membership. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sure, why I feel defeated. Oh, it's just the game. Issue with myself. I know I'm not the best Tekken player, but I'm trying to take all the advice and tips possible. Trying with racing games, the same issue as Tekken. Hey, man, you know, again, like, it happens. And I think that one, like, problem is that you are told to not feel that way. And you are told in, like, a similar way to keep that in and to not get upset because it's only a game. And the people, a lot of people will say that. It is a vocal majority of people that will say that, but they just don't get it. You know, if you don't try doing anything competitively, if that is not something that you do, if that's not something you ever attempted, if you have never dedicated a lot of your time and effort into learning something and getting good at something, even if it's a game, then they're not gonna get it. And I think that's a big problem, is that we don't allow ourselves to get upset. We don't allow ourselves to have a moment where we just go, this fucking sucks. We have to give ourselves those moments so we can appreciate the times where we do well and we do good and our efforts become worth it. And when we have those moments where we can do both, then in moments where we're doing good, we can remember the bad times and feel even better that we triumphed over that. And when we have the bad times, because we can be open and honest with ourselves about it and not continuously go on this negative spiral of like, why am I being angry and blah, 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 then that allows us to also be more open for remembering the good times and the achievements we've had and make those negative emotions a little bit less prominent in our minds. Anyway, Seth, this conversation is stupid and it's been going on too long. All right, next, Fourth Ben. Fourth Ben, are you here? Please let me know. Performance was down my Vertibox. Nice. It's hard to do. Same with me trying to quit Red Bull. I tried, but I can't. Yeah, I mean, it is. Again, I have the same problem. This is a situation where do as I preach, not what I do. I get fucking pissed if I go to. I get fucking pissed if I go to tournament. I get so goddamn mad at myself. So I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite here, but I'm saying it because I think it's true. So I tune into these streams. My favorite streamer for a reason. Thanks for the bottom of my heart. Yeah, of course. I'm happy to help out, man. Thanks, Seth. Not all streamers get me like you. Yeah, I'm angry and I hate everything. No, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Sesujin viewers are so talented at this game. Sesujin should learn a thing or two. Dude's been studying his awesome viewers games for 10 hours now and he isn't GOD Infinite. What a fraud. True. Yeah, and shoutouts to Kelox as well. I think I've said that wrong 3 times now. Join the cult. It's not a cult. And having DiCaprio cosplaying Leon Kennedy for president. Fighting games in general are just a much more intimate genre of just a game because the ask of the player is so high and the reward is just self-improvement. That is a great way to put it. Fighting games are also the type of games that make you feel as if you're playing the boss character because so many options and everything unlocked from the start. Only barrier to now is knowledge and execution. That's why I say, like, Souls games are baby shit if you play fighting games because fighting games are just Souls games but cranked up to 1,000. You know? They really are. Who said this? Never endo. Note to self, 2 a.m. and energy drinks while being anxious is not a good time to play ranked. Yeah. I think it's more like a hobby. And, you know, more power to you if you think about it like that. That's great. Ultimately, however you find enjoyment out of whatever you're doing, playing Tekken or whatever, that's just as valid as anyone else's reason. So it's kind of aggravating to me when people, like, get upset or get mad at someone for being bad at Tekken. Shut the fuck up, dude. People, like, sit there and ranked at, like, GOD, and they're like, you're fucking trash at this game, you don't deserve your rank, bro. Shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch. At the end of the day, they're just trying to play a game and have fun. And maybe they happen to be good enough at rank and be the top 1% of the player base. If you're upset about that, that speaks more about you than anyone else. I appreciate the Media 8. Thank you. Also, man, Huarong and Armor King are tired. Yeah, those characters are carried. They're a bunch of scrubs. I fucking hate those guys. Whoever plays those characters is a bunch of... Kidding. You don't slash Souls games. Souls games are cool. Yoshimitsu's an Elden Ring. All right, I haven't seen the 4th Ben in the chat. I don't think the 4th Ben is here. Haru, Cheese Connoisseur, either of you guys here? I'll ping Haru real quick. I don't know if Cheese Connoisseur is here. It has been a while. You are here. All right, let me ping
プルグンとガーシングバイ FPG
because they are up next. So let me. Yeah, I pinged them in the thread, so it's not just in the chat. I'll give them 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, I didn't have my headphones on. I need to hear what that TTS sounded like. I pinged him as well. Thank you, Cheese Connoisseur. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I think it's time for me to go to bed. Oh, thank you, Nikita.
プルグンとガーシングバイ FPG クエモージ
That was pretty good. I can't lie. That was amazing. That was fantastic. Thank you for that, Nikita. I'm sorry you had to spend about 3,000 points on that, but thank you. I just copied it. I was going to copy paste it. But yeah, have a good night.
バックフェーシングアダルトチキンシンボル
Have a good night, Zenaris. Thanks for coming by. Hope you get some good sleep. All right, Haru, Cheese Connoisseur, you two are it. This is the end. We're almost done. I'm tired as shit. Okay. I'm here, Seth. Can you read? I did my rank session without real warm-up too. I done goofed. Oops. Seth, can I submit the game? What do you mean by submit the game? Oh, it's me, he. I don't think I've lost as much points overall, but it was stressful. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Okay, so you said you want me to look at a ranked game. I don't know if I ever looked at you playing ranked, Taru. By the way, congrats on the Bushin. I see that you got Bushin and immediately pieced out, which is, you know, completely fair. Any in particular? It says you said just pick any ranked game matches, whether it's Lidia or Sesujin. I think I saw you got Tekken King with Lidia too. Congratulations on that. I'm sorry, when you sent that, I was really pissed off, so I didn't really say anything. But big congrats on that though, man. I can look at this Jack game if you like. Or if you want me to look at Lidia. Can you view my gameplay, the King of the Iron Fist Tournament A against a human opponent, the leaderboard placement type of match? You know what? I imagine that you're joking, but if you DM me your Tekken ID, I'll do it. This is literally pay to win. I'm doing it because you donated so much. Now, I'm going to do it in a recording. I'm not going to do it live because it's already been 9 hours and I'm tired and I need to fucking go to bed. I'm going to die. But if you send me a Tekken ID, I will record something for you legitimately if you want me to. They might be way too far behind the replay, so pick Sesujin. I fucking hate Jack. All right, let's do it. Da 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 da.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
All right, here we go. Okay, Heat. That was a good launch. So, like, I mean, one thing I'm noticing when we're starting out with this is that we are finishing a lot of our, like... I'm sorry. We are attacking into a lot of these strings. Yeah, that was not... It was very risky. And this is another one that's risky too, because like after we block this here, I'm shocked this didn't break the wall, by the way. But if the Jack blocks this, then he just gets to do this and then go in the stance. Ah, Jesus Christ, where is it? Do I have to press like down or something? I do. And then if we do that, then because Jack is in install, it will God break on block, and then he can break the wall. I think he also might be able to just, yeah, I mean, he could do that, but probably not the best. Motherfucker demoted me. Do note that I am pissed at this moment. That is understandable. And you know, it's good to see it like that as well, because if you play pissed off, it's important to see the signs that you're playing pissed off and what you're doing wrong when you're pissed off. So when you are pissed off, it's easier for you to be like, I'm doing this thing, I need to stop doing this thing. Unfortunately, all my record data has been corrupted. The only file I have is titled, Seth, go fucking rest already. It's been 10 hours, that MP4. Can I submit it instead? Yeah, you know, if it's an MP4, I can look at it. How did not wall break? I'm shocked as well. When I'm pissed off, I demote. Y'all need to lower your cholesterol levels. See, that was a good block. And so the difference here, as opposed to the beginning of the round, is that when we do this, we do the 1-2, and then you see if we just do the 1-2 here, this is kind of what I'm getting at. You can still duck under this and then punish. But when we finish the string like that, that is what causes us to get hit by the power crush, right? So if we go back to like here, similar situation, 1-1, block, beautiful, right? That's what we want to be doing more. So we do that, -12, good punish. And so what I would do here, because we have so little HP, and if we run up and he toe kicks, we die, I personally would say at this point, boom, 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 activate heat. Because this is like the only opportunity that we're going to have to be able to activate heat without dying. And then from there, I don't know what the damn chain attack is, but then you can do the damn chain attack, and then I keep doing like a Soul Calibur input for this thing. You can do the chain attack and then go into like Morning Crow that way, or we could obviously do Heat Smash. That could get us back in the game. Up forward 1, thank you. I'm a real Devil Jin player, but we can do this, and then we can do that, and then we can hit him on the ground, and like, you know, like this being in heat, this is something that allows us to be able to not only start our offensive pressure, but be safe while doing it, and give us the chance to come back into the game because it allows us to do high damage. So that's sort of the reward that we're getting off of 1-1-2. That's part of the choice that we get off of doing 1-1-2, is being able to sacrifice potential Oki to activate heat, and then use our long-range Devil Jin attacks to be able to get back in and then fight. The problem with trying to go for the Oki, again, is that Jack, when you run up, could just toe kick you and then kill you. And it looks like you did a good job going back and forth to try baiting that out, so if he does that, then you launch him and he just dies. But that is something to think about, right? So I appreciate the sidestep duck there. The Matterhorn just unfortunately ended up connecting. Boop, boop, boop. And so this would normally be a good time, and he fucked up the combo. But normally at this point, if he didn't screw this up, and I don't know how he didn't, this would connect. And so what I want to demonstrate here is if we just stay on the ground and he does something stupid like that, then that is, one, something based on how he's been playing that I think he's likely to do because he's been hitting a lot of buttons. But two, that gives us a lot of reward. And he ends up dropping the combo anyway, so we get the same thing. We go do the heat engager. Good house sweep. Thought the wall was there. I thought it was too, to be honest. Spring kick, sure. Yeah, and so after this power crush, high power crushes, you gotta remember, if they absorb the attack, you can still duck under them and then launch. See? So that's something you gotta remember too. Should have blocked the clap and launched him in the round before. With Devil Jin used the full crouch heat engage. I didn't even know Devil Jin had a full crouch heat engage. I probably did, but I'm just not remembering the input. Yeah, Jack is a pain in the ass. But there, you know, like the problem when we did that is we sidestepped into a button. So if we go back here. Where are we? Like a little bit after this, right? Like here. Yeah, here. So after we wake up here, we sidestep and then hit a button. Let me just wait for this to happen so I can do this. Like, yeah, that's why I was confused because stay on the ground, right? So see, like if we sidestep and then block, the problem is, of course, then one mix-up kills us, but we don't die, you know? We don't immediately die from that position. But because we sidestep into a button, whatever we end up doing there, that's what ends up getting us killed. And this is, again, a common thing that we're seeing throughout this game where we're hitting buttons a little bit too early and a little bit too often. And that's causing us to get counter hit by a lot of strings that the opponent is doing. You know, like there isn't part of what I'm talking about, right? That was just, we were trying to use electrics for keep out. We got our timing a little bit wrong. That happens. But what I'm talking about is kind of like there. I mean, there was a sidestep and not a button, but still, right? That ends up getting us clipped and we didn't need to eat that. There, minus 14. 1-1-2. And so here we're kind of starting to see those aspects of getting pissed off. We're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping for the best. Demon Steel Pedal didn't end up working. That was a great electric punish. Yeah, I imagine that this would be a controller throwing moment. I wasn't pressing when I died. I just stepped and died. The thing is, though, and let me look at the inputs here, but this was counter hit. Yeah, you sidestepped into up forward 1. The clap is so broken. It's kind of obnoxious. At least the while running 3-4 should be plus on block like every other while running mid. Yep. You're still going. There's a lot to get through. It's a new record for coaching. But yeah, like, and you know, the fact that you didn't even remember that you hit a button here, I think is a bit telling on what I'm talking about. It's like, yes, you know, like we're playing pissed off. It happens. We do some dumb stuff when we're playing pissed off. But you see how often that we're hitting these buttons here, right? You see how we're waking up while rising 2, wake up while rising 2, attacking the power crush. Here, you know, again, that's good, but then again, like counter hit, 1-1-2, that's fine, this is good, but then we whiff and we get punished. So that's sort of like our problem, you know, and I'm going to, just because that was a quick one and because you said that you were pissed off, I'm gonna look at another game. I'm just gonna look at one here. I'm gonna try to find one that was played with, it's funny that Lidia is right here as well. I'm gonna try to find another one that was played with Devil Jin on a different day, so we can see if this is a common thing. Yeah, this was on the 6th. This was against a Steve. Yeah, let's, oh wait, sorry, this was player match. I want to look at the ranked games here. Is this the same day? This was literally 10 minutes later. Let's look at, let's look at this. This was the same day, but it was much earlier in the day. I was by GOD promo to a Lidia, and I know the matchup to a TL because I was nervous and pissed off. No, but see, it happens to everyone, right? I mean, that was just supposed to be 1-1-2, right? So good dot. Get sidestepped. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely not having that. Oh, no. I mean, there it is there. We got it there. We got it there. So it is still, it is not nearly as prevalent It is not as prevalent, but it's still there. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why looking at a game when you're pissed off can be really telling. Like there, the WoW Rising 2, right? The WoW Rising 1. It can really be a good way to peer into what your bad habits are. Because whenever you play, when you're super pissed off, like, see, that was a counter hit, right? When you play when you're pissed off, it makes your problems more exaggerated a lot of the time. It makes your problems that you have when normally playing more prevalent and happen more frequently. So again, right, there's the WoW Rising 2. And clearly, we have more times where, like, that sidewalk in the up forward 4, we are not having this problem. Like there, if we were pissed off, we would have got counter hit by that forward 2, probably. But now we're not. But we're still having this problem where we are like that and getting counter hit when we otherwise shouldn't be. Like there, see, counter hit. Right? We're not getting counter hit there or there. We would be if we're getting pissed off, but counter hit, right? Delayed timing. And so that is something to really look at that I don't really see when you're not playing ranked. I don't really see it when you're playing against your one friend who you play against all the time. Because you two are used to playing with each other and you know each other so well that this problem doesn't really come up. But when you're playing against some random Armor King dude, that's definitely happening. Where we are just hitting buttons at poor times, and because of that, we're getting counter hit a lot. And so then the question is, you know, how do we clean this up? And one of the big reasons is the WoW Rising 2, you know, like we're doing the WoW Rising 2 a lot. That's a big thing. I don't think that there's a really big, like, and this happens a little bit later, more in the rounds. This was play matches. I technically played ranked before this. Well, either whatever it is, you know, it's still that same problem. So like, again, the WoW Rising 2 there, the WoW Rising 1. And I think it's two things. I think one big thing is a timing thing, right? So if there's ever a little bit of delay in timing like that, if the opponent attacks like a beat after immediate timing, then you get counter hit. So that's one thing, is looking on that timing. Another thing is attacking in the strings like that. That's a big thing. On wake up as well, like the spring kick, the wake up kick there. But again, look at what I'm talking about here. Right here, a beat, and then there's the counter hit. You see? That's a very common thing that I'm noticing with when you're getting counter hit, is just that timing. If it's just a small little bit after immediate timing, then you hit a button and it ends up becoming counter hit. So like here, this Armor King is just hitting buttons with immediate timing, so there's no counter hit. But see, right there, a beat after sidestepping, now electric, and then counter hit. And yeah, I don't think that there's much else. Like there, you could see how that could have been counter hit as well, because you saw that was a beat, and then he did the Dock Upper. You blocked it, which is great, but that is one of those timings where it could have been counter hit. Look right there, right? A beat, and we hit a button. Now that time you got the counter hit, but it's the same timing, right? So like, look, a beat, boom, you hit a button. And if Armor King instead, and I can take control of Armor King here to demonstrate this, if Armor King instead did this, and then that, see how that's counter hit? And it's kind of hard for me to get the timing on this, obviously, but you see how that's counter hit? So even though this works this time, same issue. So that's what I would be looking at. I would be looking at the timing on when you're like hitting buttons after, when dealing with an opponent who's not like attacking you immediately when it's their turn. Because that seems like the majority of the time you're getting counter hit when you're hitting buttons, you know? See, again, a beat after whiffing that, and then boom, you get counter hit. I'm sure you get the idea at this point, but that's really what you want to look at. It's just that timing aspect. Because it does seem like actually that's the only time you're getting counter hit is the timing. It's nothing else. It's only the timing. And yeah, this was play match, so I skipped the ranked match. But again, it's the same thing, right? It doesn't matter if it's ranked or play match, it's the same thing. So but yeah, you know, like, What? Why was it scrolling up? What? I have my hands off it. Is that what? Is that what's causing my inputs to get stuck sometimes? Is the analog stick? Huh? But yeah, I mean, we can look at a game of this too. I'll do it just for you, Haru.
Make a fine sacrifice.
But yeah, while we're doing this, Cheese Connoisseur, you're up and you're the last one because the fourth Ben and Shay both are not here. From what I can tell. So you are the last one. But let's see. And that was normal hit, that wasn't counter hit. Get immediate timing. A lot of Nina bullshit. Oh god. Tossed on the ground. Uh-oh. There was a counter hit. Yeah, I mean, this Nina is just attacking, like, immediately all the time, so it's kind of... Yeah, I mean, there you go. That was one, but... I beat his ass when I was playing Lidia and demoted his ass in ranked before, but I'm shit with Devil Jin, so I know the buttons to beat her. See? Look, right there. Right there. That's the same thing, right? Obviously, you didn't get counter hit here, but look, a beat, and then boom. Down, back two. You see? And then, yep. Yeah, and then, I mean, we're more so getting hit by, like, just the mids instead of getting counter hit. With this Nina, I mean, she is just hitting buttons, you know? So this probably isn't the best example of what I'm talking about, but either way. I'm sure you get the point. Ranked games go over the rank. I went 2-3 in Steam match. I went 2-3. I can only do one, man. I can only do one. I'm only looking at multiple of Haru's games just because, one, he's the second to last person, and two, because I'm not really analyzing this game. I'm just looking for that one specific thing. Yeah, I mean, you definitely played better this game for sure, but I also don't think that the Nina was really demonstrating what I'm talking about because she just kept going and going and going. Almost 9.5 hours, you're a legend, bro. And it's gonna be more hours tomorrow because I'm gonna have to record a bunch of stuff of coaching before the update, so. It's a brutal thing to try to get rid of. I got the same problem as well. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know if it's just me, but Elisa's DES4 to counter hit heat engager string is bad outside of he at least, right? Yeah, it's not good. Oh, he's pressing a little late after a beat. What do you suggest one does instead? Just don't hit a button when you feel that little voice inside of your head telling you to hit a button. It's a demon. Don't listen to the demon. I would ask you to watch my match with Lidia if possible, but I know all my mistakes. I was assuming that he wanted to get stacks. He never did. Same issues, like him being able to block those little back turn. The guy did not rematch me because he realized I figured him out. If you want to go for for when we do it in season 3, which again I will reiterate after this last game from Cheese Connoisseur, then absolutely. Okay. Here we go. The Reina match then? All right, gotcha. Thanks, Seth. I'll try to fix my timing. Yeah, no worries. I got really confused because there were so many games against Dina. I'm like, is that the right Tekken ID? Okay, so this one I'm assuming? Ah, shit. Yeah, okay. So wait for the second, third, fourth beat. Yeah, something like that. Or do it on half a beat so you counter hit their counter hit. All right. Last game. Thank Christ. All right, let's do this. Okay, so first thing against Reina, right? This, boom, launch punishable. Launch punishable. Just block it and kill her. Forward, 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 sure. Going for the high, gotta be careful of those. Big, that was a fantastic low. That was really smart. Sure. I don't have any problems with how we're approaching in neutral so far. I do have a problem with doing that though. That's the second time we've gone for that high, and then we had, oh shit, let me jab. Side step 4. Yup, see, that's the third time. It has been 21 seconds, and we have done that mid-high 3 times. We just saw 2 seconds ago, this Reina has the ability to duck and try punishing that. This time she gets it. We cannot be doing that. 2-hit power crushers from jail, asshole strings, but it's a mix-up. So that, I like that we're rolling and we're trying to stay patient. Unfortunate on the punish there. Second hit. Yeah, I do like that we tried to stay on the ground and wait it out. But yeah, I mean, we lost this entire round off of this. You know, like this is how we lost the round. This one launcher, and that was it. It was over. Boop, 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 boop. So like, what can we do from here? You know, I mean, and from here, you know, there's not a whole lot we can do. We could wait for that and then toe kick. You know, we're doing quite a good job on that. If I got my step block right, we could do that to try getting out of the wall. But you know, like, we end up blocking that. Down forward 1, we can punish this. And obviously, if we get the right punish on here, then, you know, that's great. Then that brings us back in. We unfortunately don't. 1-1-2. Guaranteed follow-up. She whiffs that. But, yeah. I mean, we just lost off of that high. And that's why it's important to recognize when those situations happen and to not throw out those highs willy-nilly. So now we're in Starburst while running 2, trying the frame trap. You know, makes sense. No big deal on that. But yeah, forward 2, counter hit. So, like, a couple of things to take away from this, you know. So we block that. We get a punish. -16. Don't know it's -16. Whatever. It's fine. We get a punish. No big deal. Run in while running 2. And then after this while running 2 at +6, we jab, right? And this is supposed to be a frame trap. That's all well and good, except, here's what I'm gonna argue, what reward do we get out of this? What reward do we get out of this? Well, okay, when we do this and we lock them down with jab, then that is going to set us up for next time to be able to do this, right? Cool, now we get our offense going. Except, if I'm the Reina player, then if I try blocking low, then I launch you, and if I jab into this, oh, I ate a jab string, who cares? So what I'm trying to say is, what is this doing to make me, as the Reina player, fear trying to attack into this? And the answer is, you know, like, it's not really doing that much. And so when we're playing with our plus frames like this, it is important that we throw out our jabs, right? But we also have to be thinking of what other moves do we have as cardio that actually present a threat to allow us to be able to capitalize on the plus frames in the future or now. And, you know, I mean, one of those moves with Claudio, I'm not a Claudio player, but is 2-1, right? Because if this counter hits, this is a problem. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, back 3, I did back 4, but back 3, absolutely, right? Back 3, and I have to neutral, but delay, right? If we do back 3, delay 3 as well, and that counter hits, That gives us something on counter hit. So those are a couple of things that give us something to make the Reina fear and cause her to block. And then when she starts blocking, then we can start trying to incorporate some lows, some sidestep fours, some low pokes, like whatever the hell the low string is. I don't fucking know this character, but you get the idea. Yeah, something like that, you know, with the +6. And in fact, this is 15 frames, so this also frame traps with jabs, so that's great. So we can do this, and then when we start doing that, we can start trying to do like a forward 4 afterwards for another mid or whatever. But when we're doing jab, this just isn't accomplishing anything, right? It's not accomplishing anything. I shouldn't say it's not accomplishing anything, but it's not inherently giving us the proportional reward for the risk that we take doing while running 2 on block. And so that's what we gotta think about. Hi Miyako, do you know when season 3 will drop? Chances are very likely it's after the battle pass ends for the... It's after the current battle pass ends, let me rephrase. Which is exactly the day before March 16th, which would be... It's a Monday, so that would be the day that you would have an update. So chances are it's probably going to be March 16th. But we don't know yet. They haven't even announced a Tekken talk. Not accomplishing enough is probably... Yeah, that's a much better way to phrase it. I'm tired. I apologize. So again, 1-1, forward 4-2. The delay timing, the counter hit. Goes for the house sweep. Now we're having to deal with all of this pressure. That was a great counter hit. I love that tool, that option to try getting you off. Good job. Sidestep 4. -12. Boom, boom, boom. Go in the stance. And, you know, like off of this as well. So while we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce here, but grab is a punish. You know, when Reina is in stance here, grab is a punish. If she doesn't do the power crush, obviously we can hop kick, but if she does, then grab is the punish here. Yeah. So something we gotta be aware of. She power crushes after the -13, so it's really sad and unfortunate that doesn't work. But, you know, again, let's go back and see like how we lost this round, right? And we lost this round off of the delay time and counter hit forward 4-2. This one. This is where we lost the round. And so, like, the problem is we're losing these rounds when we have so much HP off of small little mistakes, right? That was a great way to get us back into this game. We're +6 here. We try going for this. And then again, you know, we're taking this +6, and what are we really doing off of this +6 to capitalize on this? And the answer is when we do this, not really that much. That's the problem, you know? Even if this ends up hitting, it's not doing enough. And with the wall being here, this means that when we actually do win the neutral, and when we do have this opportunity, we're not able to capitalize on it in a way that's going to win us the game. Like, we could do this and then back 1, for example. You know, even though it's -8, at least that wall splats. At least that does something. We can go here. We can try sidestepping afterwards. Now, of course, this isn't going to work because of how we're doing this. But with +6, we can do this. And then when we do this, we can boom, boom. And then we can try going for our low string and then sidestep 4 or whatever. If you get these pokes in, then it's going to lead up to a lot of damage, and that's exactly what the Reina is doing to win these rounds. But then we try doing the mid, we try doing some gambit here to try winning the wall because the Reina might duck. She waits, and then we just lose. Because now look what she's doing. She's doing exactly what I'm describing. Small punish, small moves. She does the power crush. Unfortunately, the up power crush, but then it leads into a small house sweep, and then that's it. So if we just ignore the fact we kind of got robbed on that power crush, and we say, she did a mid, and then that hit us, and then she went into a house sweep, that wins to the round. Nothing fancy, no big wall splats, nothing like that. That's just the end of the round because of that stuff, and that's what we need to be thinking about too. Apparently, she knows the Claudio match. She doesn't have her jumping move. It's very slow and rare. She doesn't know the cardio match. with how she's also ducking the high, she probably knows that this is +6 and you can more easily go low because she won't be pressing. Also 100% accurate. Yep. Absolutely. And then, yeah. Remember what I was talking about last round about trying to find the disproportional reward to the risk? And, you know, like, if Reina ducks here, again, what are we doing that's really making them scared to duck? And the answer is, so far, we haven't really done anything, you know? And they did a great job of ducking that. But even if we do this, right, we're left at +6, we get some damage. But what have we been doing with that +6 to make the Reina scared of being -6? Even if we hit the forward 4. And that's probably another thing that the Reina recognizes as well. It's like, okay, well, when they're plus, they're not doing anything scary. So even if I get hit by the forward 4, they're just gonna do some move that's gonna leave them minus or maybe even punishable, and then I'm gonna get my turn anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's probably what this Reina is thinking, and when she ducks, it's like, if I duck the high, great, I win the game. If I get hit by the mid, cool. The +6 doesn't really matter because they're not doing anything that makes me scared of the +6. Mix up mostly though, it's the rank session, I got frustrated and I forgot. It happens, man. But the issue wasn't even doing the running 2, you know? I mean, we got in this position because of the running 2, but the problem isn't even the running 2. The problem is not even that we didn't mix it. The problem is, even if we didn't mix it, why would the Reina be scared of getting hit by the mid? See, like, she's just playing defense. She's just waiting. A lot of small pokes. Again, right? She ducks here. She gets hit by this. Look. She ducks right. Oh, she dash blocks. Whatever, she doesn't duck. Let's say she ducked. You're +4. She just holds back. Back 3-3, -10. She knows. It's over. It's the end of the game. 1-1-2. She doesn't care. Because we haven't done anything to make her care. This is a point I brought up earlier today as well. But that's the reason, like, this Reina had really solid defense. She had solid neutral. She had good patience. And she didn't care. And why would she? There was nothing that we did there to make her care about what was happening throughout that game. So, again, what's the adjustment, right? What do we need to do? And what we need to do is, one, we need to recognize that this Reina is very knowledgeable in the matchup and stop trying to force in hits and damage through doing things that are punishable, because we think that we can outplay their defense because they're so smart they're gonna duck the high, so let's do them. No, that's step one. Don't do that because it's not worth the risk. But then the other part to this too is, once again, when we are left in those situations where we're +4, we're +6, when we win the neutral, we have to give them a reason to be scared of us winning the neutral. If we don't do that, if we don't give them any reason to be scared, if we're not throwing out lows that they feel they need to duck, if we're not throwing out big mids or frame traps, then it doesn't matter. And with this Reina in particular, she was, of course, when she was in those situations, just stand blocking. You know, she was just stand blocking, waiting for the storm to be weathered, and then she was going in and doing her thing. She did her thing very well. So, when you got an opponent that's stand blocking, what are lows used for? Because they're not really used for damage. More so, they're used for two things: plus frames and to get the opponent to duck. And with this Reina, what we need to do is we need to get her to duck. And you had the right idea. Doing the strings. Oh, she ducked the high in the string. Let me do the mid instead. But you gotta do that in neutral. Because if you do it in the string, not only is it telegraphed, but there's no low in the string for them to be scared of. They don't need to duck the high, because when they duck, they're not blocking the low and mitigating the damage that they're taking. They can just stand block and block both, and it's like, cool. Either I get a punish or I'm back in control of neutral. Either way, it's a win for them. But if you're doing lows in neutral, not only is there a timing thing, but now it's like, shit, I'm taking damage. I need to deal with this, or damage is going to stack up and I'm going to die. And that's why, again, like, they duck the while running too, because like if they don't duck the while running too, it's not the same thing, because now you're +6, they took chip damage. It basically is like eating a low. But again, they also know that there's nothing that we're mixing up to make them scared of ducking. And even if there is, the forward +6, what are we doing with the plus strings? You know, didn't use up forward 2 a single time. Yo, I'm not a Claudio player, but you're 100% correct. Yeah, absolutely. Like if we are in that situation where the Reyna ended up ducking the height and we run in and up forward 2, it's a great option. You know, I mean, you know Claudio better than I do. You are going to know the solutions for this. You are going to know the options. I don't play this character. But you're 100% correct. When, if we do that, that's what we want. That's huge. Now Reyna is like, oh shit, I can't duck here. Or hell, you know, like that, assuming that we have Starburst, right? Or something like that. That's another option. 100%. Because now it's not just about like the +6, but now it's also about, my bad. Ah, shit, I keep forgetting the input. But now it's about, you know, the damage continuously stacking up, having to deal with heat, having to deal with Starburst, having to deal with Heat Smash, having to deal with the lows. And this is a lot more threatening and powerful than trying to like poke with those mids, do the wild running too, but not really doing anything with the +6 and giving them a reason to duck. And not allowing us to be able to open up for the mids. So that's pretty much it. Yeah. I think you get the idea at this point. You can fill in the blanks with Claudio on what exactly you should be doing more to figure this out. You were kind of saying these things before I did, so I'm sure you already have an idea on what those options are, at least better than I do. It's just, you know, applying those things and seeing it as part of the battle, right? Seeing it as a big part of the battle. All right. That's it. We're done. It's a mistake I do too. I keep trying to use lows for damage. Yep. Think about lows this way. I mean, yeah, you can use lows for damage, but the way I always think about lows is you use lows to make the opponent duck. More lows, use plus strings better, stop using 3, 2, and 1, 2. Or just like the high strings in general, especially when the opponent is ducking them. Don't rely on those things. You have other tools at your disposal as Claudio. You don't need to rely on those to hit the opponent, open up the opponent. Use the other tools that you have. Impressive. 10 hours of coaching. And there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people left. Kill me, man. But yeah. And then, again, for Miyako, who asked, there's the new patch notes that is going to be 4:30 p.m. Okay, I will keep that in mind. Oh, God, help me. You're not even done? No, I'm not. Help me. But yeah, so Season 2 presumably is going to come out when the Fight Pass ends, which is 34 days-ish. 35 days, I guess. So 35, hold on. 35 days from today. So that is, yeah, it's Sunday, March 15th at approximately 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And since updates happen on Mondays, because like that last update, this next update is happening tomorrow, Monday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That lines up with that being the Season 3 patch day. So I assume that the Season 3 patch is Monday, March 16th. Obviously at like 4:30 p.m. or whatever Eastern Time. Might be wrong. It could be like in the middle of the night. Who knows? I don't know. But that's probably what it's going to be. Either way, it's going to be after Sunday, March 15th. Are they releasing patch notes a month earlier, or am I just trapping? No, they're not. The patch that's coming out tomorrow is for new outfits and for the Season 3 Season Pass, but there's nothing that's actually out for the Season Pass. God, I hate Bandai Namco. Except for the Season Pass outfits that you get from the Season Pass. But you're basically buying the Season Pass for nothing. So that's what the update is for. Yeah, thank you, Sesujin. Yeah, no problem. I definitely need to use lows to make people duck more too. I tend to use plus frames and call out buttons, but what the hell do I have to call out with without lows? Yeah, like if you don't use lows, then there's no reason to duck. And if there's no reason to duck, there's no reason to use your mids. And if there's no reason to use your mids, then down back 4-3 you're referring to. Yeah, that's probably the one I'm referring to. Yeah, again, I don't know Claudio. You understand better than I do, but oh, sorry, you're playing the Viming. My bad. Again, I'm tired. Ugh. All right, everyone. I'm out here. I'm gonna go. That's it for coaching. The 4 people that were here, Field of Stars, the 4th Ben, Chomanji, and Shaycat. Chomanji sent me his replay and in the DM, and I just didn't know he DM'd me. He did say that he was going to DM me. I didn't know he meant like right now. I didn't know he had the game recorded, so my bad. I would look at it if he was here, but I haven't seen him here, so I'll just record it on my own time. Field said skip. 4th Ben and Shay, I haven't seen in chat since they have been up. So, what I am going to do tomorrow, when I wake up until the patch, is I'm going to try my best to record everyone else's games, everyone else's coaching before the update drops, so that the replays don't get deleted and I can get it done for you. So I'm going to do my best, but there are 9 people I have to get through, so I don't know how that's going to go. But God help me. I still have probably enough 5 hours of this to go. Hopefully I can get through it. Jesus Christ. So, what we are going to be doing for next time, and I'm not putting up a thread, like I've been saying, it doesn't make any sense to do public coaching 2 weeks before Season 2 comes out and 2 weeks after Season 2 comes out. So the next time we're going to do proper public coaching is going to be May after EVO Japan. And it might end up being, because, you know, EVO Japan, actually, let me see when EVO Japan is again. Yeah, it's Friday the 1st through the 3rd. So the first Wednesday of that week is the 6th. I don't know how I'm going to be feeling about that. I might be able to do it. It's either going to be the 6th or the 13th. I'm probably only going to know on the week. But what I'm going to do after Season 3 comes out, the day that Season 3 comes out up until the first Wednesday of April, so April 1st. So for 2 weeks, I'm going to have a coaching thread up in Discord. What you'll be able to do, throw your Tekken ID in there, off stream, on my own time, when I have the time and I feel like doing it, I will record coaching for you for whatever game, and I will send it to you in a video. So if you have problems with Season 3, if you have things that you don't know about, if you want coaching on a game, whatever, one time. So pick wisely. I will do a recording for you and I will send it to you when I have the time. And I will do that as a rolling thing up until April 1st. And then after April 1st, I'm going to cut it off until the next proper coaching. I'm doing this as a mix of like testing out a different way to do this format to see if it works for me, if people like it. But also just because I think it makes the most sense with Season 3. So that is the plan. Only a couple weeks between Evil Japan and Combo Breaker. Yep. I haven't taken advantage of the free coaching. I don't know if I need it yet, but I really appreciate that you offer it to so many people all at once and consistently pull through with it too. You're great content. Great. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you. I'm glad people find it valuable. I do honestly get scared at the end, especially like when talking with Haru and Cheese Connoisseur, that like I'm so worn out from doing it all day that I'm not going to give good advice and that I'm wasting their time. That kind of worries me, but I'm able to pull through, so we're good. Sleep Diet Pro, thanks for the awesome stream. Thank you, Cleox. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, stream over. At least people like my Wonder Woman. It looks great, man. It looks fantastic. All right. So again, for the 4 people I wasn't able to get to who were here, I apologize. For everyone else, I will be recording your stuff tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be able to get to it, fingers crossed. And if I can't get to it, then obviously the update's gonna wipe replays. I'll have to probably get to it the following week. Yeah. Doing awesome. You deserve recognition, huge reward. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. But again, you guys just being here is reward enough for me. I'm glad I can help out. Thank you so much for the stream. Yeah, of course. Again, I'm glad to do coaching. It wears out on me a lot, but I'm glad to be able to do it. I'm glad to be able to help all of you out. It was wonderful advice. Just have to fill in the blanks like you said. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Many people there are to take advantage of the coaching. Doing a coaching week event could be a great way to distribute the effort eventually, at least. Yeah, but like you're right. But the problem I have with doing coaching like as a weekly thing is that it takes up a stream slot. And I don't think it would be good to take up one stream slot a week for just coaching. You know what I mean? So didn't work well with Lidia, but on my Miara it worked, which I'm happy. Well, I'm glad to hear it worked on the Miara at least. Yeah, it's like I said, Valentea, I don't think it's a good idea to have it take up multiple, like a stream slot a week. It was a fun stream, honestly. I'm glad to hear that. 10 hours of coaching, damn respect, man. Damn, this is the first time Shamini's coming to the channel, hasn't said something really sarcastic. Thank you. It's a weekly thing. I mean, doing a normal stream and then coaching like 3 or 4 people, the tail end or the beginning, with like every stream that week. I see what you're saying. I'm bad at doing that though. Like I have times where I'm like, all right, guys, I'm gonna play Tekken, and then like later on the stream, I'm gonna do something else, and then I never end up doing it. I'm just not good at that kind of time management. Used to be sure when everyone played Lidia and you can tell them just spam God. Yeah, just spam forward 2. Wow, you counter hit forward 2, you win the round. But no, it is a good idea, Nikita, but I don't know if it would work for me. That's all. Anyway, I'm out. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I need to get something to eat, actually. I didn't eat breakfast today. I'm hungry. Thank you all for stopping by. Again, I appreciate you all being here. It means a lot to me. I hope you found the coaching beneficial, even if you weren't one of them getting coached. First time a stream, just got here. Sorry I'm late, but I love your Miyarizu videos and hope to learn a lot more from them. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you. I will have a bunch of stuff out when season 3 drops. I promise you that. I know that the Miyari content has been a little bit sparse because of you know, like if you watch the big video about the Tekken World Tour I had come out last week, I spent so much time on that, you have no idea. And that kind of made all of the Miyari stuff take a back seat. But and now at this point, with season 3 being right around the corner, I don't really know how I feel about putting out more Miyari content, because that all might change in a month. But I promise you, there will be more Miyari stuff out. I just need to kind of get in the groove. It's been a really awkward time for me, but I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. But yeah, again, thank you all for stopping by. I hope you found the coaching beneficial, even if you weren't the one that got coached. I will not be here tomorrow. I mean, there's an update, so obviously I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Like, it's just going to be down for like 6 hours, so I will be back on Tuesday. If there's anything interesting in the patch, we'll be looking at anything interesting in the patch. We'll do Miyari customizations with the new outfits. Yeah, that's getting everyone excited. And we'll do some more ranked Tekken on Tuesday as well. I haven't done that in a while. There's actually one I did like a month ago. I still haven't uploaded to the second channel. I'll do that. But Tuesday, we'll play some Miyari. We'll probably do some more ranked Tekken. And then Wednesday, maybe we'll go in the ranked and do some stuff. I don't know. But anyway, take care, everyone. Can appreciate you all being here. Have a great night. I appreciate all your kind words and your support. And all of you just being kind and being awesome and being you. Appreciate you all a ton. And I will see you Tuesday. Bye, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye, Devil. Bye, LaSalle. Bye, Nikita. Bye, Cheese Connoisseur. Bye, Zakio. Bye, Shomini. Bye, Viming. Bye, Muchikor. I hope I said that right. Bye, Cleox. Bye, Miyako. Bye, TRC. Bye, Neverendo. Bye, Valentea. Bye, everyone lurking. Bye, everyone I may have missed. I'm sorry if I missed you. Have a good night, everyone. See you next time. Bye-bye. I stalled for enough time. It's been 10 hours. It's been 10 hours. Bye, Haddock. Bye. All right. Sesujin number 3. Sorry, you know how it is. It just takes a little bit. Sesujin number 2 held out for as long as he could. He couldn't end the stream. He held out as long as he could. He couldn't end the stream. So I'm here to end the stream. New Seth, time to continue coaching. No. I'm like filling in. It was a clone this whole time. Yeah, that was Sesujin 2. I'm Sesujin 3. Sesujin 2, after 10 hours, understandably, couldn't hold out for long enough to end the stream, so I gotta do it. It's a fucked up world, right? Anyway, yeah. Bye-bye, everyone.